people to come here.
Fighting for a future.
Let's
Now
go.
streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's
bet we
48
lit.
hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
Let's see what they talking. Let's see what they're talking about on here.
The mystery would haunt
They're
investigators.
gonna be talking about no
for
bullshit
years.
during this election.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
They're gonna be on that
John
bullshit.
Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours.
Damn, that nigga
Now
up
streaming
20?
on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia.
Yeah, 20 already?
I will if you will.
He's kind of close.
Superstar
Ain't got nobody on the
approaching,
West
superstar
Coast.
approaching.
I want to make sure
Yeah,
my
I don't
voices
think
are
he
going to
counts nobody on
also
the West
lift
Coast
up other
votes already.
voices. Give me some love, baby.
Yeah, 23.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Oh, the Republicans game one in the Senate.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. We begin with all eyes
Yeah,
tonight
that's what
on
y'all tell us. We
Pennsylvania.
decide.
With 19 electoral college votes, it's the most valuable of the 7 battleground states. And it was the most visited state by the presidential candidates with more than 50 visits. Let's check in with CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang in Philadelphia. Weijia, what do we know so far about the turnout there?
Well, Lindsay, you don't see anyone behind me right now, and that is because the polls close in 4 minutes. And we know, according to local election
that's that?
officials, that turnout has been high across the state,
Wherever we at, I hope
right
y'all got
here
y'all votes
in
in.
Philadelphia, the largest city, of course, of them all. And the Harris campaign
Hope
says
y'all got
tonight
y'all
that they are
votes in.
feeling confident because, remember, they have to have a big win here and
Well, he
in
took,
Pennsylvania and in Pittsburgh,
Trump
these
took
urban
West
areas
Virginia.
where they really rely on
Trump got
blue
West
turnout,
Virginia.
Democratic turnout to
I mean, but
offset really the rest
ain't a
of
real
the
race
state,
yet.
much of which
We still got a
is
long
deep
way to
red
go.
and rural. And tonight we're hearing from the Trump campaign that they are confident
Oh, wait,
because they are
what
seeing
Kamala
a,
took?
quote,
She took,
robust turnout in the specific rural
Vermont?
areas that
Okay,
the Trump
Kamala
campaign
took
has
Vermont.
been targeting, going after low propensity voters, especially men who typically
Why they
do
keep
not vote
saying
in
that?
elections.
See,
And
that-
so
that's
they are
what's gonna
trying
piss
to
people
slice
off.
each other's
They keep
margins
saying low
in this way.
propensity
And
voters. That's
both
gonna
teams
piss
say
people
they
off,
are
'cause people
feeling
be like,
good,
I'm not
Lindsay, but of
stupid.
course we won't know
I know
until
why I voted
we
for
start getting some
who I voted
returns.
for and why I voted for them.
Pennsylvania is a state where no officials, no workers could start counting the ballots until 7 o'clock this morning. And you may remember in 2020, we did not have an answer about Pennsylvania until Saturday. The good news,
damn.
Lindsay, is that officials believe they will
Saturday.
be able to do it quicker this year, citing new election machine equipment, citing the fact that the ballots are physically smaller and easier to process. They have more workers and fewer mail-in ballots than they did in 2020 because we are not in a worldwide pandemic.
They picking.
there's
It's gonna
also
be
a
a minute
Senate
for
race
they.
we're watching
They
in
gotta.
Pennsylvania. What
They
can you
gotta.
tell us about
Whoever
that?
wins, they gotta get 270
Yeah, this is a pretty
electoral votes.
critical Senate race because, again, the
It's gonna
margin
be a
is
while
so
before they win because they gotta
small,
get 270.
and this could determine who controls the Senate. It is between Democrat incumbent Senator Bob Casey and Republican challenger Dave McCormick, who is a businessman and who served in the
But
Trump
as you can see-
administration. What's really interesting here, Lindsay, is that Casey previously was a pro-life Democrat, but for the first time, he is promising to try to reinstall Roe v. Wade. So we'll see how that
Trump
plays out
took
because
West
McCormick
Virginia.
is calling him out for that.
Weijia, thank you so much. You're watching America Decides.
Kamala took Vermont.
Washington is the seat of power, national security, foreign policy, global economics. Every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that
Damn,
Harvard
he
and
want
the
Florida
University of North
fast as
Carolina
fuck.
violated the Constitution.
In the
want
aftermath of the
Florida
Supreme
already?
Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions,
Damn.
uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Florida be one of them last states.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it
It's
means for
getting
those
dark.
chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
Florida already?
Welcome back to election night in America. Vice President Kamala Harris, former President Donald Trump. Will there be a winner this evening, or will the race continue into the days ahead? America decides right now.
We will vote, 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 and we will win, win, win.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
We're going to take back what is rightfully ours.
We are going to fight for the country we love.
It do say he won Florida. Why the update on here ain't say he won Florida? Oh, damn. Oh, there we go. There we go.
CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024. Now reporting, Norah O'Donnell.
And welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York.
he just
Control
took
of
that
the
lead
White
fast
House,
as fuck.
Senate, and House up for grabs in this historic election. It is now 8 p.m. in the East, 5 p.m. in the West, and it is the biggest poll closing time of the entire night. Polls just closed in 16 states and the District of Columbia. We're talking about 171 electoral votes are at stake this hour. Half of the states now in America closed. And so we're going to check in, too, on those all-important battleground states. Here you can see all 7 of them in purple. The polls just closed in perhaps the most important battleground, Pennsylvania. We say that because it's the big prize with 19 electoral votes. And in Pennsylvania, CBS News characterizes this race as a toss-up. Checking back in on Georgia, which closed an hour ago, CBS News characterizes Georgia also as a toss-up. And in North Carolina, which closed half an hour ago, CBS News characterizes this race as a toss-up. That vote still just coming in, as you can see. And we have some breaking results to share with you from the states that just closed. In Florida, once an electoral battleground that has moved right in recent circles.
Florida be one of them
CBS
states that
News
take a
projects
while.
Trump will win
That's
the Sunshine
crazy to
State.
me. He took Florida
In
that
Alabama,
fast.
CBS News
I
projects
didn't think
Trump
he was gonna
will
take
win
Florida
this
that
race.
fast.
Trump carried Alabama by large margins
Alabama
in the past
too?
2 elections. And in
Roll
reliable
Tide.
blue, Massachusetts, CBS News projects the Vice President, Kamala Harris, will win. Let's take a look now at Maryland. CBS News projects Harris will win there. There's a key Senate race we'll check in there as well. And Oklahoma, CBS News projects Trump will win. Let's take a look now at Tennessee. CBS News projects Trump will win in the state of Tennessee. The big number we've been talking about, 270 electoral votes. That's the number needed to win. And so far, with those early results, the race to 270 shows Donald Trump with 90 electoral votes and Kamala Harris
Still
with
early.
27. Want to check in with our data desk team to see what they're seeing in these battleground states.
What you gonna do, Kamala?
What's happening in Georgia?
Still early.
So we just mentioned, Nora, that Georgia,
Georgia,
a
big
is
state.
a toss-up. We
Oh,
have
he up
about
in Georgia right
33%
now?
of the vote in. You can see the distribution so far. So why do we do that? First thing I want to show you, what is our estimate? Our estimate is about 50-50 when all the vote comes in.
50-50?
Let's talk about where the vote is yet to come in.
It's going to be 50-50.
Of the 67% that we still need to wait for. You see most of it in generally blue, Metro
50-50.
Atlanta, and some other bluish parts of the state. What's interesting about what the trend lines are currently, Nora, and I want to emphasize this because RNC Chairman Michael Whatley was just talking about this. When you see Southeast Georgia, you see a lot of red. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the historic comparison back to 2020. And I'm just going to run through, I'm not going to name the counties, but just watch the counties as I go through them and compare where Trump is now compared to where he was in 2020. You'll just see as I move through them, again, I'm not going to name them. The names aren't important, but you just see he's running slightly ahead of what he did in 2020.
Oh, so he's doing
that was
better
exactly the strategy the Trump campaign wanted to have.
Back when he
More
ran last
turnout
time.
and higher
This
vote
time.
totals all throughout rural parts of every battleground state, at least in Georgia. And I could go all over the map. The trend line is pretty consistent, Nora. He is doing that. Even though the smaller counties have smaller numbers of votes, running up the margins there does help offset or possibly could offset what are expected to be very strong vote outcomes for the vice president in Metro Atlanta and some other parts of the state.
So break that down. What do you think that means?
Well, what it means is,
might
for
win
now,
Georgia. It look like he's
going
gonna
back
win
to our
Georgia.
estimate, 50-50, that's by county, statewide. We'll go back to that overall estimate of Georgia at 50-50. That means as we get closer, as more of Metro Atlanta comes in, there is at least more of a buffer for former President Trump. It is not decisive. It is not determinative because we don't have a call here yet. But in general, and Michael Watley was talking about, what are these early indicators? They're just seeing higher turnout, higher vote totals at the margins in some of the redder counties of Southeast Georgia and other parts of Northern Georgia as well.
Major Garrett, thank you. I want to turn to Ed O'Keefe, our senior White House correspondent. I understand you have some new reporting.
Well, part of why things remain so tight there in Georgia is if you look at those counties around Atlanta, and maybe Major can zoom in on some of them, what the Harris campaign is seeing is real encouragement there. That in fact, she's running ahead of President Biden in some of those ex-urban counties around Atlanta, higher totals than what the president got 4 years ago. That is how she wins a state like Georgia tonight. Can you run up the numbers in the suburbs? Can you get young college voters across the country to turn out? Can you lean on the Black and Latino voters you need? In Georgia already, we're seeing good indications that the reason she's keeping it even is because Democratic advantages there around Atlanta, the biggest city in the South, may be improving.
Oh, it's her?
All right, Ed O'Keefe, thank you. I want to bring in 60 Minutes correspondent Bill Whitaker, part of our Democracy Watch tonight. And we did see some foreign sources try and interfere with the democratic process today.
Yes, we did. We've been talking to election officials in key battleground states all across the country.
I think they be lying when they be saying shit like that.
Federal officials are investigating dozens of fake bomb threats at election-related sites.
Oh, them bomb threats was going crazy
about 40
earlier.
in Georgia alone. And federal officials tell us that these threats are picking up as this evening goes on. The federal officials have traced the threats back to an email or back to email accounts in Russia, though they're not yet sure that Russia is the actual source of these threats.
I bet they said it was
Again,
bots.
these threats have been deemed not to be credible. There's also what CISA, the country's top cybersecurity agency, calls a fire hose of disinformation coming from our foreign adversaries designed to sow doubt in our election system. Election officials across the country are taking an aggressive approach to these claims this year. They're finding the disinformation, they're exposing it, and they're debunking it as quickly as possible. All in all, they tell us they are tracking no national level incidents that would have an impact on the security of our election infrastructure. And it's an infrastructure they repeatedly assure us has never been more secure.
I don't believe
Well, that is some good news tonight, right, Phil? Yeah, very good
news indeed.
Yeah, very good news. David, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, we've heard all throughout the country, despite this flood of disinformation, despite these bomb threats and others, voting's gone relatively smoothly. There are some places, 5 polling places in Fulton County, 5 polling places in DeKalb County, Georgia, that were ordered to stay open a little bit later because of these bomb threats, but election officials are handling it, and it might lead to some delays in getting those reports out, but Georgia counts very fast, so I'd expect that's going to be resolved pretty quickly.
We are watching it closely. Thank you very much, Bill and David. I want to check in with our correspondents that are in the battleground states with new reporting. Let's start it with the biggest battleground prize, Pennsylvania. CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang is in Philadelphia. And we just keep hearing about big turnout today.
Big Philly.
And Nora, both campaigns say they are really excited about what they are seeing because they are seeing high turnout in the places that matter most to them. For the Harris campaign, it is right here in Philadelphia and the city of Pittsburgh that typically votes overwhelmingly blue. I just heard from a campaign source that says that they are overperforming the internal turnout expectations here in Philly, and it continues to look very strong, which was a real concern for them because there was a softening of Democratic turnout over the past several years. 55,000 fewer registered Democrats in this city compared to 2020. And so they are optimistic. As for the Trump campaign, they are seeing, they say, a robust turnout in those rural areas where they have been targeting, especially men, low propensity voters who may not have ever voted at all. And so they say we're in a deep red part. They're getting new
low propensity sounds so
But what is really different, Nora, is the way that they've gotten people to the polls.
So
the Harris campaign ground game has been like a well-oiled machine with 50 field offices spread across the state.
What does low propensity mean?
110,000 volunteers since
I'm tired of them saying that
knocking
word.
on over 5 million doors. And this is something that they love talking about because they say they have a ground game that the Trump campaign doesn't even touch. But for the Trump team, they own that. And they say, yeah, we have about 24 field offices and we are reaching people, but they really really outsourced the
It
door
just
knocking
that
and
low
the traditional
propensity
branding to super
sound
PACs,
like you
including
trying to
Elon
insult
Musk.
niggas. It
And
don't
the
mean
Harris
what I
campaign
thought it
says
meant,
that's a
but
real
I
risk
thought they was called
because
niggas
they don't
stupid.
have the same kind of
But I
data
guess they're
points
not
that
calling
they
niggas
are
stupid.
getting,
I
so they
was
can
like, why
target
they keep
people
saying
that
that? They
they
gonna
need
piss
to
niggas
get out
off.
and vote. So Nora, tonight the headline is that the
I bet y'all
turnout
thought it meant
is
niggas was
high.
dumb.
We don't know if it's a record,
I
but
know
every
I know
official
I'm
that we've
not the
talked
only
to
one
here in
that thought
Philadelphia,
they was
across
saying
the state,
niggas
and
was
certainly in
stupid.
those collar counties in the
Don't make
Philly
it. Don't
suburbs
try to
are
put it.
saying they
Whoever
are
thought
seeing
they was saying niggas was
remarkable
stupid.
numbers.
I know
Yeah,
y'all
we've
thought
heard
that
those
too.
stories in Lehigh, that at the university there, that long lines with students still waiting to vote. Weijia Jiang, thank you for that reporting. Let's turn now to Georgia, and congressional
Shout out
correspondent
Weijia.
Nicole Killian is in Atlanta. And Nicole, what are you hearing about turnout?
In this room tonight.
Well, in terms of turnout, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says that more than 800,000 votes have been cast today, and he expects that number to surpass the million mark before the end of the day. That is on top of an additional 4 million ballots that were cast in early voting, which was a record. So that being said, there is some concern, as you all were talking about, that some of those polling locations had to extend their hours due to a number of bomb threats, particularly here in a number of the counties in the metro Atlanta area.
I know
For instance,
CNN
Fulton
with the
County
shit
had
right now.
at least 30 bomb threats alone that were either
We gonna go
called
to
in or
CNN
sent.
live because I know
Look at,
CNN with the
Florida,
fuck shit.
you look at Virginia, Donald Trump is running about
Pennsylvania. It's pretty much just
11 of the battleground counties, and one of them, Northampton
Where
County.
my arguing people at? Let's see. I want to see niggas argue. Where let's see. I want to see niggas argue. Where's that? Where's CNN? I know them niggas. I know them niggas arguing on CNN. Let's see. This CNN. Where is it? I bet. Let's see. This CNN. It is. I know they're arguing on this one.
House that she was vice president. So therein,
Oh, they ain't got no
lies
panel?
a delicate balance for
Where the
Kamala
CNN
Harris.
panel?
She has projected herself as the younger candidate, the candidate of change, the one who wants to move forward, wants to leave behind
It
the
sound
chaos
like
of the
bullshit.
Donald Trump
I know
years, the
she
last
was
10
vice
years behind,
president,
and turn a
but
new
it just
chapter. So
sound
that's
like
the pitch.
bullshit.
At the same
When
time,
y'all
she
say
cannot
she a
distance
candidate
herself
of change, and
entirely
she was just
from
in
the last 4
office
years of
for
the
4
Biden
She in
White House
office for 4
because
years.
she was
Nigga.
there
Man,
at the bottom of the
it
ticket.
just
She
sound
was
like
the vice
bullshit.
president for the last 4 years. So she will be
Who I think
held
it's gonna be?
accountable, at least in some measure,
I ain't
for
gonna
the
lie.
economic mess
I
that a
think
lot
Trump.
of people
I
perceive
don't
themselves
think.
to
I
be
don't think
in
she
today's
convinced
America.
enough
It's
people.
not like the
She
top
wasn't
line
full of
numbers are
shit.
bad. You know, GDP
That's
is
just
pretty
my
all
opinion.
right.
I don't
The
exactly
stock
convince
markets
enough people
are
she wasn't full of
booming.
shit.
Even the jobs numbers.
I
Even
would-
the jobs numbers are pretty
Now
okay.
I'm gonna let y'all know.
But it's
I
what
vote
you
nobody
feel.
on my
I
ballot.
think
I
young
didn't- I
people,
voted for
particularly
like
young men
senators
in
and
America, are
governors.
not
I was
feeling
looking for
like,
propositions and shit. I didn't vote
you know,
for
their
president. I put
condition is
nobody.
better off today
She
than it was
almost
4
had
years
me.
ago. And Trump,
But
you're right, has
I couldn't
managed
get
to
over
speak
the
to
fact
those
that she
fears,
seemed like she
to
was
address
just
those
full of shit.
concerns in his own, you know, very
Now, I know y'all gonna say,
macho,
well, he full of
very
shit too.
alpha male
Yeah,
kind
but
of
we
way.
know what he offering.
Something
I
that the
wouldn't
Harris
vote for him
campaign is
anyway.
aware of,
Especially
did
niggas
try to
saying
reach out, but I
he
think
gonna
Trump
get
has a
police
way of
officers
sort
full
of
of
cutting
niggas. What
through
type
to
of
that
shit
young
is
male
that?
audience
But
much more than
I
Harris
just
has.
couldn't get over the fact that
Oh no,
she
you're
just
absolutely
seemed like
right. In
she
fact,
was
by
so
various
full of
metrics,
shit.
the U.S. economy right now
I
seems to
don't
be
know
on
how
pretty
y'all feel,
solid
but
ground.
that's just my opinion.
Zaka, I
on
wanted to
what I
understand
saw.
from you, this entire election campaign in
Looks
the
like
United States has been full of
Republicans
twists and
got
turns.
another
Kamala
seat in the
Harris's very
Senate.
dramatic entrance and the shock exit of
Yeah,
Joe
because
Biden.
to be
But
honest,
if you speak
the
of Trump, I mean,
local
he's
shit
a
is what
deeply
really matters.
polarizing
Who your
figure,
senator
and yet
is,
he remains such a dominant force in American politics,
who
despite
in
a
charge of
string
your
of
district, who in
indictments,
charge of your
criminal
school board.
conviction,
That's the shit that matters.
scams,
This
and
shit
two
is just
assassination attempts on
entertainment at
him.
the end of the
What
day.
makes him
On
so
some
relevant
real
in
shit,
U.S.
the
politics
presidency
even
had just
after
turned
good
into
9 years? I mean,
entertainment.
he
Now they
has,
can't get
if
shit
I'm
done,
not mistaken,
but when you
remained
look
stable
at how
all year
everything
with
works,
an approval
it
rating
all
of
go
40%
through
and
the
above.
House and the Senate.
Oh, absolutely.
That's just my
I think,
opinion on the whole
last
situation.
election, despite him losing by about 7 or 8 million votes to Joe Biden, he still polled 73 million votes. That is almost half the
Trump
electorate.
did say he was going to
So
get more
there is
black
a
people
large
vote for him.
number of
And when I
people
look in the
America who are
comment
feeling
sections on Instagram
disaffected
and on
by the
Twitter,
system, who are
I see
feeling
more black people
disaffected
saying Trump
by the way things are
2024.
working in America. They
That's just
feel
what
like
I'm
beautifully
seeing. I don't-
working for a
what
certain
is y'all
class of
seeing?
People, the
Tell me what
elites,
y'all seeing.
the educated class, the professional class, and it's not working for people who are not that better off, particularly white,
Well, what Kamala just took?
non-college
What she took?
educated, rural folks are feeling the
Okay,
pinch. And they have
99
been
is
for
99.
the last
What they
several
just took?
years
What she
now.
did?
And they find
just
in
happened?
Trump a bit of a lightning rod, if you will. Somebody who speaks to their concerns, addresses their problems, and that's why in rural counties in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, and Wisconsin, Trump has the kind of resonance that a candidate.
Okay, so she just
frankly,
Maryland
I
and
can't think of another
Massachusetts.
candidate in the last 20 years who has spoken to that constituency like Trump has. He has
let me do my little
assiduously
Instagram update real
cultivated
quick.
this MAGA base. Now, the problem for Trump is he needs to expand his appeal wider than the MAGA base, because that's how you win elections. At the end of the day,
But I think he
it's
did,
about
though.
numbers, it's about the majority.
I think he did.
Joe
When
Biden,
I look on
before him,
Instagram, when I look on
Barack
social media, when I
Obama,
look
they
on
were
internet,
able to
I think he
stitch
did.
together a much
And y'all
broader,
look at the
wider
comments on
coalition
fucking
that
if y'all
included
can see the
African
comments
Americans,
on the
Hispanics,
side right
women.
here. This is a CNN thing.
It
That's
included
Democratic.
young
That's
people.
liberal.
And
They
I
is
think
saying
that
Trump like
coalition,
crazy
a lot
in
of
the
it is
comments.
translating for Kamala Harris as
So
well.
you saying that right
the
now,
problem
but your
in
comment
Trump's case
section is
is
saying different,
he's
bro.
appealing to a very narrow base, an important base,
You
very
saying
loyal
that
base,
that's
no
not
doubt about it.
your
But
comment
he needs
section.
to find
What I'm
cross-sectional
saying, that's
appeal.
not
For
true. He's
example,
not appealing.
Nikki Haley
They're a narrow
polled
base.
1.5 million
I think
votes
people really
in the
think
Republican
he is
primary in
America
Pennsylvania,
first, and I think that's
Trump
what people
made
want
no
in their
attempt
president.
to reach out to
That's
those
just my
voters. That's
opinion.
1.5
I think that's
million
what people
votes
want
for
in
the
their
taking.
president. I think
He
people
said
wanted
nothing. He did nothing
somebody that was gonna be
to appeal
America
to the
first.
Nikki Haley voters, and I think
Let me
that
not do that, 'cause,
might,
nigga,
end up proving costly in an
I'll put
election
the red
where,
behind me.
for women, whether they are white, black, Hispanic, whether they are above 65, whether they are under 25, women are motivated in a way to turn up, and they have
Most
turned
women
up
voted
in
for
a way that we
Kamala.
haven't
Let's
seen
just keep it a
for a
buck.
number of elections.
Most
And I
women
think
are
it's very
gonna vote
clear
for Kamala.
because of the Roe versus Wade Supreme Court verdict being
Yeah,
overturned.
look, Trump, it's
Women
all in the
feel like
comment
this
section.
is an existential
Now,
vote for them.
the comment
They're turning up
section
in
is
huge
wrong.
numbers,
You know,
and Trump just
comment
needed to
section
say
could be
something
wrong,
to
but I
appeal to
see
at least a
the
cross section
comment
of those
section
women.
as more of
He
a
did
way
it,
to
and I think
determine
it
what's
might
going
prove to
on
be the decider in this election.
on Twitter,
Oh, absolutely. And
Instagram,
especially
TikTok,
voters who
all
are
the
concerned
shit.
about protecting, abortion rights would clearly be throwing their weight behind Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
Zaka,
but,
just kindly
I mean,
stay on with me.
abortion
We also
rights
have
is
this
a
report
big
sent in
thing.
by Akanksha from New
Abortion
York.
rights
Let's just
is
quickly
a
take a look
big
at that.
thing. But I feel like there is a lot of people that just be like, the only time y'all, and me personally, the only time y'all talk about women's reproductive rights, and this is my perspective. I could be wrong on this, but it seems like the only time they talk about
system that offers choices
reproductive rights
between
is
an
they talk
openly
about
racist
abortion. What else about reproductive
Are heavy
rights?
images
We get
slowing your
another
WordPress
point
website
about
down? Try
reproductive rights
Elementor's
instead of
Image
just
Optimizer.
abortion?
Improve your site's
Like,
performance
what
without
about the fact
compromising
that
on
black
image
women
quality.
die in,
Elementor has everything you
giving
need,
birth? What
all
about
in one
shit like
place
that? Why
to
does it
build,
always
host,
seem
and
like,
optimize your
abortions?
Here in
Abortions
Times
is
Square,
a
New
big
York
thing.
City,
We must have
to
abortion.
bring this message and bring
yeah,
the
you
work
could
of
also
the
put a
revolutionary
fucking
leader
condom on.
Baba Vakian to millions of people.
All right, could you
Or you
just
could
take
also
me through these posters
be
that
abstinent
you've
or
displayed over
not have
here?
sex.
Maybe you can just look at the camera a bit. And all right, so
Do
I
my
can
little
see
update
that,
real quick.
one of the posters says, "Stop U.S.-Israeli genocide of Palestinians now. Another world is possible." So
Yeah, a lot of
you do
people-
think that the Democrats, if they were to enter the
A
Oval
lot of
House,
people,
or if
they
Trump
say they
was
give
to
a fuck
enter
about
the
that
White
shit, but a
House,
lot of people
they'll not
give
be
a fuck
in-
about
they'll
America.
not
Like
be able
that
to end
Palestine
wars.
Israel shit, that shit cool.
Well, the Democrats
Well, we
have
give
been
a fuck about
presiding
what's
over
going on over
and
here.
prosecuting the war
That
together
shit
with their
sound cool,
client
but
state
it's like,
of Israel.
let's go on.
All
We
the
give a
bombs
fuck
being
about what y'all
dropped,
doing for America.
as Biden himself has said, if there was not an Israel, they would have to create an Israel that has been perpetuating a genocide and ethnic cleansing against the Palestinian
she took
people.
Maryland
Meanwhile, Trump
in
has
Massachusetts.
said that he wants Netanyahu and Israel to finish the job. And what they would do, the Republican fascists, what
that's-
they would do,
that
they would
sound
back
crazy.
Israel for an
Finish
even
the
more
job.
vicious genocidal campaign.
I want them to
We
finish
say
the
in
job.
the RevCon movement that this is a symptom of a system of capitalism and imperialism that is bringing our whole planet through ecological destruction and the threat of nuclear war to the brink
Kamala
of
Harris took
disaster.
Massachusetts
We're promoting the work of Baba
and-
Vakian, saying that humanity needs a totally different way. New socialist republics in this country and all around the world.
So I'm guessing you didn't
Maryland.
cast your vote, right?
No, we did not cast our vote. We think that, again, as I said, that humanity needs a
You
revolution.
took, you said all that shit and you didn't vote.
That our choice
Get this nigga off the screen.
genocide, war
Get
criminals,
this nigga
and
off
white
the screen.
supremacist, misogynist, fascists
But get off the screen. You need to vote, bro.
Indictment of a
don't come on here telling them niggas your opinion.
Are you one of those
and you
who
didn't
think
even
that
cast
the
your vote?
two-party
Shut up,
system
nigga.
in
Shut the
the
fuck
US is not doing any
Goofy
good
ass
to
off
the
the screen.
nation?
Well, the two parties represent the competing forces of the ruling class in this country. They're not the same. You see them at each other's throats and at each other's necks. And they're in a vicious battle right now, and who knows where it goes. I mean, this country feels like a country on the verge of a civil war. On the surface, everything looks really horrible, and in many ways it is. But what we're saying right now, based on the messages of Bob Avakian, is that there's an opening for real revolutionary possibility and potential.
Who the independent guy?
As crazy as it might sound, we're taking that message out to thousands of people and ultimately millions of people.
So are you saying there's going to be a revolution irrespective of who enters the White House?
No.
We're hoping that millions of people will come to see that their future isn't bound up with joining with one side of a criminal imperialist system that has been prosecuting all these war crimes, or a fascist who openly praises Hitler and basically wants to organize one of the largest deportations in history. This is Donald Trump. And so we're saying that no, there's not automatically going to be a revolution. If there was automatically,
but that's what American people give a fuck about. They keep saying these people coming over.
All right, Miles. I wish you and your group good luck.
Miles don't know what's going on. It looked like damn the Republicans got
okay, let me go straight across now to CNN News 18. Sanjay Suri for more on the elections. The voting presently is underway. Sanjay, Americans are voting in record-setting numbers. The voting is underway in most of the states. What is it that you're hearing, and how close is this contest going to be? It has been a phenomenal election campaign full of twists and turns with the dramatic exit of Joe Biden and the entry of Kamala Harris. So over to you. Fill us in with all that you have for us.
Is this what is this CNN United or something? What the fuck? Let's find another one. Where's some people arguing? I want to see the arguments. I want to see niggas arguing on the panel. Saying, Kamala gonna win. Trump a whole ass nigga. You know how nigga be lying? That's what I want to see. Where they arguing at? They don't want to argue today. Every other day, niggas want to get on here and argue. But now today, that for some reason they don't want to argue. No. Fox News ain't live? Why Fox News ain't live? I'm surprised Fox lose. What's this one? What they talking about on here? What they talking about on this one?
He'd need at least 15. 15. He'd get it right there and call that 266. He'd still need one more state. He'd still need to get to Wisconsin to get over the top. So you can see how critical Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, they all are to both candidates.
Maurice Duval, thank you. Want to turn now to Cecilia Vega, because Cecilia, I know you did some reporting in Pennsylvania. What are we learning about what may be happening in the Keystone State?
Yeah, we're just back from a reporting trip there. Look, this is the holy grail. Margaret said it at the top of the show with its 19 electoral college votes. And I think, Nora, to understand the significance of Pennsylvania, all you got to do is look back to the final day of campaigning. Both candidates there. Donald Trump telling everybody, if we win Pennsylvania, we'll win this whole ball of wax. Kamala Harris ending her final rally on the steps of the famous Rocky Steps there. But look, Al Schmidt, the secretary.
Okay, let's go to Fox News. I know they with the shit. Oh, they got this dry ass shit. I thought Fox News was
does not mean anything nefarious is happening. Pack your patience.
And really has shifted this state.
I don't give a fuck up. I don't give a fuck about BBC.
Michigan, so don't read a lot into that number.
Oh yeah, my boy,
Here's
Aldrin, whatever the fuck his name is. Yeah, Aldrin.
19 electoral votes
fuck
and a
Ted
lead
Cruz.
Here for Kamala Harris.
Fuck Ted Cruz. Somebody he want to do fucking
Kamala
fuck
Harris.
Ted Cruz. Somebody he wanted to raise the fucking
Of it is they have to make sure that that slice of vote that they have on election day didn't just transfer to early voting. They need to make sure they're getting those election day people out, as well as your low propensity voters, and maybe those people who have changed their mind from 2020 and 20.
See, low propensity just sounds so.
And I think, the South Asian community, all Americans are very excited about this possibility of what we're going to do tonight.
Who is we?
As Ha Ha Jie or Sister Ha, that's also a pun on her.
I gotta stop clicking random shit. I'm pulling up shit I don't even want to. I'm not even trying to look at. Okay, they might be with the shit on MSNBC. What's this one? I kind of like this one better. Let's put that one. I think I want to put that one over there.
Super Naki's entered the room. I don't know if he's ready to talk to us yet. Are we ready? Okay, let's bring in the man of the hour, the man of the night, the man of hopefully not the whole week, Steve Kornacki.
Yeah, Nicole. So what we got here is we call this the first wave of exit polls. They're starting to come in, and I got to give the disclaimer, but it's very important. These exit polls are still being conducted in the battleground states. A lot of them are being conducted in non-Eastern time zone states. So what we have here, first of all, is very big picture, what I'm about to show you. And also a lot of these numbers are subject to change. There's going to be subsequent waves of exit polls that come out through the night. So again, we're inside of an hour till we get to those first initial poll closings. We'll certainly get a lot more clarity with the actual results. But between now and then, maybe to whet your appetite, we can just look at 30,000 feet here at a few things. That is not at all where I wanted to go with that. Here we go. The most important issue we asked folks, single most important issue. And right now, this is what's coming through in the exit poll nationally. Again, still being conducted.
The only Beehive ad network. Joining us now, Phil Prazan, who anchors Lone Star Politics and is a reporter for NBC Dallas Fort Worth. Phil, I'm so glad you're able to join us this morning. So these polls show the race pretty close right now, within the margin of error. But Democrats have been saying for years Texas is about to turn blue. It hasn't. So where do things stand?
I don't know if they're going to turn blue, but I understand what they're saying. I don't know if they're going to turn blue, but I get it. I get it. Oh, that's not even live? Just fooled the fuck out of me. Oh, it's because I didn't click this. I didn't click that. Oh, no. That's that dry shit. Oh, we gotta get back. We gotta get back right. Is this the one I was looking for?
Yeah, it's getting close. That's definitely interesting.
Who the fuck is that? Let me get my shit back right. I want to find one where they talking shit. All right, this okay.
I don't think we should ignore the fact that college students are playing a big role today. The lines, the overperformance at college campuses right now, whether you're in North Carolina or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or Nevada, on the ground, I've talked to the team that's running the ground game in all of these states. They have never seen this kind of response on college campuses.
Like,
so we may have a divide there between kids in college that are voting age and kids who aren't in college that are voting.
Is that playing out just in a few states or across all the states?
In all of the states, they're exceeding their model on how many people are voting at these college places that are primarily college.
Yeah, we can put up the Florida abortion ban. Remember, there are 10 states with abortion on the ballot tonight, and we can show you how Florida Amendment 4. This, by the way, requires a 60% to reach a 60% level. So right now, not there yet. We're not making a call, but that's.
It's been interesting to see these ballot measures. We have one in Florida. You mentioned abortion's on the ballot literally in 10 states, 2 of them battlegrounds, Nevada and Arizona. Some of the battlegrounds, Michigan, for example, had abortion on the ballot 2 years ago, lifted Democrats' prospects in Michigan. Now, is there a question in your mind, Senator McCaskill, whether or not Democrats who might have been motivated to go to the polls on the abortion issue feel like, oh, well, it's already taken care of. People are kind of in the middle thinking, I can vote for Trump even because I think I've already taken care of this abortion question with regard to the ballot measure in a battleground like Michigan.
I don't know. I think ProPublica has done such an amazing job of
take abortions away in
the deaths to women.
That don't seem like no Michigan shit.
Trump really extreme abortion bans that are in many, many states. And Texas isn't a battleground state. But there's a Senate race out there that I've got a half an eye on tonight. And I think when you have women dying who want to have the children,
Let's go. What's my nigga
who
name?
are
Audrey.
suffering a miscarriage and can't get the health care they need. That
tell you
takes
what
it to
her
a different
name is.
level. And I don't think we had very many of those stories out there in 2022 like we have in 2024. And I think the campaign has certainly emphasized those stories and the brave women telling them.
And I also think that this is an issue that Republicans have struggled to find their footing on. Sarah and I have talked quite a bit.
Let me just pick up that thought a moment. We have an election alert now. This is a poll closing here at the 8:30 hour in the East. Arkansas will be closing here momentarily. We'll perhaps get a characterization. That's the only one at 8:30 we're going to see. And here's the projection. NBC News can project that Donald Trump will win in the state of Arkansas when all the votes are counted. 6 electoral votes. Here's where we are on the map to 270. That leaves Donald Trump with 99 electoral votes, 27 for Harris. Again, the goal, 270.
All right, let's go to the battlegrounds. Georgia's race for president too close to call at this hour. 53% of the vote in, just too close to make a prediction there. Pennsylvania too early to call. They're just getting started in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and North Carolina also too early to call. We do have more vote there, but we're just not in a position yet to call those races. However, Tom, as I go to you, these are some of the races. Georgia and North Carolina, these are fast counters, and we may be able to make a call by the middle of the night or in the early hours this morning, and that would be quite telling.
Yeah, our decision desk guidance is that Georgia and North Carolina both improving the way they tabulate votes. We should have a projected winner some point tonight. Those will be the two first battlegrounds that we hope to project and we hope to call at some point earlier tonight, but we'll have to wait and see. We're ready for anything. We could be surprised by anything. I want to talk about Virginia for a little bit, and a caveat here, as Chuck Todd reminded us. Northern Virginia, the suburbs, they do sort of report late. That vote is still coming in, but we still see some troubling signs for Kamala Harris, at least in some of these counties. So Biden was at 61%, 95% of the vote is in. And I just want to highlight this. There's only about 2,800 votes remaining, so not a lot of votes going to come in. She's at 56%, 57%. 61% was where Biden was. As we keep going around, my team flagged another county. Fairfax County, she's doing fine. Prince William, though, underperforming here as well. 80% of the vote is in. Biden was at 62. She's at 58. Again, these are suburban women, highly educated, college degrees, sort of your establishment Democrats. These and a growing area of Virginia as well. A lot of people move here for the jobs, to work in government as well. Again, it's still very early. We're still waiting for all the votes to be called in Virginia. An area we watch too is Chesterfield. This is just south of Richmond. African Americans who originally lived in Richmond moved out to places like Chesterfield and Henrico as well. It's one of those swing counties. Biden won in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. So we're keeping an eye on it. Like and you see, this is where Biden was in 2020. This is where Kamala Harris is tonight, 49.4. But there's only 35% of the vote in. So still a lot of vote to be counted there. So we're going to stay and watch that. As we move further west, we have some counties out here, rural counties. This is Wise County. This is Trump country near West Virginia. You can see 94% in. He was at 80.4 in 2020. He's at 81.6. Again, how does he win states like Virginia? They're going to run up the votes in the suburban areas, the Democrats. He runs up the votes in the rural areas. So that's going to be good there for the Republicans if they want to hold those marks. Virginia Beach, this is another area we're going to be watching. Again, an area that sometimes tends to swing. Trump with 48% in 2016. Biden was able to flip it 30% in. Again, still early, but Trump is ahead there. So we're watching Virginia, guys, and we'll see what happens. We're still waiting for some of the vote to come in here, but some signs that, you know, maybe trouble Democrats, maybe they trouble Republicans as well. We're going to have to wait. Back to you guys.
All right, we shall wait. We do have a key projection right now. The state of Delaware, the home state of the sitting president, Joe Biden, will go for Kamala Harris as expected. Here's how the vote shook out, just 48% in, but this is an easy projection with the margins as they are expected to be. So here's where we fill out our map at 8:30 on the East Coast. Delaware being added to the tally for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump leading as some of these big states in the South, which are expected to go his way, are starting to report in. Speaking of the South, we've got NBC News correspondent Allison Barber. She's in the key county of Gwinnett County, Georgia. First vote starting to come in there. And what are you hearing? We've got both campaigns really laser focused on this area.
And then where the Migos from?
Yeah, they care a lot about this county, Savannah. And let me just show you, because we've just started to see precinct captains coming in with their memory cards, with the votes that happened in person on Election Day. You see this line that goes out the door around. What you're looking at are all of the precinct captains from Gwinnett County. Ultimately, what they're doing is they're coming in here. They have with them little bags that are secured with the official election seal on the top of the envelope.
Damn, they had to vote like that. My shit didn't go like that. I guess you vote different places. Okay, what they doing on this one?
I was able to sell over 100 books just in one night on Whatnot. So if you are not aware, Whatnot is an amazing app where you can.
Let's see.
A 14% in.
No. Where that fake ass CNN one at? There you go. This fake ass CNN one. That was kind of entertaining on that one. Okay, I think I'm gonna put. They talking on this one? Yeah, put that fake ass CNN one on. They was going.
Race again.
That was more entertaining on this one.
States to close their polls and for the results to start coming in.
All right, Paula Newton.
What time do those states?
For getting us such important information.
105:30.
On the broadcast, Ray Locker, author and journalist.
105 Fever to 30.
Strategist. Ray, coming to you. What an election it has been. A very tightly contested presidential race. Most importantly, it's been a knife-edge race in most of the swing states as well, with both the leaders really going all guns blazing in attacking each other and also persuading the voters to vote for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's phenomenal. And these are very nerve-wracking times for both campaigns as the early returns come in. You know, I think it's key to look at some of these major urban areas. I mean, you have Georgia up on the screen now, and Trump is leading there, but the metro Atlanta counties have not really
What did this nigga just say in the comments?
So you're going to see huge Democratic margins there, as you have in the past.
In the comments,
and in recent elections, that's been enough to carry the day. I don't know about this time, though. And then you look in Pennsylvania, obviously,
he just
the
got
city of
South
Philadelphia crucial, but the surrounding
Carolakis.
suburban counties.
He got South
How well
Carolakis.
does Harris do there among Republican-leaning women? I mean, the indications are that she's going to do well. But, you know, I mean, it's a secret ballot. People say one thing and vote another, you know, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
That is true.
Oh, that's true. And I think
People
that
will
holds
say
true
something
for any
publicly and then
election.
be like, nah, I
We've
was
seen
just
that
saying
in India as
And
well,
then
in the Lok Sabha elections.
be
Ray,
like, I was
Mr.
just
Mittal,
playing.
coming to you now,
I was just
let's
playing.
talk about the swing states and how pivotal they will be in shaping the electoral map. Ray was speaking about Georgia, the significance of Georgia, that traditionally, in fact, has leaned towards the Republican, but then it kind of witnessed a pivot. And now what we're getting to hear from the early trends is that Trump is taking a lead in Georgia. So if you could just talk about the entire U.S. presidential election campaign and just how high the stakes are for both the candidates.
That's going to be big. He gets Georgia.
Thank you for having me on. Yeah, the stakes are very high. And as far as the swing states go, you know, there used to be a saying that the Democrats couldn't lose Michigan and the Republicans couldn't lose Georgia. And that made both those states may be in play this time, as with the last election where Republicans ultimately ended up losing Georgia. One of the factors this time that may be different is that in 2020, there was an African-American senator on the ballot. And so many of the smaller counties, the African-American localities, came out to vote for him in larger numbers. And so this time around, we have an Indian origin and an African-American origin presidential candidate. So it remains to be seen whether they're going to come out en masse and vote for her in the same numbers that they did for the current Senator Warnock from Georgia. And the same thing in Michigan and Wisconsin. You know, the Wisconsin has a huge college-educated population and graduate students, and the suburbs had gone for Biden the last time. Remains to be seen whether they'll go for him this time. Whether
they be saying that shit
wins out over the last 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration.
They be saying that shit like college educated. Oh, you smarter because you're college educated.
And so Harris can't lose the Rust Belt, but Trump can afford to lose, you know, maybe Arizona here, maybe even Georgia if he wins in Pennsylvania. And so it's more on Harris to lose to win the Rust Belt.
They got some Harrises in the YouTube comment section over there.
You made a great video, but what if no one watches it? Too few subscribers on the channel? Try Prodvigate, the 2-click setup process using only the official YouTube tools. You will get real views and subscribers. Prodvigate is an official Google partner.
Fuck is Prodvigate? It was Prodvigate.
Life doesn't stop when you're getting an education. That's why Sophia offers self-paced online
states to look at apart from Pennsylvania that are going to be crucial in those last minutes.
What are they talking about on Twitter? Oh, it's not live no more? What happened to the live? I see what they're talking about on here.
But, I come from a state that is very Trump heavy. So I certainly know that there are women out there
She in Texas.
that
Okay, she in
have bought
Texas.
what he's selling. I like to say I think there's about a third of the Trump voters that don't believe a word he says, but they really like the idea that their tax cut's going to stay in place, and they think their business interests are going to be better protected with less regulation. And then 2/3 of the Trump voters who believe every word he says and like it just fine.
Yeah, so I want to get your thought on something at work right now. And
every word
a bit
that
of a
nigga be
mixed
saying
message
be
in the
crazy
campaign,
to me. Like,
the
you
Donald
really
Trump's
believe that?
campaign
You don't hear
about
what that nigga
early
be saying
voting.
sometimes?
Yes,
You be
do
like,
it, don't do it.
What?
How do you think that is playing out?
He gonna say, "You're never gonna have to worry about
some of the early
voting for
vote
me
returns,
again." Nigga, what?
certainly
You only
we
supposed to
saw
have one more
higher numbers
term.
of Republicans voting early. Looks to me like a lot of those were election day voters previously who voted early. Okay, great for the Trump campaign. They banked votes. They can focus on those who haven't voted. So to me, what I'm going to be looking for is his share of the early vote higher than it was in 2020?
Yeah,
Democrats
it definitely
dominated
should
the
be.
early vote totals in 2020.
It definitely should be.
And,
better
Donald
this
Trump in
time
most of
around.
these states was doing 35, not
This
even
early
higher than
vote is
40%
definitely
in
gonna be
any of
better
those
this time
states,
around.
these target states we've been talking about all night.
Is it like,
So
man,
does he do 42,
some of them gonna think,
43,
man, if
44?
we got out and did
In
our early
2020,
vote,
we were in the midst of a
no matter
pandemic.
what, but I
Donald
don't-
Trump was
I don't think
actively
that would have mattered.
telling
Sure.
people not to vote early or
Correct.
not vote by mail, saying he was suspicious of it. They're to Lester's point, he changed that tune. Now they're actively encouraging
Yeah, yeah,
Republican
yeah.
voters to
Yeah.
go in and early vote, and Republican voters seem to have answered that call.
That's right. It was a huge strategic blunder in 2020 to have done that,
Yeah, that was
particularly in a
dumb.
close race. Had he not done
That
that,
was
perhaps he
dumb.
would have won. So I think he learned that lesson. And also, if you just
He
look at the
better learn
trends in
some
early
lesson.
voting and the trends in absentee by states, it's a prudent thing to do.
To be clear, the Republican apparatus absolutely made a big push this cycle to get voters out to vote early. Donald Trump himself was all over the map on that. You see it at his rallies. He talks about at one rally, he would say, go out and do it.
The
At another
last
rally, he
election,
would
he was like,
cast
nah,
doubt on the
don't
validity
vote
of
through the
ballots that were
mail.
put in through the mail, et cetera.
Then
Some
your
of that
votes are not gonna go
likely
in.
seeped down to some
Don't
of his
vote early.
voters in some of these key battleground states, as we heard from talking to voters in
Tell
some of these
people, you supposed to say,
battlegrounds.
boy, and every
Remember
way
that
you
this
can
is
vote,
a former president
vote.
who,
That's what
over
you're
the
supposed to
summer,
say.
you look at,
Nah,
let's say,
don't-
20
don't-
rallies,
don't
at
touch the
5 of them,
mail.
he cast doubt on the
Touch the
results of the
mail.
election even before votes were counted. That ramped up in just the last month. At 14 of 20 rallies, he did
don't
the same
trust the
thing. So
mail.
he has not been super consistent on this.
Let's go to Tom Yamas right now. Tom, as we speak, North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania are counting votes right now.
Yeah, and we're getting ready for poll closings in places like Nebraska, and Nebraska could be the key to it all. And I know what you're saying, Nebraska.
Georgia right
Yes.
now.
So when you look at our beautiful
leading
map here, you see the
Georgia.
maps,
He is,
the states that are
up in
red, the states that are
Georgia.
blue in our battlegrounds here
Let me
that
show
aren't
y'all.
colored in. And then
I'm gonna show y'all.
Nebraska and Maine, they have this kind of where's Waldo effect.
I'm
When
going
we hit
to
it, here's
show
why.
y'all
Nebraska and Maine, they
why
both give out their electors a little differently,
Electoral
their electoral votes.
Which
If
one
you
am
win the popular vote, you get 2 in Nebraska, and then they give them by congressional district as well.
that's cool.
Trump is going to win 2 of the congressional districts most likely in the
He is
popular
leading-
vote. But
Yeah, he
congressional
leading
district
Georgia
2,
right now.
CD2 in Nebraska is a
up
battleground district.
by,
And the entire election, I say,
what's
could
that?
come down to this. Let
Almost
me explain why.
300,000
So let's
he's
take you
up
to
by
Nebraska and show you where
300,000
CD2 is.
votes.
It's essentially the city of Omaha, right? I'm going to draw it for you and then show you the congressional district. It's the city of Omaha, a little bit of Saunders,
Wow, she
and then a
got
little
it
bit of
close in
Sarpy as well. I
Texas.
should say all of Saunders as well. That's essentially the way it looks, right? I'm going to give you
want Illinois?
the congressional map so we can cut it out a little more. So this right here, that's congressional district 2.
Ooh, she's
It's a
smoking
swing
that
district,
nigga,
as I said.
it's only
2016,
12%. I was
Trump
about to
wins by
say,
6,000
that's only
votes.
12%
In
reported.
2020, Biden wins by 20,000 votes.
how
So
did
why
they-
is it
how does
important?
it say
Because
she
if we
won
come down to
if
that
it's
scenario
only-
where it's 269,
Oh, Tom.
Savannah, I gamed that out. It's going to
Man, I
come
guess
down
they
to
know
Nebraska
better
too.
than I do.
So every
I don't
vote does
know.
matter. It matters so much that we spoke to people in Omaha, asking them about what this
Uh-oh.
campaign was like. They say they've
Uh-oh,
never
she
seen anything
turned
like it.
up.
They've been inundated with ads
Hold on,
saying
she
on the
turned up.
television, on the radio, people calling them, unlike anything they've ever seen before. Again,
She
it
started to
likely
turn up
won't come
on
down to
this nigga.
Nebraska too, but it might, and
Then
that's why every vote matters.
one.
Again, Omaha, the biggest area of Nebraska, fastest growing area, and tonight we'll be watching it.
Tom, you promised me you would not raise the specter of the 269 to 269.
It could happen. We're ready for it.
It could happen. The Constitution has provisions for it, but can we just all agree? Let's hope we don't get there.
Is that Chuck Todd's music?
Is that Chuck Todd's head exploding? Yes, perhaps it is. But it's interesting to see these are such contested races, and it's actually nice to see. I think we've divided our country so much into red and blue. It's nice to see that once you get at a county by county level, all of these states they're not monolithic. There's more to it, and we still do live right next to each other. And Nebraska too is a very good example of that.
I think he might take Georgia.
But I would say you're right. We live right next to each other. But the folks that live in Omaha, I guarantee you, some of the folks that live out in a very sparsely populated rural county don't relate to some of the same issues that the people in Omaha think are important. It's much more of an urban area.
There's also a hot Senate race there right now where the Republican was expected, you would think, would just cruise to re-election there, but there's an independent candidate, Dan Osborne, who's really giving a run for her money for Deb Fischer.
Yeah. And I will say that one of the things about the urban-rural issue is when you think about the ground game, I don't think we talk about this enough. The ground game for the Republican Party is much harder. Going door to door in rural communities is a much different operation than going door to door in a densely populated area. It's not as efficient. It's more difficult. Frankly, a lot of folks out in the rural area don't want strangers knocking on their door. They're not used to having people they don't recognize coming up the driveway 2 miles down from their nearest neighbor. So it is harder for the Republican Party to do the ground game, the GOTV, as you talked about earlier, than it is for the Republican Party. But it'll be interesting to see how this independent does in Nebraska. He says he's going to be independent. He won't caucus with either party. He won't vote for either leader. He says his job would be to try to bring the two parties together. It's probably a winning message right now. I just don't know.
He's starting to take off more in Georgia.
Nebraska's pretty red.
All right, well, the drama is continuing to build. 3 big battlegrounds closing at the top of the next hour. Don't go away. We'll be right back as we count down the road to 270.
Who the fuck lives in Maine? He want Florida fast as fuck. I remember when I was a kid. What was that? When Bush was running, Florida was a big state that took a minute. Now shit was early. This nigga took it early. Nigga took that shit early. Florida wasn't playing. They came out and voted for Donnie Boy. Let's find another one. All right. Let's see when they talking shit. I don't got the panels tonight.
Don't do it. You can still earn income while
What's
learning
that?
how to
Panels
code.
where they was on here saying the dumb shit.
There's no experience required.
You mean anybody can do this?
Yes, all you have to do is click the link below.
It looked like
in the United States.
It looked like he kicking her ass, but he ain't really kicking her ass though, because it's still early. We still got the whole West Coast. She's gonna get California.
Senators being elected.
He's gonna get Texas.
435 elections for members of the House of Representatives. There is
still got a long way to go. They saying if he get Georgia, that's big for him.
Who are up for election?
It look like he's gonna take Georgia.
Of mayors,
because it's 55% in
state legislatures,
like this shit. It's a
commissioners,
like this
judges.
Why is it reported 12%? But she won already.
Dispersion.
I don't know. I guess
I
don't know.
Of the number of
I
elections
don't know how that
that
should
are
be
in
working.
play,
Okay, he gonna take Ohio.
That and the lack of centralized political power that provides the durability for democracy in the United States, and is the explanation.
This nigga sound like he dead.
After elections, we
sound dry as
tend to
fuck.
have radical changes in policy or approach. On foreign policy or domestic
like
policy,
Kansas starting to wake up
across the board. That isn't that there won't be changes.
Kansas
but
like they're waking up.
Radical shifts in approach. Canada is a poster child for that.
Canada,
because the U.S.-Canada relationship
what the
is
fuck we talking about
particularly
Canada?
substantial. It is
He's
particularly
talking about
durable.
America.
It's been around for
You talking about
100+
Canada?
years.
What happened to America?
And you can pick your topic. I'll pick trade as an example.
Let me listen to what he's saying.
Canada and the United States share the largest bilateral trade relationship in the world. We have $3.4 billion a day in goods and services trade across our borders, creating or sustaining millions of jobs in both Canada and the United States. I haven't heard a single presidential candidate ever say, we want to blow up this $3.4 billion a day trade relationship with Canada. So I think Canada,
why is this not updated?
I'm not saying Canada
why is there's
105.27?
This is one.
Not sure Canada doesn't need to be prepared to deal with whoever the new administration is, because there's going to be a
let's
new
get some
president
updates on the
and a
Senate
new administration, no matter
Oh, they
who
lost the
wins
seat. Them
this
niggas lost the
election.
seat.
But I think
They
Canada's
gonna be
doing
crying
all
about that.
those things with its Team Canada approach. And I think
they
as
whooping
long
their
as it
ass in
does
the,
those things, it has
house.
every
Let's go see.
reason to
Let's go.
expect
Oh, no,
that the extraordinary
go back.
friendship, partnership, and
no,
allyship
shit.
that exists between Canada and the United States will continue no matter who the next
let's
president of
see.
the United States is.
All right, Ambassador Cohen in Ottawa, thank you.
Thank you for having me on the air, and have a great night. You're going to be at this for a while.
Yeah, we will. We will.
Why is that?
Thank
I don't
you, sir.
get why.
Rosie, it's
I don't
the
get why
uniform
this
message out of
shows
Ottawa is
71,
it's
but
fine,
on
it's
their
fine,
thing
everything's
it
fine.
shows
Yeah.
one. Let's
no
let's
one
go back
wants
to this
to
one. Let's
panic,
do it.
and no one also wants to send the message that we won't be able to deal with whatever we have to deal with. And to that
See, I'm
end,
confused.
David Cohen's counterpart in Washington,
Why they
knows
shit ain't
Ambassador
updating
Cohen,
as fast
our
as the other
ambassador
shit?
in Washington, has really been a linchpin in terms
Like that
of
still say
keeping up
one.
the
How did
relationships
it go
that were
backwards
formed
though?
during the Trump presidency, and then the relationships with Biden's people, and then
Yo, my nigga
everybody
Shady.
else in Congress, governors,
How
trying
did
to
it go
find different
backwards?
ways and
I don't
people
get that.
who understand Canada and are willing
Something-
to
they got
lobby
some
for
bullshit
Canada
going on
our
somewhere.
behalf because of that trade agreement. That is also something that the government's been doing, but
They got
it
some
is a
bullshit.
very precise sort of
How did he go back? You
chart
don't
offensive
lose.
in some ways to try and make sure that we stay on the radar and that we have people
This one must be
helping us
ran by the
behind scenes
Democrats.
get our message
That's
through as
what-
well. And that will
It must be
continue
ran by
no
them
matter who
niggas.
is president.
No matter who is president. Well, we're still obviously
No,
in
I
the
don't
early
get
stages of
how
finding out who
that
exactly that will
say.
be.
I don't get how
Numbers
this
haven't
says
changed much
105
at the bottom of
and
your
this
screen.
says
105 for Donald
27.
Trump, 27
It's
Kamala Harris. No
30 right
surprises
here to
there
10.
yet. Still
I don't.
very
I don't.
early on in
How
the
did he
evening.
go
But we're
backwards?
going to take a live look now at the
How
two
does that work?
headquarters, the Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C., and Trump headquarters in Florida. Both very busy. Parties, it seems. There's some dancing going on everywhere. It's still early. Let's see how people are feeling in about 14 hours from now. But in the
I think
interim,
the
let's
let's
to
go one of these websites.
let's
I
go to
don't-
Georgia. Let's go
see.
to John Northcott, who is in Atlanta. What an interesting place Georgia has always been.
That's see,
Certainly in
that's 1. Oh,
2020,
that's
it
the
was-
that's the
in
Associated
some
Press.
ways, it was the story
This
of
is
the
the New
election.
York Times got.
That famous phone call. I just
Why does
need
that say 105 though?
11,780
That's
votes,
what's
one more
confusing
than we
me.
got. The seed for all those claims about a stolen election. What is happening there tonight, John?
Let's see.
Adrian, what we're seeing is here at
I don't-
the
I don't get
Democrats
what's
hold
going
their,
on.
watch party.
Guess 'cause they're not
is that
counting
we've seen
these?
Trump go out ahead with a big lead, but this is what they refer to in Georgia as the red mirage, because the rural
red mirage?
counties tend to vote Republican. The rural counties have fewer voters, they are less densely populated, and they just get the results in faster.
Yeah, I don't
so
get it.
while he went out ahead with a
I'm
big lead earlier, we're
confused.
starting to see that shrink a little bit. What we're also seeing is the early voting play a role in this, because what we're seeing now is
I don't
all
know.
those
Shit is
early
confusing.
votes
Fuck out of
coming
me.
in, and as a result of that, we're seeing
I don't know which one to go
high
to.
propensity of Republicans. And you'll recall that Donald Trump has in the past discouraged his supporters from voting any other way,
Which was
except
dumb.
in person on election day. No mail-ins, no early voting, etc.
I guess I just go with the Associated
Republican Party
Press.
argued cost him in the last election. So this time around, he was saying, get out there and vote early. And we're seeing there in terms of those early
better
votes
tell
that are
them niggas
coming in
that.
and being counted, that the Republicans
nigga.
are in fact a greater number. And that aligns with what I've been hearing from Republican officials that I've been talking to in the last week or so that I've
People
been
are
down
so
here.
scared, like-
watch for that red mirage, watch for that lead of Trump initially to shrink, but still far too early to call. And as you say, Adrian, hearkening back to 4 years ago when it was 0.2% was how Joe Biden took it. And of course, that after a number of days of recounts and court battles and charges of election interference. Officials here say they are very confident.
Let's go back to where that CNN bullshit at. Where the CNN shit at? We going back to them niggas. Cause there's a little more they had more people on there, so they're dead talking ass nigga. Nigga was talking like he dead. Like, put some life in your voice, my boy. Nah. Where's it at? Where's CNN bullshit at? It was never 95. They got some clickbait going on right there, boy. Where is the CNN one? Where's the CNN 18? Let's see. Here you go.
Tired of guessing what's wrong with your YouTube videos? Well, vidIQ has the answers. Just connect your YouTube channel, click optimize.
Harris and Trump both have promised to end the wars, but will they be able to do so? There's a lot at stake. I don't really think they will to end the war.
But someone who believes that this will be resolved is Donald Trump, Akanksha. He, in fact, has vowed that if elected to power and if he's the president, he would first and foremost end the two ongoing wars. All right, we have to take a very short break. Stay tuned. I'll be back with lots more on our continuing coverage of the United States presidential elections.
Ooh. 63 reporter. I don't know if she could catch up. I don't think she could catch up in Georgia. That's close in Texas, though. To me, that's close. I don't think she could catch up in Georgia. Georgia. Like she gonna get that one.
Body without the government interfering.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
And the Harris campaign
panel
is saying, yes, you can, and here are our plans for that.
All right, Bobby, let me quickly bring you in. Instead of focusing on the economy, how much has, in fact, Donald Trump managed to do that? He's, of course, constantly attacked Kamala Harris for the promises that she's making, but also spoken about immigration becoming a major issue. Whereas, it's been proven through records that, maximum crime that's taking place in the United States is done by U.S. citizens, and yet he chooses to, in fact, hold. Here's a very warm welcome to all our viewers on CNN News 18 to race for the White House. So we are coming live to you from the CNN studios in New York City.
Why is this shit all over the place?
States is voting to elect its next president today in an election that is probably the biggest event.
I don't get what's going on here.
You guys watching for here in our final minute here in this hour, what are you watching for here as we approach the 9 o'clock hour in the East?
We're waiting for those results to roll in from Pennsylvania. They're coming in slow but sure. The expectation is for the urban centers being Pittsburgh and Allegheny County and Philadelphia to come in first. But the central part of Pennsylvania, commonly referred to as Pennsyltucky, may come in a little bit later than those results. So all eyes on PA, all eyes on Michigan and Wisconsin, that blue wall. We're watching.
Kevin saying you're watching. I'm sure it's Pennsylvania now. I don't know if this is the same ring as Florida.
No, it absolutely is Pennsylvania. We're encouraged. Democrats are encouraged with the long lines that we're seeing at a lot of these college campuses. Those folks should stay in line if they were in line before the close of the polls at 7. But certainly it's all eyes on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and we know that the battleground of Pennsylvania and
I'll
Georgia,
check tomorrow.
North Carolina is still at this point too close to call.
Yeah, all right, guys. Thank you so much. We'll check in with you later. Fox 5 will have.
Wait, did she say Pennsylvania was too close to call?
Polls were not good, but the how late we.
they felt was nauseously optimistic. I know that's something that you have heard. It seems like everybody's been on edge. As these numbers start to come in now, as the night starts to die down,
can he make a comeback here or something?
How are we feeling? What's the temperature in the room?
I think that's a perfect description of probably how Nicole and I are both feeling. Yeah. I think we're reading into every little tea leaf and every little precinct in each of these 7 key battleground states. I think the key thing is patience, as we stressed earlier, both Nicole and I, to get a better picture of what is still outstanding, where those votes have already come down, and just really hold our breath to see how this election shakes out. It's going to be incredibly close, similar to what we saw in 2020 and 2016. We are a very divided country.
Yeah, Angie asked that a lot better.
No, don't say that, bro. We is not divided like y'all trying to put it.
It feels like the whole country is
waiting
for the
this
results
one
of an
updated?
STD test. As we wait for these
That
results.
nigga play too much. Like, where is that? Why is that like that? Why is that so much? And I'm confused. Where are these projections coming from? This MSNBC too. Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, what the fuck? I gotta get off the AP because they is not in sync with everybody else. Let's. Oh shit! Yeah, they got none of these people track their shit the same. What he just win? South Dakota? Who lives in South Dakota?
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Install any official LOL esports mod.
Who lives in South Dakota? I never met anybody that lived in South Dakota. What is this?
Now 220,000 votes. Trump on top with 66% of the vote in. But Republicans, it can't even get close to celebrating just yet. These sort of UFO objects we have circling Georgia right now, this is the remaining vote. And the bigger that bubble, that means the more vote that is out. And the more vote that is out right now is in the Atlanta metro region. Remember, I told you guys earlier that about 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. The election is essentially won or lost in the Atlanta metro region because the margins are so close. Every vote matters, but because the margins are so close, Trump runs up that rural vote. The Democrats run up the urban vote. They run up the suburban counties around Atlanta as well. Let's take a look. Let's see how Atlanta and the surrounding counties are looking, the ring counties. Cobb County, 77% of the vote is in. Harris slightly overperforming where Biden was in 2020. Let's go over to Fulton County. This is where Atlanta is, a huge county for Democrats here. She's about where Biden was, 72% of the vote in. She can catch up and bring that up. Gwinnett County, again, these are the counties that Clinton flipped in 2016, and they just got bluer and bluer. And you can see what's happening here. 16% of the vote is in, but she's at 60. Biden was at 58. Let's keep going around here. Douglas County, 84% in.
16?
Here we go. Harris overperforming
65.
in that county. We'll come a little further out. Rockdale County will kind of move a little out the suburbs, the exurbs, if you will. 69%. Look at where Harris is tonight. 74%. She's running up that vote in the Atlanta metro region. If she can keep that momentum going, she could possibly take the state of Georgia. But again, we got to wait and see. I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties. 78%, 95% of the vote is in. So 78% in 2020. He's at 78 right now. Let me go to neighboring Towns County right here, 8180, and then in Union, 8180. He seems to be hitting his marks too. I want to hit some sort of swing counties, if you will. Dooley is one of these. Trump won it in 2016, but if we go back, Obama had it in 2012. Tonight, Trump is up. He's building on his margins from 2020. That's a good sign for him. Let me see if Peach County is in. Peach County is another one that no vote is in. This is one of those swing counties, not a whole lot of voters, but it usually sort of picks the winner. We like to watch it as we go around. Muskegee, this is 72%. This is one of the ones we're watching to see if Trump could make inroads with black voters here. Harris seems to be comfortable. She seems to be at the same watermark where Biden was in 2020. So guys, still very close in Georgia, as we said. Too close to call. It was about 12,000 votes that separated this in 2020. Trump won this state by about 5 percentage points in 2016. The state is definitely changing, and the reason why it's changing, it's in this Atlanta metro region.
Yeah.
Website.
North Carolina, I'd love to see some North Carolina numbers. I mean, these numbers are coming in as we speak.
Yeah, let's hit North Carolina. Again, we're going to look at all the state. I'm going to be looking at Mecklenburg County. This is where Democrats have to drive up the vote. Only 6% is in, but we can see how she's performing here. 6% is in. I'm not going to really draw too much from there, but she's overperforming Biden. We go to the research triangle here. Wake County, 76% of the vote is in. We compare her to Biden, 62 to 63. She's doing better. I know a lot of the vote is in. Over here in Orange County. This is UNC Chapel Hill, the research triangle. You have medical research jobs, high-tech research jobs, affluent suburbs, highly educated Democratic voters. 86% of the vote is in. Let's see how she compares to Biden. Slightly overperforming Biden, not by much, but look, any little increment makes a difference when you're talking about a 10,000 vote difference at the end of the day. Right now, the difference is about 41,000 in that county. Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. We can check out some of his counties over here in Western North Carolina, Graham County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all that devastating flooding. 95% and 81%. In 2020, he was at 79, so kind of overperforming. The big unknown was how many people were going to actually vote in here. And one of the great researchers, Dr. Chris Cooper of North Carolina, political scientist, pointed out to us. He said, listen, this is Trump's area that was affected by those floods. You can have 9 MAGA hats in your house. But if you no longer have a house, trying to get your vote, trying to get your voting location is going to be difficult. They were so concerned about this area that election officials actually changed the rules so you could actually vote in other counties if you couldn't vote in your own county. It looks like turnout's okay. We heard that from Sam Brock. Asheville is that blue dot in the sea of red in North Carolina. Again, affected by Hurricane Helene, 55% of the vote there in Buncombe County. Biden was at 59. Harris is overperforming. Again, any advantage she has in the counties where Biden was doing well or won, and she's hitting higher marks. Democrats are going to love that news, but there's still a lot of the vote is out, 76% in Wake, like we said. Let me see where else in the state that we're still waiting on vote, because there are a lot of rural counties. Listen, if right now, let me go to the entire state. So 41% of the vote is in. Look at this giant circle around Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte, a lot of that vote, Mecklenburg County, it's a county that is majority minority, right? Mostly Black and Hispanic. And they're still waiting a lot of the vote there. That could be a very good sign for Democrats tonight. But some of the vote is out, like in these rural counties right here. If we check out Johnson County, just outside of Raleigh, connected to that. I'm actually kind of curious, even though only 8% is in here. This was a county that they were looking at to see if Democrats could make inroads there. It looks to be about the same, only 8% in, guys. But we're going to keep a close eye on North Carolina as more of this map gets filled out.
All right, so here's where we are, 7 minutes after 9 o'clock in the East Coast. Polls have closed now of 6 of 7 battleground states, still waiting, obviously, for the 7th. Hallie, you heard the numbers. Break it down how we're viewing it through the lens of
through the exit polls, which are coming in. And I got to give the grain of salt caveat, which is these numbers don't get finalized until closer to Thanksgiving, right? So we don't want to overread into them, but they are an indication of where things stand. And what I'm looking at, given the polls have just closed now in the rest of the blue wall states, Michigan and Wisconsin, here's something interesting. Look at the youth vote here. This is a little tricky to look at, but I'm going to walk you through it. Look at Vice President Kamala Harris. She is winning younger voters under the age of 30 in Wisconsin, but Donald Trump is right on her heels there with 47%. He is actually winning younger voters in Michigan, 51% to 46%. Really? And if you take a look even further into this, you can see that he is overperforming where he was among young voters in the state of Wisconsin, 47% now. That's a double-digit increase from where he was 4 years ago. It's a similar story in Michigan. Really? And I will also tell you, it is a similar story in Pennsylvania as well. You see the Michigan numbers here. Similar story in Pennsylvania as well when it comes to young voters. Now, we've been doing a lot of counterpoint tonight, so let me fill you in as I walk back to the desk. One of the counterpoints here is in Michigan and Wisconsin, Vice President Harris is doing better with older voters than she was relative to 2020. So there's some interesting dynamics at play here.
Well, it's interesting because we saw Gotti Schwartz in Arizona on the campus of Arizona State University, which gives me personal pain as a graduate of the University of Arizona. But I mean, he may be in ground zero of this very thing that exit poll is showing, which is young voters, young male voters, which the Trump campaign worked very hard to turn out, are responding accordingly. Some of them talking about this Joe Rogan podcast. can't say I'm a regular listener to it, but he endorsed on the eve of the election, and that was extremely influential.
It could be very influential. And remember, in some of these states, you have same-day voter registration. And who takes the most advantage of it? Younger voters.
That's right.
You know, it was interesting. A lot of Democrats were very optimistic about some of their chances in some of the big Midwestern states for House, Senate, and the presidency, because unlike 2020, the Ann Arbor kids are going to vote in Michigan this time. In 2020, they voted in their home state. The Iowa City kids in Iowa, the Madison kids, and that this time they were all going to actually be in the battleground states. Because of the pandemic, they were home. The pandemic, they were home and more dispersed. Obviously, a big chunk of Michigan voters are from Michigan. University of Michigan folks are Michigan, but there's quite a few that aren't. And Democrats thought that could be a secret weapon for them. If the young men are pulling for Trump, then it's not as much of an impact. Still, there's a massive gender gap among young folks. Let's not. In fact, it may be bigger among young voters,
young
than
men
any
young
other
women.
age group.
And then we've seen as Laura Jarrett joins the table here, and I know you're looking into some of the legal issues, but also following these ballot referenda, including the abortion measure that needed a 60% approval, didn't quite get their 57%, so it went down to defeat in Florida. But to carry on this conversation, young women have been highly motivated by this issue of reproductive rights.
Women of all ages motivated, young and old, and obviously it didn't work in Florida, but the threshold was higher there, and we are still looking at a number of states, including places like Arizona, Missouri, Nebraska, South Dakota, all of which would change the right to an abortion to be enshrined in the Constitution, not something that you could take away easily. Once it's there, it can't just be wiped away when the change of legislature happens. And in those cases, it's a much different situation where you have to just get over a 50% threshold. And so it'll be interesting to see whether they can carry the ballot initiatives in those states, even if the former president is going to win in some of
We've
those
seen
states.
these ballot measures, pro-abortion ballot measures, even in very red states, pass and sometimes pass with 56, 57% of the vote, which, by the way, is what they got in Florida.
There has been a significant shift in the electorate, if these exit polls bear out to what we see right now, into how people feel about abortion rights and abortion access since 4 years ago. I would suspect it is entirely probably because of the overturning of Roe versus Wade. In 2020, 51% of people felt that abortion should be legal in all or most cases. You know what it is now? 66%. That is a significant jump.
Let me just quickly interrupt. We go back to this segment.
Reproductive rights. All they talk about is abortion.
In the state of Mississippi, NBC News now projects that Donald Trump will take all 6 electoral votes and will win in Mississippi. There is the breakdown right now, 21,000 vote difference, 10% in. But again, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Mississippi. Here's the map. Here's where it leaves us in the road to 270. Donald Trump, well out in front with 160. Kamala Harris now with 30.
Let's expand the conversation. Simone Sanders Townsend, former spokesperson to Kamala Harris. I wonder what you're seeing in these numbers. I assume you have good sources inside the campaign. What are you hearing?
Greetings, everyone. It's good to see you. So what I am hearing is that Democrats writ large in all of the battleground states, and I've been talking to party chairs, folks within the campaigns, but also the organizers on the ground, they're feeling encouraged by what they're seeing from college campuses specifically. In Wisconsin,
but y'all don't know who they voted for
in
them college campuses.
There are 2 large college campuses in that state, and as one individual in Wisconsin told me, that they could flip a House district seat. In Philadelphia, the turnout in Philly specifically has surprised some Democrats. From in Baltimore, D.C., New York, there were buses that left early this morning of strategists, organizers, even some donors, and they all went down and knocked doors in Pennsylvania, in the Philadelphia area and Philadelphia suburbs. Well, the numbers coming out of places like Temple University, where the lines were so long, people were standing in lines for 3 hours. College campus, they had to add more voting machines. They were not expecting that, Democrats, particularly in Pennsylvania. So they're encouraged, what I'm told, by the raw data, emphasis on the raw data they're seeing. So they don't want to speak out of turn, but they feel all right.
Yeah, Simone, what is worrying the Harris camp right now? Looking at it from the other end of the glass.
Well, the lines are very long, and they want people to stay in line, Lester. I'm told that actually in Pennsylvania specifically, celebrities are FaceTiming in to the people who are in line, encouraging them to stay in line. So the organizers are out there with the phones saying, "Hey, so and so is on the line." There are concerts actually happening. They are looking at Pennsylvania very closely. And as the time that the vice president spent in the state, state in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I think is also indicative of where they see some gaps. Also, obviously, DeKalb County in Georgia, the lines, the polling locations were staying open longer because of the bomb threats that were happening there and the evacuations that had to happen, encouraging people to know that it is safe to vote, stay in line, make your voice count. I think they want to ensure, they feel like that they can eke it out if people turned out to vote and stay in line.
All right. Simone, thanks very much.
We want to turn now to Garrett Haake. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. And we just got the inside scoop from the Harris campaign. So what are you hearing from the Trump campaign about what they're seeing in these battleground states in the early going?
Press, Trump is less than
Savannah, the Trump campaign is very buoyed by what they've seen out of Wisconsin, specifically among black voters. They're pointing to our exit poll, which shows Donald Trump more than doubling his support among African Americans in Wisconsin. I cannot emphasize enough how much this has been an emphasis for the Trump campaign to try to improve their margins. They got blown out with African American voters in 2020. If they were able to move the percentage that they got from 8% to 10, 12, 15, in this case, based on these early exit polls, getting 20% in Wisconsin, that's the kind of thing that could make a huge difference in a race that might be decided by 15 or 20,000 votes in those states. They spent heavily on television. They spent heavily on African-American media, trying to find celebrity validators for Donald Trump and particularly to reach out to young men. If Trump pulls this off tonight or in the days to come, those small changes at the margins among African-American men, I think, will be a huge part of this story.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters, Washington, D.C. And how's the feeling there? What's the vibe?
Well, there's still a celebratory feel here right now. They're waiting for any particular data points that they can know if it's a good indication or not. The Harris campaign individuals still watching behind closed doors. The vice president watching alongside family and friends tonight. A lot of the donors and other big supporters of the vice president's at a hotel here in Washington, D.C. watching as well before they arrive here a little bit later this evening. I'll tell you some of the data points that they are pointing to right now as potentially some good indicators. One comes out of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, specifically as it relates to those 3 wards with the largest densities of Puerto Rican voters right now that they say in those particular wards that they saw as of 5 o'clock, 3 hours before the polls closed. They had already reached the same number in terms of turnout as they had 4 years ago, which is to say that they believe that they are exceeding the numbers in the past. They think that's a good indication there. I'll punctuate a thought that Simone Sanders was just sharing a short time ago. I am hearing again about those college campuses right now, everywhere from Nevada, UNLV, all the way to a series of separate campuses in Philadelphia itself. Temple, one of them that they named, Lehigh, Lafayette, elsewhere in the state as well. And she was talking about what is really key to the campaign right now in these sort of late evening hours, even after the polls have closed. They don't close if you were already in line. It's a message that they're sharing right now, FaceTiming in Jennifer Gardner to be more among others to keep those folks in line.
All right, Peter.
Simone was making that point a moment ago about if they can keep them in line. They can.
You can keep them in line if Jennifer Garner's on the other line talking to your mom or Paul Rudd, and that's the strategy there. We've got a race to call here. Louisiana, no big surprise, but if you're filling out your map at home, you can add Louisiana there. Just 22% of the vote counted, but again, the margin expected to be rather large. So here's the map for those watching at home. The South, of course, reliably red for Donald Trump, and at this early hour, he is far out in front, but we await those key battleground states. And I think we've got Tom over there talking the great state of Ohio, a former battleground.
Semi-battleground, right? We got exit poll data out of Ohio as well. 17 electoral votes, about 55% of the vote is in. Trump is on top by about 266,000 votes. I want you to remember that number. Write it down if you can. I know it's kind of a big number, 266,000. The reason why I want to highlight that difference, because when we punch up Ohio here, so that's the spread, 287. It just changed. That's how fast voting data is coming in. Again, you know, I love going to this. The remaining vote that's there. Again, here's the issue. The remaining votes in the Democratic counties like Franklin, which is Columbus, Cuyahoga, Cleveland. Look at the numbers here. In Cuyahoga, look how many votes are still out. 377,000. She's on top by 71%. Let's see how she did compared to Biden 4 years ago. 66%. So she's overperforming in Cuyahoga, and there's still a lot of that vote that's out. Let's go down to Franklin County. It holds the capital of Ohio, Columbus. 68%.
Where's Cuyahoga?
Overperforming there with about 60% of the vote that's in. And then again, 266,000 remaining. So just those 2 counties, we're talking about more than 500,000 votes And that's way bigger than the spread for the entire state.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, when you talk about some of her overperforming in those areas, the reason we expect Ohio likely goes red, but let's talk about the Senate race there.
Yeah,
because we have the control of Senate hanging in the balance right now, and it hangs on this Senate race.
Yeah.
Bernie Moreno, the car dealer, versus Sherrod Brown, the incumbent. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so look at this, neck and neck. The difference here, only 74,000. So what does that mean? That means the Republican in this race is underperforming Trump. There could be a split ticket issue here. Again, way too early, 56% of the vote in. But look, the difference here is 74,000. Remember that number I was telling you to remember? It was over 200,000. So that means that Trump is overperforming right now. Bernie Moreno is underperforming the Republican candidate. The incumbent is still down. But again, remember what I told you. There's a lot of that vote that's out in Cleveland, in Columbus. I'm going to look in one more spot here. Let's get back to the president's race in Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati. She's at 62%. Biden was at 57. Again, look, this could be some of the early vote that's come in. It could be some of that blue mirage. Again, we're prefacing this is all early, but I'm going to get back over to you guys because there's a projection.
Yeah, Tom, we got a projection in the state of Rhode Island. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Rhode Island when all the votes are counted. 4 electoral votes for her. Here's where the breakdown is. 31,000 vote difference, 74% of the vote in. But again, Kamala Harris, the projected winner there. Let's pull up the map. The road to 270. That brings Harris now to 34 electoral votes. Donald Trump still well out in front with 168. Remember, 270 is the prize that we're working our way toward. We'll take a break here. It's 9:30 in the East. The vote counting coming in. Our decision desk standing by to make more projections just ahead.
That might be a rap if he get Georgia. Is he making a comeback in Pennsylvania? He might be making a comeback in Pennsylvania. We got another one.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story.
Batches of 200 at a time, taking them out of the envelope, making sure the barcode of the ballot matches the envelope, making sure there's no damage to the ballot. Then it can move on to the tabulation process. So this is a tedious, slow process. It in like they did out here. It takes Arizona consistently so long to count all the votes. We expect it will be 10 to 13 days before every vote in the state of Arizona has been counted, because so much of this state votes early by mail. We can also tell you the polls closed at the top of the hour here, except for 9 polling places in Apache County. That's a small county in northern Arizona because there were some issues there.
This shit right away.
But we're waiting for this first update here in about a half hour, Nora.
Chris Van Cleve, thank you very much. Let's go now to congressional correspondent Scott MacFarlane with the other big story tonight, control of Congress. Good evening, Scott.
Hey, good evening, Nora. We're going to see some history in the U.S. Senate tonight. We are likely to double the number of elected African-American women to the U.S. Senate in American history. Tonight, CBS News projects in Delaware, Lisa Blunt Rochester, a 3-term House member from Delaware, is on a trajectory to win the U.S. Senate seat over the Republican Eric Hansen. Lisa Blunt Rochester would be the 3rd elected African-American woman in U.S. history for the U.S. Senate. And we go over to Maryland. Could get a 4th. Too early to project a winner here, but the Prince George's County, Maryland executive, Angela Also Brooks, off to a good start against the 2-term Republican governor, Larry Hogan, in that race. So it would be a total of 4 all-time elected African-American women to the U.S. Senate. Carol Mosley Braun of Illinois, if Angela Also Brooks holds on, if Lisa Blunt Rochester holds on, and number 4, familiar name tonight, Vice President Harris from California, Nora.
All right, Scott MacFarlane, thank you very much. And we have a CBS News projection at this hour. Florida has rejected adding a state constitutional amendment guaranteeing access to an abortion. That needed 60% of the vote to pass. And Margaret, this is a victory for Governor Ron DeSantis in that state. And now doesn't it mean that most of the South has very restrictive abortion policies?
Very restrictive. And for this state, it is also important because Donald Trump endorsed the no. So he has staked out a position. When he said he sent it back to the states, this was the result in the state of Florida. They fell short of the supermajority, that 60% benchmark. First state to hold a referendum like this where reproductive rights were restricted, not expanded.
and failed. All right, Margaret Brennan, thank you. And when we come back, new results. CBS News America Decides. Election 2024 returns in just a moment.
Ooh, he catching up in Michigan. He catching up in Michigan.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me
He might be catching up in Pennsylvania too.
What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did
English?
any of that make
What
sense?
What's your response?
What happened? Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming
Alaska
on
got the
Paramount
independent.
Plus.
Oh no! What's
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of it.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Let's go back.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered. Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original, 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus, sunshine is
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Let's go to Michigan, considered crucial to decide the outcome of the presidency, where 15 electoral college votes are in play. CBS's Jerika Duncan is in Detroit. Jerika, good evening. What are you looking out for tonight?
Good evening. We're here at the headquarters for the Democratic Party. We are looking at some counties specifically to keep our eye on, but I want to share with you some information we just got from exit polls that show Harris is leading when it comes to voters 65 and older. But when you look at the statistics, or the numbers, I should say, that come in for those 30 and under, Trump is actually leading in that demo. So something worth noting there. Of course, the votes are not all in, and we're still getting reporting from other counties, 3 that just closed up actually at 9 o'clock this evening. But I want to talk about the counties to look for. Wayne County, one of the largest counties, and it includes Detroit and Dearborn. This is significant because Detroit, of course, has that large African-American population. And when you look at how that group turned out in 2008 for Obama, they set a record then at 5 million votes here in the Michigan. But then 5.5 million people voted in 2020.
Damn, I should have seen that a long time
we saw
ago.
about 53% of registered voters that came out in the city of Detroit. Wayne County's executive telling us within the last hour or so that he believes that number is actually going to be slightly lower when you look at the number of registered voters that came out in Detroit, from 51% in 2020 to about 50% in this election. But again, all of those numbers are not in just yet. Oakland County is another one to look at. This is a more affluent community. In 2020, 75% of registered voters came out and voted. And then Kent County, which is where I spent a couple of days about a month ago during that vice presidential debate and spoke to voters there. Kent County is interesting because this is the space that usually went to Republicans, but it became sort of a swing county. In the last 4 elections, it has picked the correct winner 3 times. So that is the county that we're looking at. And of course, the UAW vote is another one because this is a big market, as you know, for labor, for union workers. The UAW president, Sean Fain, who I spoke to today, said that they made 300,000 trips knocking on doors here in the state of Michigan. Lindsay?
Jerika Duncan in Detroit, thank you so much. Polls close in 3 more states at the top of the hour, Nevada, Montana, and Utah. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
Hit the string we are going.
Star approaching, superstar approaching. I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
That's right.
Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do this. I can see
Okay, we should be
clearly
back.
now.
Come on, go back. Damn, I'm mad. I didn't know that was
Superstar
there.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, yeah. I will if you
Okay,
will.
we back.
You go, gal. Yeah.
Damn.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
I was wondering why nobody was popping in there.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling. That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
Is he catching up from PA? I think he's catching up from PA.
Years old? Yeah.
Oh, shit.
21.
Okay. Let's see. I think he's catching up in Michigan too. She was whooping his ass in Michigan. Okay. I don't know how they call it.
Welcome back to CBS News election coverage. America Decides campaign 2024. We are sharing some of the striking "I voted" stickers that have caught our eye. Take a look at Michigan. It shows a werewolf pulling apart its shirt while howling at the sky. The image was actually created by a 12-year-old from Grosse Pointe, Michigan. It was one of the winners in the state's first ever sticker design competition. Everybody loves their
look at the Senate race.
Sticker.
He does.
Yes, you saw them all, of course, on social media today. Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters. It's 9:30 p.m. in the East, 6:30 in the West. And in the race to 270, Donald Trump has 162, Kamala Harris 62. We're going to check in with the battleground states. Here's a look at the blue wall states. CBS News projects them all as toss-ups at this hour.
Where's the toss-up?
And then let's go to the Sun Belt. Also toss-ups at this hour. Nevada, there's no tally there because Nevada does not close until 10 p.m. Eastern. So we'll check in there as well. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win Louisiana. Voters in the Bayou State have chosen a Republican for president since 2000. CBS News projects Rhode Island for Harris. And CBS News projects New York for Harris, which will add significantly to her electoral vote tally. I want to go to Major Garrett now, who has new information from the CBS News data desk. Hi there, Major. And I'm glad you have up the state of Virginia because something interesting is happening there.
Something interesting is happening in Virginia. We rate it currently as lean Harris. You can see 59% of the vote in. But what is interesting and cannot be described in any way, shape, or form as encouraging to the Harris campaign is how much farther behind she is running than, let me show you right now, Joe Biden did in Virginia in 2020. You see that? 54%. She's at 48.5%. I will show you where the outstanding vote is left to be gotten in Virginia. That's why we rate this as lean Democrat. But that's not as encouraging as you might think. And here's why. I'm going to show you 3 counties in Northern Virginia. Loudoun County, highest median income in all of the United States. That's where Kamala Harris is right now, 56.7.
With the rich niggas.
Look at Joe Biden, running almost 4 points behind Joe Biden in Loudoun County. Same thing in Fairfax County. Let me go to Fairfax County.
Good for her over there.
Not Fairfax City, there, Fairfax County. Again, running behind Fairfax County and Prince William County.
Just me and you here
all of those Washington, D.C. suburbs,
me and you, buddy.
Kamala Harris is not performing as well. One of the emphasis of the Harris campaign to all of us leading into this election was how well they were going to do in suburban areas around large major metro areas. At least in Northern Virginia, that is not manifesting itself. As I said before, and this is key, we still rate this as lean Harris. I will show you what I showed you what the outstanding vote is, show you what she needs and what we project. A narrow victory in Virginia, not nearly as large as Joe Biden achieved in 2020. That's a story in of itself.
So, and just a reminder that Donald Trump was in Virginia last week, and I am hearing from one source close to the Trump campaign that Trump is actually performing better, 2 to 4 points in these rural counties in Virginia and North Carolina. And essentially, he's turning out his vote there, which blunts any advantage that Democrats have in the cities.
And when you're not running up the totals or matching what Joe Biden did in the suburbs, that becomes more of a problem. It will not, according to our estimate, be a decisive problem in Virginia, but it could be part of the story as it plays out in North Carolina, and we'll have to see in Georgia as well.
All right, Major Garrett, thank you.
I have some new reporting to build upon the data just outlined there by Major Garrett. In Virginia, there has been a real emphasis by former President Donald Trump to build a coalition there. Chris LaCivita, who's one of the people running the Trump campaign, a retired Marine veteran, actually lives in Richmond, Virginia. And they have put an emphasis on trying to recreate Governor Glenn Youngkin's 2021 effort, where he was able to really make inroads into the suburbs of Washington, D.C., in Northern Virginia, and convince them on the business front that Trump, the Republicans, are standing with those kind of voters. So they're feeling good about Virginia. Down in Mar-a-Lago right now, my top sources say they're feeling very good about North Carolina and Georgia. That makes the emphasis on Pennsylvania so much more key for Democrats.
I didn't know the volume was that loud.
Nobody ever Governor Josh Shapiro there. He was a runner-up for the vice presidential slot. He has the machine for the Democrats in Pennsylvania. I just spoke with Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, the independent. I said, what's the move among Democrats? I know you're not part of the Democratic Party anymore.
If you join, let me know what state you're in. I'll give you an update.
We will survive whoever wins.
That's very Joe Manchin.
That is peak Joe Manchin.
Yes. That is very.
It's like, say again, Bob?
Yes. Wow. Well, he has lots of friends that he invites to his houseboat.
You can't go red all out.
Thank you so much, Robert.
You can't go red all out, bro.
Nicole Killian.
You got to have a little bit of blue in there.
And Nicole, all eyes.
Yeah, but Keto, blue.
At this hour. 1, because of that record turnout. 2, because Donald Trump narrowly lost that state 4 years ago, and because he was just too close to call at this hour. What are you hearing?
Yeah, that's right. Well, echoing kind of what Bob is saying there, Trump campaign operatives here in the state are feeling pretty good about their positioning here, as well as the head of the Republican Party, Josh McCoon, who we spoke to ahead of some of these returns. And here is why, particularly in some of these outlying counties, kind of outside of the greater metro area here in Atlanta, places like Forsyth County, Cherokee County, that are typically part of that northern red wall as you get closer to the Tennessee border. They are overperforming, particularly in Forsyth, and that is notable because that is actually where former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan is from. And as we know, the former Lieutenant Governor actually endorsed Vice President Harris.
They got another one?
That particular county, the Trump team is seeing much stronger numbers there.
They got another one in the
2020 and 2016, but overall,
they got another one in the house too.
Their focus has really been on these rural counties, really trying to drive the turnout there, targeting some of these low propensity voters in particular. And so they do believe that that strategy is working.
We know you're in Texas, fool.
Trump campaign operative told me they're feeling pretty good about their performance with African American voters, particularly African American men. They believe that they have been able to pick up support and see some gains in that demographic, although they don't have firm numbers there just yet. Now, in terms of talking to those with
Nebraska,
campaign and Democrats here in this state, they are continuing to keep their fingers crossed because they acknowledge and note that there are still a lot of outstanding votes out there.
She's starting to flip. Oh, it's going back and forth.
Right here around
Wisconsin is going back and forth for real.
DeKalb and others where they feel they will pick up some more numbers and pick up some more steam. So they are continuing
Wisconsin going back and forth
returns as they come in.
Nicole Killian with that great reporting from Georgia. Thank you. I want to bring in CBS News contributor Ed Gordon. He's at the Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And Ed, I know it's still loud there as many people are celebrating and waiting to potentially hear from the vice president. But what are you hearing?
Hi, Nora. It is a celebratory mood here in Washington, D.C. on Howard's campus. Every time
Copy that link. It should let you join.
Kamala Harris, there are huge uproars and applause. And of course, when Donald Trump, in fact, wins a state or projected to win a state, there are boos. But we should note what we've been hearing throughout, and as we've been saying,
or send me your email address.
Really down to those crucial states. At the early part of the evening, it seemed, and I talked to the National Urban League, the National Action Network, and the NAACP.
I don't know, fool. Send me your email.
All excited about the turnout.
Send me your email address.
Deeper into the night, some of those states didn't hit the projections they wanted to see, only by a couple of percentage points. And so the black vote, while it turned out, particularly in Detroit,
type that shit
in Atlanta and in Philadelphia, there is still concern that it may have been a little softer than they wanted to see. But it is, as you all have been saying all evening long, still very early, and we'll have to see. Some of those polls stayed open.
No, put it on the stream,
much
fool.
Longer than they were supposed to, based on a bomb threat.
So I could copy and paste
the Atlanta area, and one poll opening late in Georgia as well. So they've kept that open. So we will just have to wait and see how the black vote starts to roll itself out and the impact.
I tell you how the black vote gonna roll out.
Ed Gordon, thank you so much. I want to just take everybody through the latest numbers when it comes to those 7 battlegrounds.
Put it on the stream.
That we have been watching so closely tonight.
You get no spam emails. Only me and you in here.
You know, Georgia and North Carolina, and tick through what that latest vote count is, because as David Becker has told us, let's start first with the blue wall, if you will, there. These are the states that the Democratic Party believes if they win all 3 of them, and the numbers show Kamala Harris would become the next president of the United States. At this hour, CBS News
she win all 3
of those as toss-up. So that's where that stands
this one just
this
flipped
hour
back
as
to
that
her.
vote comes in. And as we know, Pennsylvania takes much longer to count. 4
catching
years
up
ago, we were all
in
here
Pennsylvania.
until Saturday. They were
All right,
saying it would
got
be
you.
quicker this year, but
Got you,
we
buddy.
don't know yet, because we know that polls are still open in Pennsylvania because there were long lines today. Now let's take a look at those Sun Belt states. And there you see Georgia, a toss-up, still that vote coming in, although officials had told us that we would have a lot posting, and I'm gonna get to David Becker in a minute on that.
Georgia,
and then
toss-up.
in North Carolina, where I am hearing from a source close to the Trump campaign that he is doing well in the rural areas in North Carolina and Virginia. And so that is making them feel optimistic. And a reminder, North Carolina
All right, I
is the
sent it
only
to you.
of the
Check your
7
email.
battlegrounds that Trump won 4 years ago. David Becker, tell us where we stand now in terms of these battleground states and the vote count.
So first of all, we should just mention it's only 2
All
hours
right,
and
he,
40 minutes since the polls closed in Georgia. So there's a lot of votes to count. And I think we may want to call it up again to show how many votes.
He still won in Georgia.
But I did the quick math. I
77% is in. I think he's gonna take Georgia.
5 million out there. So they're doing a pretty good job. Remember, those polling places
Pennsylvania
were
getting
ordered
close.
to stay open late in places like Fulton County and DeKalb County because of bomb threats and other issues. So
They just really putting
yes, it
the
looks like
bomb
about
threats
4
out. They
million
don't want you
have
niggas
been
voting.
counted and reported out so far.
Yeah,
So I think they're
John,
actually
not
doing a
trying to
pretty
let
good
you
job,
niggas
and I
vote.
expect that we're going to see that lion's share from the Atlanta metro area come in shortly.
bomb threat is crazy.
And as you noted, in
You
Pennsylvania,
niggas
it's a little
vote.
different
I'm gonna
because
blow you
we've got
fuck up.
those mail ballots, those 2 million mail ballots that they're working diligently to process. I don't think it's going to take till Saturday, but I think it will take a couple of days to get to the point where we know exactly who won Pennsylvania, depending upon the margin.
Good information. And of course, Nevada closes at the top of the hour. And so we will have
he
any
flipped
results and
Kansas
reporting
back?
from there as soon as
Who
that
is
comes
close in
in. Of
Kansas?
course, one of the things we have been talking about tonight is control of Congress and the United States Senate. And I was just curious myself about what's happening in
They
Ohio.
look like they're gonna get
to
the
Sherrod
Senate.
Brown, the powerful chairman of the Senate Banking Committee. And Scott, what's happening in that state?
It's worth underscoring how pivotal control of the U.S. Senate is for the next president. If they want to get cabinet members confirmed, Supreme Court nominees confirmed, who controls the U.S. Senate is everything. And Democrats have run out of margin of error. They've lost West Virginia, according to our projections. Ohio, the next state up. And you can see right now, the 3-term incumbent Sherrod Brown is trailing early against the Trump-endorsed Republican challenger Bernie Moreno, a businessman from Ohio. This really could be make or break for Democrats, even though they have so many other states to defend. Pennsylvania, Montana, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Ohio is the next one up, the one we are watching meticulously, Nora, as the results continue to pour in.
Damn, he getting the more and more popular vote.
Scott McFarlane.
It wasn't 4 million at first.
Ed
No, it's
Keefe
still
is
3
also
something.
with us and covered Congress for many years.
Yeah, well, we'll continue to see there what exactly or how things pan out in the Senate, and that Texas race that I think a lot of people are interested in. Looks like Cruz may be maintaining a lead there, so that would be another lost opportunity for Democrats. I just wanted to turn back to Georgia and North Carolina if we could. Former President Trump currently has a lead. The Harris campaign still holding out hope, however, because they look again. We've heard evidence of long lines of college kids in Pennsylvania and other places. There are long lines, apparently, of several hours still. UNC Charlotte, UNC Wilmington, where they're telling students to stay in line. Long lines at the University of Michigan. So around Ann Arbor,
Stay in line, fellas.
Part of why they think they're doing okay. They report that they see
You in line, stay in line.
slightly better than expected with suburban early voters in Georgia. All of those reasons why, to Democrats, it's still very
He's making a comeback in Pennsylvania.
Thank you. And ahead, we'll talk with Georgia
He is
Secretary
making
of
a
State Brad
comeback.
Raffensperger. CBS News America Decides Election 2024 returns in just a moment.
He getting real close.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free CBS News app now.
All right,
I had progressed.
let's see what somebody else got to say.
Protesters away from the building, so they're hoping not to have banging on windows and things like that.
Where they have
They're also
protesters
hoping
at?
that things go a bit quicker this time because there are
Let's see.
fewer mail-in ballots. There were 437,000 the last time around. They think they'll probably have about 2/3 of that. But again, they really are ironing the kinks out with some of that. They're only allowed to open those mail-in ballots as of 7 a.m. On election day. So it's a slow process and it starts late, which isn't great. They've tried to change those rules, but they haven't been able to since the last election.
Redo your mic.
All right, Mike Armstrong
I can't hear you.
in Philadelphia tonight. Thank you. We'll come back to you once we start getting
Say something?
a few more results from there. We're going to go to
I look like a girl in here.
for Sean
You good? All right, you in
O'Shea
here.
And Sean,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
well, it sounds
Oh, okay,
like
cool. All right, let's talk about stuff.
So you got Trump.
I don't know if Sean can
Like
hear me.
like this shirt. This shirt is what's up, baby.
Can you see the shit I got on the screen? Or you can't see that?
No, I can see it. I see them fools talking 34, 44.
Now,
What,
what's
76,
crazy-
119?
What's crazy is if you look, you see the YouTube video I got up on the right.
Mhm.
You see I say 185 to 81.
Devoted Democrats.
It's 178 and 99.
No, it say 185 to 81, but that's over there. But watch this. When I click this one, it matched that one.
Gaza was an issue. There were other issues.
I've been confused all fucking night.
Wait, who you going with? Man, what is this?
Oh, I put nobody on my shit. I only voted for the Senate. I voted for senator and a couple judges and shit like that.
So you didn't vote for anybody as far as president?
Nah, I wrote. I swear to God, I wrote nobody on that bitch.
Folks downstairs.
I would have voted for you if they gave me a social security number.
Why didn't you vote for president?
Because that shit important, but I give a fuck more about the senator. I'm saying fuck Ted Cruz all the way. He talking about raising the Social Security thing.
Yeah.
No, not Social Security, raising the retirement age to 70. I give a fuck about shit like that. I give a fuck
That's
about
why
the
we gotta
judges.
become rich.
Oh, you
got a point. Here's your teachers. Hey, put that back in there. I'm trying to play dad over here.
And great Democrats up and down the ballot.
I'm trying to be a good father. But
there you go.
And there's a
Then go watch something on the telly.
No, but I'm trying to figure out who is
The TV. Go with mommy. She'll do it.
I'm trying to figure out
Come on, let's go.
who is reported on this video right here.
What do you mean?
What?
Oh, like where they're getting their numbers from?
Yeah, where they getting their numbers from? Because it's been kind of.
Yeah.
This is the first one that's on the video on the left. That's the see look 185.81. Set 178.99.
And that a loss would mean so much. So we're gonna find out tonight whether.
Yeah, I don't know where they get their numbers from. To be honest,
I guess they. So this one is going off the AP, the Associated Press. That's where that video on the left is going. It's tight. It's tight in Wisconsin.
Oh yeah, real tight.
But they still. I think he's gonna take Georgia.
Yeah, he's gonna take Georgia.
I think he's gonna take Georgia.
First There's no doubt.
But he's cut. He wasn't winning Pennsylvania. He wasn't. He's catching up in Pennsylvania. At one point, he was like 39%. What do you mean?
I don't know. I think they're gonna be blue.
But look, he is less than 100,000 votes away now.
You know how many people live in Wisconsin?
No, I'm talking about Pennsylvania. Look, he just flipped. He look.
We talking about PA. No, I know he's gonna win that one.
Wisconsin just
somebody else.
Wisconsin just flipped back.
I feel like I just found a Google cheat code. It's a clone extension called
Girl.
either block ads or get paid.
He just flipped back. He ain't been able to get Michigan, but I think he's getting a little bit closer. But it's only 14. You know, it was tripping me out earlier.
That's why Pi is.
It said she won. It said she won Illinois, and it was only like 15% reported.
But it's almost like why didn't
I let the fuck she went there. But he won Florida fast as fuck, which surprised me.
Wait, he won Florida?
He won Florida early.
Let's go.
He won Florida at 5 minutes.
That's a key player.
We have some numbers on the Electoral College so far. Trump at 1.
Man, that's crazy. When do you think we're gonna find out who wins presidency and everything else?
Indicative
Next
of
year.
what's coming. It is as
It's
Jack Roscoe
I heard some
notes,
crazy shit.
Red Morocco.
I heard some crazy shit. They were saying it's gonna take Arizona 14 days to get that. I'm like 14 days? What type of bullshit is that?
Because there are no surprises in what is on the map.
What type of bullshit is that?
Look at how good they look.
Carolina, those are two.
Doesn't that look delicious?
Your boy Carrar in here.
In both of those, which brings us.
Oh, Carrar's watching?
Yeah, you can't see it. I can see it.
Yeah, that was
Those are going to look.
I'm not eating junk food, Carrar.
Harris team, if these results.
You want to watch YouTube?
In Wisconsin,
Huh?
Michigan, Pennsylvania. So let's have a look.
This little girl's about to have a heart attack because she wants to watch a scary movie. Hey, if I put a movie on with Thriller on it, will it get copy strike or something?
Yeah, I can't have that other shit playing in the background.
A 3.5 point lead. She
You
leads
got
by
to go in another
33,000
room.
votes. Remember that
Put something on for her.
4 years ago, this was won by Biden by 20,000 votes.
That's what I just said, Thriller.
Won by Trump by about 20,000.
Yeah, she's watching Sing.
Very close.
I'm over here trying to do a video.
In Michigan.
Don't judge my desk. Man, I'm gonna have to get who's your internet provider?
Win this race tonight.
Xfinity.
I'm gonna have to get them. This 5G through T-Mobile ain't working.
In Michigan at the moment, she has a
5G.
6-point lead.
What you got? What you got? A little thing you sit on your desk?
But that's what Michigan
Yeah.
does. And Pennsylvania.
What the fuck?
This is the other state.
That was a quick fix. I needed something
What the hell
quick,
is
okay?
that gonna do?
Man, it's doing a lot right now.
What did they just give him? They just gave him something.
And she has a lead right now.
I missed it.
Points.
What the fuck did they just give him?
Look in
I
Pennsylvania.
don't know. My girl just gave me chores.
We talked about Erie up in the
See,
northwest corner there on.
Because he up 188 to 99. They just gave him something else.
So let's go cross state down.
I missed it.
corner, down near Philadelphia.
Oh, well.
It's always been interesting to watch.
Can we get an instant replay?
My boy.
County, which is down.
What is it? What happened?
Farrar voted for me.
Corner of it there.
2025.
This is
Man, I don't count.
county that Biden won by about.
How do I see the chat? Oh wait, hold on.
You can't see it unless
So
you go to
here's
Instagram.
Harris for the moment. She's up by 8.
Oh yeah, you're right. Because this is just with the studio.
So this is
Hey, how come we don't do it this way?
the some of the
With Eloy.
some of these blue
Well, Eloy
counties,
ain't answered
if
your
she's
text
gonna
message.
win
But
ever crucial in Pennsylvania.
Man, I swear, Eloy.
I try to call you on Sunday just so we could do it.
All right, Eric.
It's Sunday. Right? Oh wait, no. Today's Tuesday.
I called you on Sunday so we could do it, but
calls in key battleground states, Pennsylvania right now.
Wait, you call me?
I called you on Sunday.
Keep on.
Oh, Elo was on and everything.
So I called you on Sunday. We could.
I know, but even if you got me, if Elo ain't doing it, then what's the point?
Shit, we just go, and then when he ready to join, he just get on.
This is such a
How many
consequential
people are on?
that the role of Americans
Oh, now you can't see me, huh?
expected to play
I can see.
a very important role.
Oh, you can't. Like right now, you can see me.
Live right
I see
here in
circle.
Canada, and we are going
Okay, because I'm trying to go to your live feed real quick.
to break down the numbers for us.
Let me do a little another update on my
Oh, see, I
Instagram.
see it now.
Are in Canada. Eric, what do we know?
Oh, now I'm getting like
Is that there are millions of Americans who don't live in the United States but are eligible.
it was the echo.
In fact,
Wait,
in 2022,
people that don't live in the United
8
States,
million Americans from
but they're American
almost
citizens, they can
200
still vote.
countries were eligible to
How
vote.
the fuck that
2 years
work?
ago. That's 2.8 million.
Wait, if they're not in the country, how they gonna vote?
Are in Canada.
Well, I'm trying to see.
Pretty
They
amazing.
said
And when you look at the map, you
600
can understand why.
600,000 Canadian people
just
that live
over
in
the border
Canada can vote
almost
in this
every
election.
province, and particularly in
Man, they gotta
Because they,
make sure she
I
wins
guess, because
somehow.
they're American
tunnel
citizens.
from Michigan, which is a battleground state. A lot of people in Ontario.
That's weird.
Living far from
That's
Pennsylvania.
that's
or
that weird
Wisconsin
shit to me.
either.
I
That's
don't know.
crazy, bro.
I don't know
Americans
how
live
the
very
fuck that's
far
possible.
from the real battleground.
That's that villain arc.
Are they voting while they're living up here, Mercedes?
Wait, you
That's
watch
weird.
Naruto, right?
I remember growing up with lots of
Yeah,
Americans
100%.
in Calgary, another big
Bro, I'm trying to figure out
here to talk
how to
about
make
that.
this screen. Maybe I can make it bigger this way. Hold on.
Georgia Ann Burke,
You talking
who is
about on
with
your
the
thing?
Republicans
Turn your phone
overseas, who is
sideways.
with us here in
That's what I'm
studio,
about to do.
and Steve Nardi, who is joining
Just
us
took me a
from
minute to figure it
from
out.
Democrats abroad. Georgia Ann,
Oh yeah, there we go, baby. Now I can see a lot.
engagements from Republicans
Oh man, who you think gonna win Cali?
in this election. I
I
know
feel like that's a dumb
I'm
question.
not the biggest fan of mail-in votes, but was it
I feel like that's a dumb question.
The greatest fan of mail-in votes,
Free
but
Willy.
he's become a bigger fan these days. I
Free
saw
Willy is
significant
gonna win
increase in
California.
engagement through our
What state are they talking about right now?
sites, website, and Facebook pages and so forth.
Man, who's the old lady looking like Miss Doubtfire right now?
I don't
Who's
know.
that?
I could put on
thousands,
another
not
one. Let's see.
hundreds of people. We
Who's
had
Mrs. Doubtfire right there?
Let's go to
Your
another
time
one.
is valuable. You deserve banking that keeps up with your busy life, whether you're managing a career or juggling
Who's
a
I was on there? What's with all the red hearts? Does that mean they're voting for Trump? Is that what they're doing?
We're here for you. At B1 Bank, we believe banking should be uncomplicated. With straightforward solutions
Election
and
interference in
personalized
Georgia?
service, you can focus
They
on what's
trying that?
really matters.
Wow. See, that's
Through a red flag.
they,
Wait,
no,
what party?
they, no,
What party said that?
So my thing is, they complained about Trump.
They don't vote party
Saying,
line, which
what they were
leads us to
saying.
talk about nonpartisan.
Complain.
It is a third
Oh,
of the
you didn't
electorate in this
agree with
state,
the results
higher
of the
share
election.
than Republicans,
Blah, blah,
higher
blah.
share
Nigga,
than
did y'all.
Democrats. These
Neither
folks,
did they.
we're not sure which
They
way
did a
they're going to vote,
whole
which has been
investigation that
confounding.
came up with
yeah,
nothing.
yeah.
And
Like
it's
they
been
like they
really
do the
tough for
same
people
shit
trying to
he
read
do
the
and then
tea leaves of
complain.
what exactly
And then
the
they
numbers
wonder why
mean.
people
I've
be
spoken
like,
with both
we don't fuck
campaigns
with y'all because
in the state. Both
y'all
seem to
do
think that they
y'all
have a
say they
Trojan
do shit
horse
and do the
force.
same
Democrats
shit.
seem to think that
Fucking
nonpartisans
dumb.
are younger, a little more racially diverse.
Like the Astros in the World Series.
They're going to skew more conservative. And so we will see. But
Less than 100
unfortunately, I
away from
think
winning.
not anytime soon. It could be a minute before we get any
Oh shit.
results here in
He
Silver
gotta
State.
he gotta
All
get
right.
Georgia.
Well, Steve, stand by.
Is
Nobody's
Carr still on here?
Vegas, maybe not
I
in
don't.
Reno
It
either.
just
We know
it's
you
the
will
And they
be
got
endorsement
Snow
ain't
White over
doing
here
it.
casting. Wait, that's that lady.
that where
That's our lady.
have
She's
risen
super
since
famous. I
the
don't
last
know who that is.
presidential election.
Yeah, you are completely
I don't know
right. They
that
have a
bitch name.
Republican governor there. Let's talk about
No,
Nevada
you don't know.
here. Right now,
Okay,
no
see,
vote in.
now it's
Obviously,
a
still too early for
81
us to
to
even start to get data in right here.
191.
But let's go to
What did
2020.
he get?
Both elections, both in 2020 and 2016.
188 to
Another-
99 is what I'm seeing on the
Elections,
right-handed
obviously
screen.
Biden in 2020. The spread, though, was only 2
Oh, and
percentage points, a little
on
over
the
2 percentage points. That's why it's a battleground
on the
race. It's
broadcast.
one of the reasons why we're
That's where it
watching
said
tonight.
that.
I'm going to give you a primer on Nevada. What you have to understand is a lot of Nevada is Clark County. It's Las Vegas here. This
can't
is
see
3/4 of
much.
the electorate here. If Democrats can turn
Like
out
it's like jumpy. It's very
there's no way
staticky
that
right now.
Republicans can catch up. Between
probably need
Las
some
Vegas and
headphones.
Reno, which is Washoe
I got
County,
my headphones.
battleground county here, about 15% of the vote
But
here.
that ain't why is the screen still saying
The entire state much more
Nevada polls closed?
because it's a mix of both Republicans and
No,
Democrats.
it's about to say it's
Democrats have
closed
been
in
able to
2
hold
minutes.
Washoe County for a couple of
It's
elections
showing
now.
3 337 on my screen.
It's game over
Yeah, that's
there.
because I'm looking
Look
at
all this Trump
you
country in the
looking
middle.
at
It's not a lot
from
of people,
the
but it is
stream. I'm looking
rural
at it from
desert.
YouTube.
With the exception of Elko, you have some
See,
population
look,
centers
all
there,
right, look.
and this is where Trump hopes to run up the
When
score.
it gets to about
Something
2
else we have
minutes
to
and
understand, I'm
27
going to zoom
seconds,
out a little bit
look to the
about
right of the
Nevada.
clock.
Is that
It's
you
gonna
have people
say
from Northern California who have been
81
moving
to
since the
191.
pandemic into
Yeah,
And
I'm
then if
over
you
here
look at the right,
watching.
Southern California, moving into Las Vegas. People
if
from
you look at the right,
California
it's gonna say
find it more
99
affordable.
to
They find it
188.
that they can get more for their
This shit
money.
Oh, yeah,
confusing.
it's
Because of that,
screen.
housing prices have
I
gone
wish
up.
they
I'm over here
just
watching
all went
Charlie
off the
Kirk,
same
bro.
shit.
Housing prices are a huge issue in Nevada.
All right, let's
And
check
finally,
out
the
the
last
Senate
point I want
rate
to
in
bring up
Texas.
here is that the
Where are you
unemployment
seeing
rate
this
right
at?
now in
Huh?
Nevada is over
How you
5%.
get to it on YouTube?
Of any state in the entire
What?
country. So the economy is going to be huge
That
here.
little
But
broadcast
you
you want.
remember, Trump came out
Oh,
with
I'm
his
just
plan
clicking
about
different
no
ones. I
tax
just
on
clicked
tips. You have all the
2024
service workers, the
election
service
live.
unions in Las Vegas. Democrats quickly adopted that plan because they knew it was a good idea.
Damn.
Unclear if it's ever going to become law or if they're going to they
Come
can
on,
even do
Colin.
that. But it was a plan that caught a lot of attention
You
in
can
Nevada,
catch
guys.
that son of a
And the
bitch.
populist appeal,
And
definitely.
they be talking fast as fuck.
Talking through those points here because I think of Nevada and
Catch
I
that
think
son of a bitch, Colin.
economy, right? You talked about the Republican governor that in largely driven by anger over pandemic shutdowns on the strip, et cetera. No tax on tips. I'll also tell you another number. I think it's 380, just about 379. That's the price of a gallon of gas in Nevada, the highest of any
Is it
battleground
that
state.
close?
The
Is the
economy
Senate
is a
race
big
that close
factor
in
in the
Texas?
state, as are the Latino population, of course, and that's another factor that
Democrats
we're watching.
for a long time
Well,
had
he
a
ain't
big
that far
registration
behind.
advantage, but that's all but disappeared. And as you mentioned, a Republican won statewide office, the governor's race in 2022.
It's also one of these
He's
states with an
winning the
abortion
popular
ballot
vote
initiative as well, and a
by
state that
I
a
the
trying
lot
to
more
play
than I thought he
YouTube on
was.
my phone.
And it's a competitive
Ain't gonna work.
Senate race in
Look
Nevada
at
as well. We
this.
talked about the fact that some
He
of these
winning the
Senate races, if
popular
you
vote
rewind
by
about
a
a month
lot
ago,
more than I
weren't
thought
so
he would be.
competitive. It is incredibly tight.
Why
Senator
you think he wouldn't win that?
And
Look, if
I don't
the
know.
way so far the
The,
Donald
the,
Trump
the, the
performance
Republicans
has
just
Already
don't
know
be
he was gonna
winning.
win that.
this really
The
is an
Republicans just don't be
indictment
winning the
of the
popular
Democratic
vote
Party
like
for the
that.
last 3 years. Because
Oh,
you want to talk about Nevada
oh
in terms of
shit,
voter registration advantage.
oh
Republicans
shit.
basically for the first 3
He
years
finna
of
flip
this presidential
Pennsylvania.
cycle just destroyed the Democrats in voter registration.
He's
All
clapping
across the country, the
shit.
battleground states, Republican registration advantage. The last 3
Wait,
months,
can you hear that in the background?
They
3
said
years versus 3 months.
you heard what they said?
So far, the 3 years is
Not what
paying
happened.
dividends for Trump.
all right, there's
Hold
the
on, hold on.
countdown. We are waiting for another
Oh,
batch
they
of
said the
closings,
Republicans
and
was
this
like
will
registering to
bring us
vote
to
like crazy
battleground Nevada,
this
which
election.
is our last battleground state. We
Yeah,
not
because they don't want her to win.
the last to close the polls.
Nah, but it wasn't like that
NBC
last
News can
time.
make a
He
prediction
told,
now in the state of Utah.
damn,
NBC
he less than
projects
It
that
was Hillary last time.
win in Utah and
he
take
is
those
less than
7 electoral
100,000
votes.
away from
And we go further into
flipping.
the west into
Well,
Montana.
it's still kind of
4
early.
electoral votes. Donald Trump, the
Flipping
projected winner in Montana
Pennsylvania.
tonight. Here's the map. The road to 270. Donald Trump now with 200.
All right, I'm gonna try and
Harris with 81.
be like I'm part of this real quick.
Well, let's put Nevada up on the map here.
Well,
It is,
you can
as you
listen
might
to the
expect,
tape.
too early to
Oh, look,
call.
there go
And
I'm
if
you,
you
Lloyd.
listening to it
remember, in
right now.
2020, we didn't get a
I'm trying to
result
get
in
on it.
Nevada until
With my
Saturday.
little
when
5G
it
box.
was wild.
There go you,
Yes,
Lloyd.
we remember.
Oh, we
I hope
remember.
it's gonna work.
Exactly.
Beast mode.
Everyone's triggered here. Okay, Pennsylvania, too close to call. Got to say that was a Saturday call as well in 2020. Michigan, too close to call. There, let's see how much vote we've gotten though this hour. Just 16%. So
Who's
there's a
gonna
lot of
win?
counted there. We'll move over to the
Hey,
state.
let's take a
he
vote right
catch.
now. Should I take this sticker off?
Industrial Midwest battleground,
you know,
35%
he
in. There
catching
may be
her
some
and
progress, but
up
too close
one.
to call.
Damn,
Georgia, too close to
one
call. But we are getting to a
198
much
to
higher
99.
number. We can
He
get
is
down into the
almost
counties
100.
in just a bit.
He
with
is
Tom Dallas.
almost
He's right
100
over there,
in front of
North
her.
Carolina as
Up
well,
there go.
starting to count more
There go
votes. Too close
Pennsylvania.
to
He
call.
just flipped
And finally,
Pennsylvania.
out west, the great
I took
battleground
it off,
state of
y'all.
Arizona. Too close to call. That's another one that may take several days
He just
before we get.
flipped.
Let's go to Tom. And I
That shit is
really, I mean,
dumb.
Pennsylvania, we can't talk about it enough. It may all hinge
Why
on
does it take
Pennsylvania
several
just as
days
it
to
did
count
in
votes?
2020.
Yeah, and earlier
They should
I
have
don't
the
know.
machine to
PA
scan
guys
it
now
in. That's
talking
dumb
about
as
Western
fuck.
PA. Go
I
Steelers.
thought that was so funny how you're over here worried about the presidential election. I'm over here worried about a sticker on my hat.
2020.
Oh, put the tree back.
Performing. That's good news for Harris because that's what she needs
That's
to do.
crazy.
If
Hey,
she wants
who is that? NBC News?
County, you'll remember that's where that first assassination attempt
yeah,
took
NBC
place,
News.
just miles from
I'm
Pittsburgh.
about to do the Associated Press.
Top 71%.
They're pretty good, right?
He got 65
No,
in
that's
2020.
the
65%.
that's the
He's down to
updates I'm
64. He's
on right
essentially
now. I'm
performing
looking at.
where he needs to be.
Bro, Charlie Kirk.
These Western communities.
You know who that is?
Communities because fracking is a
Charlie
big
Kirk.
issue
Huh?
here. Vice President
Damn.
in a major position on that.
Why you mad at him for?
Washington County, right here on the
He
border.
said some dumb
Trump
shit.
with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did compared to 2020.
You don't like him either, babe?
Same. Westmoreland, right
See?
next to here. It butts up against.
He spits facts.
47% of the votes
bullshit.
in. He's at 65.
I don't know about that, bro.
It's like
It's Judgment Day.
A little bit better.
It's like,
Erie's the
okay,
one that we're
how
gonna
you
be
like your
watching. This is a big
sandwiches?
swing county. We only have 1% in. The reason why we're watching this is because Erie almost
How do I
always
like my sandwiches?
the winner
Yeah,
of the election
if you were
here.
gonna get a sandwich from Subway, how would
but
you
we
order
only
your
have
sandwich?
1% in Erie County, but we'll be watching that.
Number 2 with cheese, no pickles.
We have a lot of people from the
No,
Philadelphia area.
what would you like? What would you like? What kind of bread would you? Okay, what
Let's
kind of
start in
bread would
Chester
you
County.
get?
Okay, so I'm going to give a quick whip
White.
around. 2020,
Okay,
remember.
white. Okay.
So Harris
What
has
kind-
to
what
drive
kind
up the
of,
vote in the suburbs just
what
like
kind of
Biden
protein
did,
would you get?
and try to turn out that vote in Philadelphia County. So Chester's one of those ring
Yeah.
counties. Let's move over to
What
Delaware.
kind of protein would I get?
Yeah.
There, only a quarter of the votes in. Let's get to Philadelphia County here. 79%. She's going to want to increase those numbers again. We're still waiting on a lot of the vote. It's
Are
still
you making me a sandwich right now?
No, I'm giving you an example.
Put some mustard on it, bro.
No, I'm giving you an
told
example.
There.
White.
This is where Governor
White
Shapiro is. You may remember
chicken.
that. Goes down
Okay,
to
okay, wait,
mustard.
wait, no,
Sitting
let's
right
break it
next to
down.
Governor Shapiro,
Okay.
making sure
And
that
what
people
kind of
in
cheese would
Pennsylvania
you
saw
get?
that. And then I want to park on Bucks.
Cheese, bro. I'm cutting.
A little bit about Bucks.
Ain't getting no cheese.
Okay.
I'm cutting.
And this is the
In
county,
between
the
your
ring
mustard-
county around
in between your
Philadelphia, one of those
mustard and
collar
protein,
counties that Republicans thought they could make some inroads here.
I'm gonna
More
sprinkle a
working
little
class in
horseradish
some of
in
those
there.
neighboring suburb areas, counties.
You like
They
horseradish?
say Southern Bucks might be a little bit
Nah,
more.
but if you think it'll taste
No,
good, I'll
but
try
it's
it.
good.
We're
But
gonna
it's
have to
good.
wait and
It's still
see.
it's still the
But
sandwich
you
you
can see
like.
here the numbers
That's
aren't
Charlie
as
Kirk.
high as they were with 24%
He
in,
he has
56% of the
truth,
vote. Trump's gonna have to
but
try to
Chance
run the
says
vote a
bullshit.
little bit here
That's
if
my
he wants to
problem.
do better. I'm gonna look at one more area
He
before I send it
said
to you guys.
he was talking
This is
about
the swing
He made you a sandwich the wrong way, is what I'm hearing.
no.
in Pennsylvania.
His-
This
my
is
problem with
Easton,
him
this
is
Bethlehem. That's that whole
he'll
Lehigh
say
Valley
he'll have
area there.
some
Biden
truth.
was at 49.
Like he'll have some truth,
Harris is right there.
but then
Look, guys,
sprinkle
I
some
think it's
bullshit
tough
in
to
it. Like,
draw
bro,
any kind of
what are you
information
talking
on
about,
who's
bro?
on top or who's
Like
lower right now.
he did.
His whole argument is that there will always be a truth, no matter what you believe and what I believe. There's one
Yeah,
truth.
but you
So
can't.
That's his
You
argument.
can't then
One thing I do
dare
want to
say
mention,
go
there
up
was
and
an
say
exit poll out of Pennsylvania on Latino voters, and they
look in the cockpit of a
major way. That could
airplane and
possibly
say
be a
just because it's
deciding
a black
effect
person.
here in
Say,
Pennsylvania.
oh,
You're
I
talking
hope
about
it's not a
600,000
DEI hire
Latinos that are
just
registered to
because
vote.
the
Guys, back to
diversity
you.
Can we talk a
and
bit about
inclusion
the
they
amount
don't
of
know how
money
to.
that is
They're not
spent
a
in some
real
of these
pilot.
races?
Like nigga, what are you
Pennsylvania,
talking
your
about?
Pennsylvania,
Why the fuck
Biden,
would they
Harris
give
busted
somebody
the
Are
a
you
opposite.
talking
pilot
about that
license?
one argument he had with that student about a pilot?
15 million. I
No,
think
but that's what I'm
overall,
saying.
yeah.
Like
Because he
shit
was
like
black?
that.
$1 billion
Like shit like
if they
that
throw in the Senate
That's
race.
right.
makes
That's
me like,
right.
No,
like,
out
bro,
of
you
one
sound stupid.
state. I remember making a big
You sound
deal
dumb.
like 12 years ago. We had $1
Let's
billion.
just be thankful
One
there weren't
state.
guns loaded on that one.
Started out
That'd
as
be a
talking
drive
about
by.
we're ending up at a
It's finna
different
go back
time
and
right
forth
now,
all
but
night.
we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're going to be living.
Michigan and
That's
Wisconsin finna go
interesting,
back
though,
and forth
with
all
what
night.
We're gonna be living and breathing after this. What is he talking about?
Again, do your caveats, but for Trump to win the
Yo, my
Hispanic
little 5G box is struggling right now.
Let me hop
pretty
out of my
huge
seat
because that's
here.
there's a big a big Hispanic population in Pennsylvania, especially in that Lehigh Valley.
That's
she
right.
ain't
You're also
catching
getting
it in
the
Georgia.
population in
I
Pennsylvania
mean,
too,
it's
the
a little
most many
closer in
battlegrounds.
Georgia.
So let's talk about where that is. And I want to start
But
with the
80
national
80%
Latino vote here.
reported.
And Savannah, love you for the grain
That's
of salt.
Crazy how they
80%
call
fake news.
Polls could shift a little
that's
bit.
crazy how
But
they
here's what's
call
so
Illinois
interesting
at
here.
like
It is Kamala
15%.
Harris, of course, the vice
And
president, who
Georgia's
is
like
winning the
80%. They're
Latino
like, oh
vote
no, it's
over
too close.
former
It's too
President
close to
Trump,
count.
53% to 45%. This is
You know what I think is gonna happen?
that you want to
What?
look at is this 45%.
Mm.
That is because of the overperformance of former President
Hold on, let
Trump
me see this map.
nationally among the Latino vote. And you can see it here. He's 45% this year. 2020, I mean, this is
She
a
probably gonna get
plus overperformance from where he was just
4, maybe 5 more states, but that's it.
battlegrounds. Tom mentioned Pennsylvania. We were just talking about Nevada, looking at my clock where the polls closed like 7 minutes ago. It is a similar story here. If we can pull up Nevada, you can see
That
Latino
must be
voters
watermelon because it looks like watermelon.
they're broke for Kamala Harris, 48% to Trump, Donald Trump, 46%. But again, it's about the overperformance. He is doing better with this group than he did 4 years ago,
It
again,
don't
by a
look close, but it's still
double-digit margin
close 'cause you
over the
still
course
got
of
those
4 years.
There's too much going on over here,
I
bro.
will tell you, this is something, and Chris and I know will back me up on this. As we
I'm
were
gonna try and
talking
keep watching live. live, bro, but I'm gonna have to step off.
Here again and again. If they
Sound good, homie.
perform with Black and Latino
Appreciate you
voters,
joining.
Latino men, and
Hey, we
interesting.
need to start doing this more often. Oh, look.
I bring in
I finally got some white dude on the screen.
right now. Jim Messina was campaign manager for
Who
President
the fuck is that?
2012. Jim, what are you seeing here
Who
right
the
now?
fuck is very hard?
Each of the sides telling themselves.
All right.
That's a great question.
How do I get out of here?
Just showed the
Don't worry, I kick you off.
few counties that I'm following.
Dang, bro. That's the sayonara I expect out of you.
I'm better
Nah,
for
you good.
Harris than
All right, fool.
expected. Then you
All right,
look
bro.
back When I was
All right.
Obama's campaign
Bye.
manager, I obsessed with Bucks County. And so far, it's looking like very early numbers, but she's doing really, really well. We talked about the Latino vote. That is a very scary number for the Harris campaign. They're going to want to do better. But the thing around the
She gonna lose the Latino vote?
Is
That's
really
crazy.
The senior vote. Kamala Harris is doing better with white seniors in the exit polls and some of the early
She's doing better
results
with white
than
seniors.
expected, than a little bit better than even Joe Biden. You'd rather have
Better
those
than Joe
much
Biden.
more high propensity voters and a lot of a bigger overall number with those seniors. So those are three things that I'm seeing very early that make her campaign pretty happy. But in general, Trump is running up numbers in rural better than he did in 2020, which has to concern the Harris campaign.
And we talked a lot about young
She
men.
not-
young
I-
men
I'ma
who are
keep it a
breaking
buck.
for Trump.
I don't think she gonna
We
win.
saw the MAGA hats and some of the long lines at the universities.
She
Is
just
that
seemed like she full
unexpected
of
to the
shit.
level of the lines you're seeing?
I said this earlier,
I
but
think
she just seemed like
both
she just
sides
full
have
of
a
shit.
little bit of excitement here. I've talked to Harris officials in the last hour who say, look at the lines in Penn State. Look at the lines in Arizona.
Why
Look
did
at
it
the
say
lines in
201 to
Philly, college
81?
campuses. They feel really good about their
Damn.
ground operation. They have the best ground
When
operation.
she get that
system in
California one, that's
American
gonna be
politics,
big
and
for her,
Jenna
though.
Valley Dillon is the chair who has built
How many
a
California
billion-dollar
got?
field campaign for
They
this
got
moment, and they're really going for it on the
they got
college
like
campuses.
50
and they kinda
electoral
need it
votes
right
or
now.
some shit like
Messina,
that.
good to see you. Thank you.
All right,
That's
we've
a
got
lot.
a winner to announce. Kamala Harris takes Colorado as expected.
Okay, she get a little
Used to be a
Colorado.
battleground years and years ago, but has really trended to the Democrats in the last couple of presidential
Because
cycles.
them niggas
and
fuck
here's
with
how it
weed in
shakes out.
Colorado.
54%
That's why
of the vote
niggas
counted
fuck
in
with
Colorado. They vote by mail,
marijuana.
and those ballots get to be counted quite quickly. So
Mary
we see that Kamala
Jane.
Harris will take
Now let's
Colorado,
get
so we
an
can
update.
fill out the map just a little bit more as we
We're still close.
lay out the road to 270. But those
And
big
she had what's the
battleground
name
states,
for the
we have yet to
longest
call
time.
one of the battleground states.
109.
Right
Okay,
now, her
okay.
best path remains those free
getting a little
industrial Midwest
closer?
states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Donald Trump flirting with Georgia and North Carolina, and perhaps Arizona and Nevada. It'll be wild before we get results there. We've got Garrett Hake, who is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. And Garrett, what's the mood there?
Kamala
What are you
Harris
hearing?
took Colorado.
Savannah, I've been talking to Trump campaign officials, and look, we all know the cliche on election days where you hear campaign sources say they're feeling cautiously optimistic. What has happened in the last half hour is my sources have stopped using the word cautious to describe their optimism. They are feeling increasingly confident as more and more votes come in, despite the fact
Them
that
niggas getting confident over there.
that their theory of the
MAGA
case
boys
is being
getting
proven
confident.
correct. And what I mean by that is the Trump campaign set out at the beginning of this
I
race
mean, the
to
way these
expand
numbers
the
look,
Republican Party.
I
They
feel
knew they couldn't
confident
win
too.
with their old coalition.
And he's
They had
still
to get
winning the
more younger
popular vote.
voters, more black voters, more Latino voters, even by small amounts to join their coalition. In the battleground states, they are seeing that happen. And if it does happen, it would be a historic realignment of the parties. Now, again, none of these battlegrounds have been called, but with all the battleground
She still ain't catching them in Georgia.
states now closed, the voting is done, except for the folks who are waiting in line. They feel like there's not much else left for them
When the
to
fuck
do
did California
but
vote?
watch and wait in an increasingly optimistic
I was
atmosphere
about to say
both
Oregon.
here
Ain't
at
taking
West Palm
Oregon a
Beach
little
and
bit?
at Mar-a-Lago, where Trump and his closest allies, friends, and
Let's
family are
check.
watching the
Let's
results come
update
in.
the Senate race.
Savannah.
All right, thank you, Garrett.
All right, let's go with Peter Alexander now. He's with the Harris campaign in Washington, D.C. What's the optimism level there tonight?
I need my nigga Colin Aldrich to win.
Well, I think there's certainly a level of anxiety, at least according to some of the Harris allies with whom I've been speaking to over the course of the last hour or
Should
so.
be
One
anxious.
ally telling me that, just look at the state of North Carolina, Josh Stein, the Democrat winning his effort to become the state's governor. That we were able to project.
Ooh,
a
North
while
Carolina,
back,
that'd
but
be big
obviously
for Trump.
Not the same for Kamala Harris, at least not yet. That indicates that there's clearly some split ticket voters there. Some folks who will be voting for Josh Stein as governor, but then Donald Trump as president. Otherwise, we would have a projection already in that state right now. They say that is an indicator that gives some anxiety right now going forward that North Carolina may not be a state that they're able
he
to
catching
win.
her in
If that
Michigan?
happens, and these are all ifs, it's all very early here, that does
He
again
catching
shrink
her
their
in
path
Michigan.
to victory to 270. They really are relying heavily on those blue wall states right now. And one of those key states, obviously, is Pennsylvania, the biggest prize of them all with 19 electoral votes. I spent many of the last several days.
She losing
there.
that
I was
right now,
in the
though.
urban centers where
She is
the Harris
losing that right
campaign put
now.
a lot of its
She was
energy,
winning,
including
though. I
Philadelphia,
mean, it's
and
close.
particularly in places
It's
like Philadelphia, where they were
50.1%
sending
versus
buses up there
49%.
and knock
It's
on
probably gonna
doors
flip
to
again.
help swell the number. They're
It's
really
definitely probably
relying
gonna
on
flip
big
again.
numbers
This one probably
in
gonna flip.
places like Philadelphia and the
That
collar
one.
counties
I think
that
this. I think
surround it. They need to
Wisconsin
run
gonna
up the
flip
numbers
again.
among some of those suburban women in particular, the suburbs more broadly right now, and in Philadelphia. So that's where a lot of them are hanging their hat, at least according to the allies I'm speaking to right now. We're going to keep a close eye
I
on
guess
that
they can't say
as this night
if he win the popular vote. I guess they
Peter
can't say
Alexander,
again.
thanks very much.
He
I
didn't
think
win
we
the
have a call
popular
now
vote.
in the Texas Senate race. NBC News projects that Ted Cruz will retain his seat again in Texas. Democrats have taken some big swings in recent years.
I tried to get you in there, my buddy Colin.
Colin Allred will come up short tonight.
I wasn't
in his
fucking
bid
with
to
Ted Cruz.
unseat
I don't know
Ted
about y'all, but I
Cruz.
wasn't
Let's go to
fucking with
Chuck
him.
on this because I mean,
You
Texas
talking
is
about
the
he
white
want to
whale
raise?
for
When he
Democrats.
said he wanted to raise the
Chuck
retirement,
Schumer,
that was my
the
thing. Like, you
Democratic
can't say
campaign
you want
committee
to
threw
raise the
money in
retirement
Texas
age.
late in the game.
Get the fuck
Thinking
out of
maybe
here,
there
bro.
was something going
You
on there.
want to
Texas has
raise
a very
the age?
restrictive
People
abortion
already
ban, as
struggling.
we
People
know.
already don't want to
The
work. You
Democratic
want them
Party
to work
went way
longer?
late into both of those two races. They were sent a signal to donors for a year and a half. We're not going to bother with Texas and Florida. They're too expensive to do, and they had too many incumbents to defend in Ohio and Pennsylvania and all of that. Then Allred just kept hanging around. So they thought maybe late money, but this is, you don't just flip a, notice we haven't seen any big flips tonight in general. You don't just flip a state in 3 weeks. You don't just show up in 3 weeks and think magically things are going to happen.
That's what I've been
Not
seeing.
with how embedded,
Buddy
not with how nationalized the
campaigning for
conversation
weeks,
is,
not
how
just 2
polarized
weeks.
we are. And this is a
Where you
case
getting
where
this
at some
info from?
point the Democratic Party, if they're serious about Texas, they got to spend 4 years there. You can't just do it in 4 weeks. And it's the same story we just talked about in Florida. And this is the difference.
Where did
Again,
you
I
get
go
this
back.
info from?
The Republican Party for the last 4 years has been much more aggressive. You heard Garrett talk about it, and the Trump campaign is flexing.
That's
its muscles
because the
it worked.
Republicans.
They had
That's because
massive
they
voter
really seem
registration
like they be
campaigns
pushing
for the
America
last 3
first.
years, and it
They
has
really seem like
padded
that.
them.
That's
It's what
just
Texas
that's
looked-
just my opinion. I don't know
Republicans
about
got
how y'all
stronger
feel,
in
but
Texas.
that's
I mean,
what I see.
that Latino vote in Texas, when you've got over 60% Latino men moving in Texas towards the Republicans, that's realignment.
That's
That
crazy.
is realignment that's happened.
And I think we have another Senate call to make now in the, I believe, in the state of Maryland. NBC News projects that
Man, they finna take
Maryland
this. They finna take the Senate.
Brooks will win.
It's getting
There's,
closer in the
against,
House.
Larry Hogan.
Oh, well, they
for
lost 2
governor.
seats and they gained 2
Difference
seats.
171,000
So I don't know how
votes
close
there.
it's getting.
So here's the Senate at this
If
hour.
they
They've
lost
picked
the
up,
2
the
seats
Republicans
and
have
gained
picked
2
up 1
seats.
seat. They need to pick up 2 to take
Wait,
control
go back.
of the Senate. And the
201
ones hanging
to
in the balance right now in
91?
terms of that are Ohio, Sherrod Brown in the fight for his political career in Ohio. We've got Michigan we're watching, Alyssa Slotkin trying to hold on to that seat after her retirement there.
And Montana would
And
be the
Montana.
I wish
flip.
they
If
all
it
just
flips,
reported the
that would
thing.
give Republicans control of the Senate.
Absolutely. I think
See,
Montana
I
and
told
Ohio
y'all
are the two of
Wisconsin was
your
gonna flip again.
Republicans that you're watching quite closely to see if they can flip those states.
This
I do
might
think
flip again,
it's
too.
notable when you think about the realignment that Chuck is talking about. You think about the state of Pennsylvania, the Latino voters.
Let me know if y'all want to join the live. If y'all want to
fact
join the
that what Trump is
conversation,
running on,
I'll get
remember,
y'all
is
on.
his first day in
Yeah, he
office
taking
to start a mass deportation plan. A lot of folks have asked him for details about what would that actually look like. He has
Is
not
she
given
gaining
them, but
in
it is
Georgia?
notable that he's increased his support based on what we're seeing so far amongst Latino voters, that is something that has resonated with them. Democrats making that late play to try to win them back. And so far, based on what we're seeing, didn't work.
And yet the exit polling also shows that
Oh, he
more
gaining.
people do
He
not want to
gaining
see
in Michigan.
immigrants deported if they are here illegally here. They want to see a pathway to legal migration, legal immigration here, which is another nugget we got from the exit poll. So interesting dynamics at play on this issue.
48%.
Let's go over to Tom Yamas. He's got the big board going.
Reported in,
and the state of Iowa, which has
damn.
been of
Right.
Why is that gonna
increase
take
since a Saturday night surprise
almost
at the
2
poll.
weeks?
It was a
If I can
huge
count that
question
shit.
mark. If you woke up on Sunday and you watched Meet the Press with Kristen Welker, it was a huge headline, right? People woke up on Sunday and according to the Des Moines Register poll, Harris was up by 3 points within the margin of error. The politics desk just pointed this out to me. Let's dig in because we have some voting data now. 45% of the vote is in, but let's look at Polk County.
is
This
it?
is the biggest county, the most people. This is
Iowa?
Des Moines, the capital here. So she's on top, 55%
follow
to
along.
43%, 94% of the votes in. But look at Trump's margins. Trump's actually doing better than he did in 2020. Let's go over here. To
So
Another
everything
county,
saying Trump is doing better.
Dubuque County, 94% of the votes in.
All the shit I'm seeing, they saying Trump doing better.
So he's growing in both those districts, in both those counties, I should say.
Like I was saying
For
earlier in the
Democrats to flip
stream,
Iowa, he has to be doing worse. in
what
those
I
counties.
see
Again,
on
look,
Instagram,
there's still a lot of
Twitter,
vote out, a lot of
TikTok,
vote has to come in.
just period.
This would be a shocker.
He
if
seemed like
Republicans
he was
lost
doing
Iowa. Remember,
better. Like
Trump won 98 of the 99 counties in the primary. And when you go back to elections past, he won by 8 points in 2020, and he won by 9 points in 2016. So my point here being that if the trend was Iowa was going to
flip
turn
that
blue,
back again.
she has to be turning up the
all
votes in Des
night.
Moines and in other places. And right now, that's not happening.
We actually have a call right now. Let's play the music here. Projection and Iowa will go red, as was widely expected until that poll. Right there, Trump wins the 6 electoral votes of Iowa, and so we can see the breakdown there with about half the vote counted there. So there was this thought that perhaps because of his restrictive abortion ban that just went into effect in July, and this highly respected pollster coming out, that perhaps there was going to be a wave of independent women who could somehow turn this red state blue, but this was not to be. Chuck.
No, I mean, look, this is a miss because this looks exactly the way Iowa looks 4 years ago. You know, we're in margin of error range there. So look, she'd found something
This
with
is the pollster that we're talking about, yeah.
independent women looking like they were choosing.
Them polls
certainly
be
we've
bullshit.
seen some evidence of it in national polls, a point or two here or there. And
Fucking polls.
you're
Let's look at this
I've
one.
seen it throughout the Midwest,
here.
but it's a point
A lot
here
of
or a
fucking
point
rate.
there. I don't know if it's enough to make up for the loss of voters of color that have cleared. I mean, that continues to me to be the big story of the night, is the shift among Hispanics. Look, Hispanic voters are swing voters.
207
and
and
I think,
91.
You know, what's interesting here is the Republican Party treated them the same way they treated white working class voters. They courted them the same way they treated white working class voters. The
do that
Democratic
for
Party
black
has spent a
people.
lot of time treating it as an identity group. You know, and whether it's Latinx, which sort of fell flat, and so there's been a lot of hand wringing about this inside Democratic circles. A real split, like, you know, it was a total misread, sort of by the coastal strategists when it comes to
what you idiots
how to
get.
target working class voters of color. And I think we're starting to see sort of a working class coalition start to drift to the right. You know, before Donald Trump had working class whites. Now he's adding working class Hispanics and working class, not necessarily seeing evidence of working class African Americans,
said it.
but adding working class Hispanics. That becomes a very durable majority.
Well, another way of saying that is the education gap.
Well, it's
whether
the same
you're
thing.
College educated
Correct.
or non-college educated.
It doesn't matter your ethnicity. It matters your education.
Right.
But is it Donald Trump or is it the Republican Party?
Or is it the Democratic Party?
It's
Okay,
he
meaning,
got it
look,
right.
I
It's
don't-
not.
you know,
It's
the
not
Democrat-
neither
it is,
one. It's
first
the
of all,
Democratic Party.
Latino voters.
He
in
got
many
it
ways
right.
the same-
It had
are
nothing
driven
to
by
do with the
same issues.
Republican Party
And there's one
or
issue in
Donald Trump.
particular,
It is
actually, that
100% the
Republicans align closer
Democratic
with
Party.
Latino voters, or Latino voters that align more closely
People
with
just
conservative,
see them as
conservative party, and that's still
horse
true.
shit. Like
And that
like
has been,
what Malcolm
you
X
can't help but
said.
wonder, both Florida and
Malcolm
Texas
X
have been very
said they
aggressive
are
about
fucking
expanding school
wolves in
choice.
sheep's clothing.
Where have Republicans made the greatest gains
That's
among Hispanic
exactly how
voters?
people are starting to see them
Florida
as
and
wolves in
Texas.
sheep's
So
clothing.
education, the economy, those issues, bread and butter issues, and that is how they talk to them. Not saying Democrats weren't, but for the sort of the cultural issues don't play as well with Hispanic voters as they may
They
with
try that shit.
college-educated whites.
Oh,
or,
he getting
And we
close
saw
in
Trump campaign
Michigan.
hammer some of those issues.
It's
over
still
ads over and
20%
over
report. It's
again.
still gonna be a
Take
long
break right
time.
here. Coming up next, things are heating up. The votes are rolling in. We've got the latest on the
Oh,
battleground
he started.
states, and we're inching closer to that 270 mark. Stay with
We
us.
are
Election
getting
night rolls
close.
on.
Why is this not up to date? Why was this up to date faster earlier and now it's up to date slower? What the hell? This is dumb. This is dumb. It go faster here. Now it's going slower here.
Immigration enforcement.
Why
will
don't
show
you?
up anywhere, anytime, to detain our peers, friends, and neighbors.
Yeah, we have her here.
Let me do this real quick.
Together, let's stand up to Project 2025 before it's too late.
Well, should have said that earlier, buddy, because the votes are already in. Oh, she got. What did she just get? See, I'm confused. What? So, according to the Associated Press, this shit confusing. All right, bet. Let's see. All right, I'm about to do 2 on this one. Okay, that's that. They got 2 different results. I don't get how. Why isn't this shit uniform? Like, why isn't everybody going off the same thing? That is weird. Shit is weird. 2 different results. I've been confused all night. Been confused all night. Let's go back to this. Did they update? Why didn't want to update this shit? Oh, he gonna flip that, but it's still 20%. Still, he gonna flip that. I get a little bit of edge, and let's check up on Georgia real quick. She gaining in Georgia. She gaining in Georgia. Where's the people talking?
I had my first job lined up like 2 months before I graduated. Tulsa Welding School changed my life by giving me the opportunities to go out here to get it. So Tulsa has changed everything for me.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
My boy Irving.
4 families shattered. There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Why is it doing that?
A gripping true crime original, 48 hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Did it
Sunday
upload?
morning, actor Kirsten Dunst, plus Wayne Brady on Broadway, and a beloved cherry tree named Stumpy.
They don't give me another update here.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. From coast to coast in big cities and small towns, millions of Americans cast their ballots for the nation's highest office.
The report.
Did disrupt some
It might be a
polling,
red
several
wave.
locations in Georgia. CBS's Nicole Skanga joins us with more. Nicole,
207.
what do we know about
He
the
is
origin
less
of those
than
bomb threats?
God.
Yeah, Lindsay, polling places in about half a dozen states were disrupted and targeted by these bomb threats. As you mentioned, Georgia there among the handful of states, all pretty much battleground states here, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, of course, in those cases where there were
teetering in Georgia.
There were
She's starting to get her little stride.
And these are isolated cases in Pennsylvania.
She's starting to get her little stride in Georgia.
As
I see
well
why
as
they
in
didn't call it
Arizona.
yet.
Now, as to what we know about where these bomb threats are coming from, secretaries of state in Georgia and in Arizona have alluded to the fact that there seems to be some sort of link to Russia or Russian bad actors. Here's what we know.
Oh,
There's
now
an
it's Russia.
important
They gonna
caveat
blame
on that.
Russia.
The FBI has
They be
only
blaming
said
Russia for
that some of the
everything.
threats came from
Russia.
Russian email domains. That means that the actors behind them aren't necessarily from Russia. You or I could sign up for a Russian email domain, and cybersecurity officials and law
saying.
enforcement officials I've
It's
been
probably
speaking to
Democrats.
tonight say they're combing through some of these threats. They're determining patterns, similarities, but it might take days or even weeks to really attribute and pinpoint exactly where these threats are coming from. But again, the big good headline here, Lindsay, no material effect on the outcome of the U.S. election here.
And Nicole, quickly, the FBI is warning about
How
some
y'all know?
misinformation videos using their logo.
I don't know. Some people didn't stay home.
Exactly right. The
because they
FBI
heard
putting
about
out
the
a
bomb
warning
threats.
about
You
3
can't say it
videos
wasn't no
that claim
effect.
to use the
I don't know.
FBI insignia,
Are y'all
name, and
asking? Are y'all
likeness. They're
calling
spreading
everybody's
false
house and
claims
asking them?
about
I'm saying
alleged
some
voter
of the people
fraud,
might
violence
spook
at
because it's a
polling
bomb threat.
stations. And by the way, Lindsay, according to CBS News exit polls, 70% of voters are concerned with violence after Election Day. And we should just know, speaking with law enforcement officials today, they say so far the coast is pretty clear, but they're looking ahead to next week. I was at the DC Police Command Post earlier today, and that's a command post that's operating through Friday.
The only ones I see
Okay,
is
Nicole
tripping.
Skanga, thank you so much. Stay with us. You're watching America Decides.
Get answers in a tweet on Face the Nation. We try to separate the noise from the news. You need to be able to have an actual conversation.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching. Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, Gail. Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jills.
You can't get into the market. It's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemonade chicken.
Hot.
Dark book.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
Philippines.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
But can we get an update, AP?
CBS News election headquarters here in New York. It is 10:30 p.m. in the East, 7:30 in the West, and we have a CBS News projection in a closely watched Senate race in Maryland. CBS News projects that Democrat Angela Also Brooks has won in that state.
Hey!
Over the former Governor Larry Hogan.
Shout out to the black
we have been
lady.
Laser focused on those key battleground states that are right here in purple. We have yet to call or project any of these 7 states. They are all toss-ups at this hour.
He flipped
at the Peach State.
He
of
flipping
Georgia.
Arizona?
At this hour, you can see 86% of the vote in, but we're going to dive into the numbers about what's still left to count. Let's take a look too now at North Carolina. As you can see, about 80% of the vote in the Tar Heels state. Donald Trump currently with a lead, but we still rate this as a toss-up, as some of the major cities have not yet reported. And then take a look at Pennsylvania. This is the big electoral prize of the night with its 19 electoral votes.
Democrats need that.
And
Republican sources I'm talking
That's
with
about the way
there
this going.
say
They
that
need
Donald
that.
Trump has performed well in the rural counties, but just 57% of the vote in. And if you were with us 4 years ago on this journey, you'll remember that it took a few days to get the full count in from Pennsylvania.
Didn't it flip overnight, though?
Process their ballots like most other states do. So it takes them a little bit longer. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. It just, you got to pack your patience. So let's go inside.
They should have
these
better
numbers
systems to
and
count this
touch
faster.
base with Major Garrett. He's
I don't get
over
that.
here at the data desk, and I think this is our first time actually in the same room together all night, Major. Yes.
Welcome to the room where it happens.
I know. I'm excited to be here because Pennsylvania, everybody's curious about what's going on in that state. We'd heard about some polling places staying open late, young kids in line.
Lehigh University, exactly. So let's just walk through very gradually where we are currently in Pennsylvania. Here's where the outstanding vote is yet to come in. This is where the Harris campaign is hoping it can make up some ground.
Where?
You see around Philadelphia and the collar counties and Pittsburgh and Allegheny. I will show you some numbers now, Nora, that illustrate what's outstanding. So Bucks County, more than 200,000 votes still outstanding. Montgomery County, 342. Chester County, 300,000. Delaware County, 243. Philadelphia, 256. Allegheny County, 192,000. All that is still outstanding. So how do we look at Pennsylvania writ large right now?
The chicken, potato salad, and the bean.
We look at it this way. To prevail in Pennsylvania and claim those vital 19 electoral votes, Kamala Harris, the vice president, needs 52% of the outstanding vote. What is our current estimate based on the data? 54%. So she is in position currently
to win what?
To achieve victory in Pennsylvania based on the data set as we know it and as it overlays exit poll data and historical trends. That's where we are in Pennsylvania right now.
Because you were saying there is still a huge outstanding vote, not only in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, but what we call these collar counties.
Precisely, the suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's look as
These are high population centers. And of course, we know Trump does very well in the rural area.
Okay, so he started kicking ass in Georgia again.
That area. Here's Bucks County. Robert Costa was just talking about it. That's the current trend, only 34% in, but let's look at the historical. So right now, again, it's early, a third of the vote in, running slightly ahead of the percentages in Bucks County. Let's go right next door to Montgomery County, running a little bit ahead then. Again, 36% in. You don't want to draw too many conclusions. Not so favorably in Chester County, running a little bit behind there, but as you closer you get to Philadelphia, running a little bit ahead. These are positive signs for the Harris campaign, at least initially. Also, Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, running slightly ahead of the totals there. And in Lackawanna County, Scranton, not running right next to former President Biden for obvious reasons, but competitive there. And in Luzerne County, running slightly ahead of Joe Biden. Those are somewhat soft, encouraging signs for the vice president, at least in Pennsylvania.
But what about the rural counties that he may be doing even better than he did 4 years ago?
So let's look at the
explain that.
Campaign was very focused on outside of Pittsburgh. Let's go to Butler County, which has all sorts of literal resonance for the president.
Interesting.
Running right about where he was in 2020. Beaver County, also a nice place, doing well there. Westmoreland County, even a larger concentration of voters, more strongly there. Washington County, competitive, doing, generally speaking, a little bit better or as well as he was right around Pittsburgh. Center County.
Let's see.
Trump is running a little bit better than he did in 2020. And
get the live stream going back on.
All important Erie County, which we
I need this to update.
Again, 32% of the vote in.
Oh, he got Michigan. That's only 22%. But he got Michigan. I ain't seen that all night
in Pennsylvania.
We have a projection, but then I want to go inside the numbers in the other blue wall states of
Michigan all night
and Wisconsin. But first, CBS News projects that Iowa is for Trump, that the former president has won the state of Iowa. You see just a little bit more than half the vote in there. There had been that poll by the Des Moines Register suggesting that she was doing much better than expected, but Iowa, a reliably Republican state there, and those 6 electoral votes now in the Republican column. John Dickerson wanted to check in with you. What are the exit polls showing us?
Various different splits with the electorate. We've also talked about how there are shifts going on. Donald Trump is getting more of the African-American vote than you might have expected, or you would have expected a Republican to get in the past. We've talked about Latino voters. Another key way to think about the electorate is between college and non-college voters. Particularly, let's look at white college voters. That's to say, voters with a college degree. So let's look at white voters with a college degree. Kamala Harris, 54 to 44. So that's a 10-point margin. The reason this is important is this is a key part of the new emerging Democratic base doing well with college-educated voters. That's 7 points better than Joe Biden did in 2020. He won that group, white college voters with a degree, by only 3 points. Now let's look at the other group, which is the one that Donald Trump does well in, and that's white voters without a college degree. Now you see he is creaming Kamala Harris, 65
He's smoking them
among
I mean, that makes
voters
sense
without
though.
a college degree. So that's
sorry to say it, but that makes sense.
Difference, but
that makes all the sense.
That's a little bit less than he did.
Oh, it's less? Hold on.
In 2020, when he beat Joe Biden with that same group by 35 points. So this is we see the shift happening. Kamala Harris overperforming with white college voters. Donald Trump doing essentially as he did in 2024. Although
we knew she was going to perform well with the white
this matters
college
in the battle key
educated voters.
White non-college voters are a big part of Wisconsin and Michigan. In those states, the picture is a little bit more mixed. Now, I'm not going to have exit poll.
He got okay. Yeah, this gonna be going back and forth all night because she had Michigan for the longest. Then he got it. Now she got it back
with white college voters. She's doing 19 points better than Donald Trump in Pennsylvania.
Nobody's surprised.
Biden beat him only by 9. Trump is beating her by 29 points with voters without a college degree who are white, beating her by 29 points, but he beat Biden by 32. So the Pennsylvania story matches that national story. But in Wisconsin, and I'll just wind it down here, Wisconsin and Michigan, it's much tighter. White college vote for Harris is about what it was for Biden. White non-college, Trump is doing a little bit better in Wisconsin than he did in 2020.
Really?
In Michigan, Harris is doing a little bit better among white college voters, but in white non-college, Trump is up by 3. So in those two key states, the picture's a little bit more mixed than at the national level. Nora, back to you wherever you may be.
I know, John. I decided to stay over here with Major Garrett.
Sure. Well, who can blame you? Who can blame you?
No offense to any of you, but of course.
What's cracking?
I'm geeking out over here at the board, and I wanted
What's cracking,
to know
my boy?
about Michigan and Wisconsin because we haven't yet got to dive into those numbers. So, Major, take it away.
So again, Michigan, 23% of the vote in. We have a current lead.
You know I voted.
The vice president.
You know I voted.
Standing vote. Well, okay. As we mentioned earlier, as Anthony went through this, Wayne County, Washtenaw, that's Ann Arbor, Oakland. Very large concentration of outstanding vote there. What is the overall needs for President Trump to prevail in Michigan? What is our current projection? 46%. Again, these are projections based on the vote that's come in so far. Our estimation of what the overall turnout will be.
I ain't going for nobody.
Data. So that's
I wrote on my ballot nobody. I think
Michigan
Trump gonna win.
Okay, Wisconsin.
And I think he gonna win just because she almost had my vote.
Of the vote in.
He lost my vote when he said he wanted to give police officers full immunity. That's when he 100% lost my vote. But my problem with her,
what is the general?
She just wasn't believable.
Vice President Harris,
she just seemed like she full of shit. And I know people gonna say, well, Trump full of shit too, but
where it's concentrated,
we already know about him.
In the surrounding suburbs.
She just couldn't win me over.
43% of that outstanding vote. That could be problematic in Wisconsin for some of the reasons that John mentioned on some of the exit poll data in that state.
Did you vote?
Difference of the coalitions and the assemblage therein.
So she may be in trouble in Wisconsin.
She may be in trouble in Wisconsin.
She may be in trouble in Wisconsin.
Based on our current estimates, yes.
And what about Door
Based
County?
on my estimates,
Door County, let's bring
it's in trouble everywhere.
Door.
Oh, it's tied in there.
76% in.
So sometimes Door County has, I think Door County has always predicted the potential.
Door County has a near perfect record, and she is running slightly behind Joe Biden. Trump is currently in the lead there. We have it a light shade of red.
That's not good for her.
Really
That is not
interesting.
good
All
for
right.
her.
Thank you, Major, for indulging me. Now to Maurice
Okay,
Dubois
God
at our
damn it,
Paths to
finally
Victory
updated.
table. And Maurice, I know we're all looking about the importance of Pennsylvania.
We sure are, Nora. Thank
But
you
I
so
mean,
much. Let's first take you
the reason,
to where we
another
stand
reason why
right
I
now.
voted
We are at
is
201 for
because
Donald Trump,
I voted for the
91 for
judges,
Kamala Harris.
the
But if we look
senator,
at the
and all that
beginning of the
stuff. That
night,
shit is
this is
important
where
too.
we expected
Where
and
I
will
live at,
expect
there
the
was no
votes to go
propositions,
throughout the
which I
evening. Red
really,
states
that's
for Trump,
one of the
blue
real
states
things
for
I wanted to
Kamala
vote on.
Harris.
We
She
just
started
didn't have
with
none.
226.
But that's
He
why I
started
voted, because I
with
wanted to vote on the
219, and what
propositions,
we
the
believe to be
senators,
likely
the
based on
judges,
past
all that
experience and
shit.
past
All that
voting.
shit really
Okay,
affect
so
us on our
let's see
daily,
what Pennsylvania, how
on
it
our
shapes
day to
out
day.
when it
He just
comes to
won
being
Iowa.
pivotal for
On our
Donald
day to
Trump.
day
If
shit,
he were to flip Georgia
yeah.
and get the 16 votes there, electoral votes, and take North Carolina and to hold on to that, and then go to Pennsylvania and take the 19 electoral votes there. We talked about this earlier, but that would bring him straight to 270.
So if
lights
he
out. He's the
wins,
next
so they
president
just said
of
if
the
he
United
wins
States. If he
Georgia,
cannot hold on to Pennsylvania, he then has to go
North
to
Carolina,
the
and
southern
Pennsylvania, it's
strategy,
over with.
the Sun Belt, if you will.
If he
So
win those
that
three,
would
it's
mean
over with.
flipping Georgia, holding on to North Carolina, taking Arizona, taking Nevada as well. He's still not there. He's at 268. So he would have to take one of the upper Midwest, right? If he doesn't get Pennsylvania,
shit is
he'd have
crazy.
to take Wisconsin or Michigan, and he gets right there to 278. Now, for Harris, Pennsylvania is huge. It's big. So if she were to take Pennsylvania and hold on to it, Joe Biden won it by 82,000 votes last time, and to hang on
That's
to Michigan,
close.
this is the blue
82,000
wall we
votes.
talked about, and Wisconsin, we don't know where that's going to go. That would get her right to 270. So Pennsylvania, pivotal as it has been
Trump
for so
takes
many
Iowa.
elections in the past. But again, we're at nail-biter status, 7 battleground states. We just don't know. This is where we stand right now, Nora.
Maurice Dubois, thank you so much. And when we come back, we'll have new results to report. CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024. We'll be back in a moment.
Join my live stream to see the election results.
Get all the CBS
That's
News
live.
election
Yeah, it's live right
information at
now.
your fingertips, including full access to interactive
But
election
it's
maps,
weird
push
because
alerts for major races, plus
when I
breaking
click on
news
here,
and
okay, that's
24/7 streaming
see, it's
coverage.
always
Get
off
the
somewhere.
free
See how they got her
CBS
at
News app
91,
now.
but over here they got her at 112. I don't know which one to believe. I'm just going with the flow.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush. What do you think is driving the spike in popularity? I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
Shout out to everybody that keep joining the stream. I know they coming and leaving, but shout out to everybody that joined the stream. 30 seconds, 1 second, 1 minute, 5 minutes. Appreciate y'all fucking with me.
True crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
They count them Michigan votes slow as fuck.
No police, no army, no mayor.
They count them bitches slow as fuck.
Down poverty,
They count the bitches no faster.
disasters, and violence.
90%
Starting to take over that one.
used by gangs in Haiti are American gun.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism,
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
they're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation.
I'm confused. Why did they call this one so early? But then I don't know. I don't know how this shit work. I wish I really knew how all this shit worked 100% because I'd be confused. They called this shit at reported 15%, gave it to her, and it's at 88%, but still ain't called it. I guess it's because it's so tight. I guess because it's 51% to 48%.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
That California gonna be why they around 10 p.m. Oh, so they're gonna start coming in a minute. All right, let's check on the Senate race.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of election night
Colin.
2024. Let's take a look at some of the other states.
They gonna take
have
that.
results to share. Just in from the CBS News data desk, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win the state of Kansas. In Ohio, CBS News projects the former president will win there as well.
Yeah, they already gave it to him on
Here's where
here.
we stand in the race to 270. Donald Trump, 207. Kamala Harris, 91. And we should note, as it is almost 11 o'clock in the East, that of those 7 battleground
Just give her
states
California.
that will decide who wins the presidency,
How
they
many
are
of these
still
motherfuckers got?
a toss-up
4?
at this hour. That is
There you go.
how close this contest is tonight. But we are getting
You only got
some
3?
clues as more and more of the vote
You niggas
talent
in
comes
Alaska
in.
only got
Wanna
3
bring in Michigan
electoral votes?
Secretary of State Jocelyn
The
Benson.
fuck?
She was elected Secretary of State and oversaw the Michigan's 2020
Okay,
and
is it a Senate race
2022
over here?
general elections, both of which drew record-breaking turnout.
Okay.
Secretary Benson,
What about
welcome.
a governor's race?
Thanks for having me. Happy election night.
Is there a governor race
Happy
over here?
election
Oh, they
night.
got this.
I know Michigan looked like it was on track to break records.
They
Where
got
do we
more
stand
governors.
tonight?
Okay.
We're still on track. We're waiting to see what we've also done really that I'm really proud of is more efficiently tabulate the absentee ballots than even we had anticipated. So we're on track to have all our ballots tabulated in the next few hours statewide, and from there the results will become known. I will caution we have 6,000 outstanding ballots for military and overseas voters. Those may come in the days ahead, but beyond that,
Oh, that
the
makes
rest of
sense
our
now. I was
millions of
tripping earlier when they
ballots have
said
been,
motherfuckers
securely
that don't live
tabulated
in
and
America is
on the way
voting.
to
Okay,
being
that makes
reported,
sense.
and I'm really grateful to all the election workers who worked so efficiently through this process to count every valid vote.
Yeah, because y'all
And Secretary,
y'all
I know
want
you said
another
earlier tonight that you
what
expect
happened
the
in the past
vote
4
to be
years.
tallied by midnight. Is that still true?
Republican niggas was tripping.
That's my hope, but there is some
Nigga, them niggas
time
was standing
between
on
when the
business.
ballots are tabulated to when they
Y'all
get
cheated.
securely, reported out
Y'all got us
publicly, and so
fucked up.
there's still that gap that we're assessing. But certainly,
We finna
I
take over.
anticipate before the
Since
morning
you
we'll
niggas want to
know,
cheat.
the results of the bulk of
Republican
Michigan
niggas was
races.
not playing.
Of course, again,
Y'all
the
got us
closer ones
fucked
that may
up.
take some more time to assess. There may be recounts and all the like. But I'm
Niggas
hopeful
stormed
and
the
I've
Capitol,
certainly seen
B.
the tabulation process go smoothly.
I ain't
And,
never heard a
I'm hopeful
nigga.
we'll have those
Them
unofficial
niggas
results
stormed the
ready to be
Capitol.
reported in the next few hours.
And
They
Secretary
was like,
Donald
y'all
Trump
got
tweeted
us
earlier this
fucked
evening that
up.
there was heavy
You
police
niggas
presence
cheated.
in Philadelphia and Detroit. Is there any truth to
PA?
that?
So she was winning
No,
that shit
there isn't.
earlier. But look,
Neither
it's
in
still
Detroit or in
62%.
Philadelphia.
It's
To
real
the extent that
close.
there is a law enforcement
So it's
presence
still
anywhere
it's
in
still
our
a
city,
long
it's
time.
to
Like
really
nigga might go to
ensure
sleep
our election
and it
officials are
might be
protected. But
she
people
might
have
have a
been
lot or he
respectful.
might have a big
People have
lead.
been
It's
observing
still
the process,
this shit
but
gonna
not
be going for a
disrupting the
minute.
process. It's really been a sea change from 2020, and I'm grateful to see such a peaceful, secure process here in Detroit and across Michigan.
So usually,
And Secretary
and this
Margaret
makes
Brennan is
sense.
here as well, Margaret.
All the ones with the
Good to talk
dots,
to
I
you again,
guess.
Madam
I'm
Secretary.
pretty sure
There
Philly,
were a
big
number
city.
of
Pittsburgh, big
incidents
city.
today
I don't
with
know
bomb
about
threats
that, but
in
I don't know
your
about that.
state. What
Usually
can
the
you
big
tell us
cities
about
are
what the
gonna vote
impact
blue.
was,
That's just how
practically
that shit works.
speaking,
Like
just
let's go to
administering
Texas.
this election?
Texas red as fuck. God
Yeah,
damn,
we
what
know
is
there
that?
were
Is
4
that the fuck is that?
bomb threats made
Fuck
to
is this?
precincts and
Mexico?
1 to an office building.
They let
our
Mexico
office
vote?
building in Lansing. All of those were investigated and
How the fuck
debunked
they
and
let
some
Mexico
were treated
vote?
like swatting attempts. No one was really significant.
See,
or
look,
disrupted.
big
No
city,
voter
big city,
was
blue,
stopped from
blue,
voting, and things continue
blue.
apace and
Yeah, all the
continue
big cities
smoothly,
gonna vote blue
in part due
regardless.
to the fact that our partnerships with law enforcement enabled a quick investigation,
Let's go
a
to
quick
Florida.
response, and we quickly were able to source it to Russian interference.
Oh, Miami vote. Oh, that's because
Secretary of State
they
Jocelyn Benson,
they
thank you
ain't
so
fuck with
much
that
for your
shit.
time tonight. Good luck with the count.
That makes sense. Let's go
Thanks for
to
having me.
Georgia.
Absolutely. And we want to head back to Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto.
Savannah
at the
blue.
CBS News data
Yeah,
desk
big
with some
cities
new
blue. All the
insight
big
into
cities
the
blue.
Pennsylvania turnout. Good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, good evening, Nora. So I want
Let
to
me
take
check the
you
other one, see what
down
they
to
say on
the
this one.
local level. You want granular data? This is the city of Philadelphia. These are precincts in the city of
Damn.
Philadelphia. We've talked all night how important turnout is
Smoking
here,
that nigga
but
in
also
Philly.
vote shifts. We're looking at some analysis that my colleagues Corey and Kabir have been running on those precincts, and I can tell you that we're seeing a vote shift at about -2 overall
For
from
who?
Democrats 2020 to now. And you can see
Ooh.
it coming in live.
They
populating
losing
here. But the
-2 in
really key
Philly?
thing here, Nora, is in
That ain't good for them
neighborhoods that
niggas.
are Latino, Hispanic neighborhoods, including up in here in the northern part in Fair Hill. As we get up here,
They
away
losing
from the
-2
center
in
city,
Philly.
we are seeing perhaps a 6 to 8 point swing from 2020 away from the Democrats. I know a lot of
Oh,
folks
shit.
talked about that might go the other way after maybe the
That's
Donald
not
Trump's
good for them
comments or
niggas.
other comments that
They
they've
need
heard, but
they
nope, in fact,
they need
that is
they
going
California's
back
gonna be
towards
big for them.
Donald
Look
Trump
how many
right
of
now.
these niggas
So
get.
all in all,
They're gonna get
the other
54.
thing
They're
that's
gonna
really
get
important here is
54.
it looks like turnout is
So let's
also
say them
tracking to
niggas are
be
gonna
a
get
little
54.
lower.
My
So
math is
between
terrible.
that little bit of a vote shift
So I'm gonna
between
use my
the
calculator.
Hispanic vote shift that we're seeing so
54.
far,
Based
and the
off
fact
this,
that it's tracking a
54
little bit lower on turnout,
plus
right? Might even come in
113.
at under.
That's gonna put them at 167. They're gonna get California.
None of that bodes well for Kamala.
All right, bro.
Harris.
Have a good
And that's
night.
Your local level dive into Philadelphia.
But they still
All
kind
right,
of
Anthony
far.
Salvanto.
Yeah, they
and
need-
Major Garrett, thank you. Were you
they-
saying something, Cecilia?
They
I was
need
gonna
one
say
of these
that
states.
Viewers may
The
hear
Democrats
what Anthony just
need
said and
one
think
of
that
these
sounds
states.
counterintuitive, right? Given the rhetoric that we have heard from Donald Trump over this campaign and his 4 years in office.
But
and the campaign
nobody
leading up
listening to
it.
y'all.
One of the polls that has been the most illustrative for me from this entire campaign is the one that said 2/3 of Latinos who were surveyed said that they believe that Donald Trump was not referring to people like them when he spoke about immigrants. And half of foreign-born Latinos said the
See?
same thing. Broadly speaking, Latinos are still
Nick,
overwhelmingly
that's how you
Democrat,
know
but Donald Trump
people
has
don't
very
give a fuck
successfully
about what the
started
news
to
say
get
no
into
more.
this
Because they just
population.
said
Many
they don't
Latinos
think
seem
they
to be
talking
finding
about them.
a sense of belonging in Trump's otherism because he is talking to them the same way he talks to white voters. They hear him on the economy. That's their message from him.
Okay.
All right, when we return,
That's
poll
a great
closings in
fucking
4
point.
Western states,
Because-
including California and its 54 electoral votes.
Like
CBS
when we
News
see these
America
clips of
Decides
Kamala
Elections
Harris talking,
2024. We'll be right
acting
back.
like she a fucking pastor, fucking changing up how she talk from white people to black people to Hispanic people. People see that shit. People don't like that shit. That shit turns people off. And Trump talked to everybody saying whether you white, black, brown, Middle Eastern, Asian, fucking a goat, a fish. He talks to everybody the same. So that makes people feel like he's real. And she just seemed fake. She just seemed fake.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
It is what it is. That's her fault for seeming fake. You know, I mean,
Where do
you
you
can
celebrate
only
the moments that matter most?
fake it so much
Like the
for
moment you-
people gon' start to see you fake.
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean? Did any of that make sense? What's your response?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News original 60 Minutes.
But I don't know. Let me know what y'all think.
Streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today,
I wonder why.
more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
I wonder why y'all seeing record numbers of
CBS
migrants.
Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for
I
a
mean, they
future
get
now
6.
streaming on the
That's a
free
big one. If
CBS
you get
News app.
Arizona, look, all the big cities blue.
There's chaos.
But ain't shit in Arizona.
Something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's
Fucking
not
desert.
fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
Utah.
Physical evidence. The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked.
It's gonna be crazy. Blue, red, blue. No, I mean blue, red, blue,
A
red.
gripping true crime original.
48 Hours, now streaming on
She
the
love
free
that.
CBS
He's
News app.
starting to pull away a little bit.
Oh, no, I will if you will. You go.
Starting to pull a little way a bit. He's starting to pull away a little bit over
I
here.
want to make sure that my voice is heard.
Starting to
but
pull
also
away a little
lift
bit
up
over
other
here.
voices. Give me some love, baby.
That's kind of what I've been seeing for the past hour in Georgia.
See you, 7 o'clock sharp.
Starting to pull away over there too. Starting to pull away in some of these states. He up on, god damn. He up on a popular vote a lot.
Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Most voters in Arizona cast ballots by mail, and election officials estimate that results could take about 2 weeks to finalize
That's
this year.
dumb.
The state's most populous county,
That is
Maricopa, is
dumb.
one of the largest voting constituencies in the country. With
Fucking
roughly
make them mail-in
2.6
ballot.
million
They should
voters
send them
registered
shits
this
out
election.
a month
Let's get
early,
more from
and them
CBS's
shits gotta
Chris
be
Van
in
Cleave
by
Chris,
today.
Good to see you. What can you tell us about the
Shit's
early
dumb. Fucking wait 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, Lindsay, of those 2.6
Stupid.
million registered voters, we have returns of more than 1.1
Send them bitches
million
back.
that have been posted. Now, the early
They ain't
votes
came
to
in
this
time.
first
Send them bitches
batch,
home.
These were ballots that were
He
returned
whooping
well
her
in advance.
ass in
Those tend to lean
Minnesota.
Democratic, and that's what these are showing. We expect several of the races to tighten up as more and more of the votes come in, particularly the
Whooping
day
her
of voting,
ass.
which tends to lean
I
Republican.
mean, ain't that bad. I
Chris,
mean,
there's
it's only
also an
9%
abortion ballot
reported.
measure voters are deciding. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so in early voting, that is passing by a 2/3 margin. We spoke with the supporters of that measure. It would codify abortion as a right in the state constitution. They feel very, very
How is the
optimistic
abortion a
based
right
on
in the
these
state
first returns
constitution?
that this is going to pass here in Arizona. Interestingly,
Hey,
we talked to
they all business.
Congressman David Schweikert's
I ain't got
team.
nothing to do with that.
He's a very pro-life Republican. There's been a lot of talk about whether that would make him more vulnerable. His team believes this allows Republicans to vote their conscience and vote their party and re-elect him in District 1. So that's one of the races we're watching, because that,
Ooh,
in
that's
theory,
tight.
should be a very close
Still
race.
tight right
How
there.
about the Senate race? How's that shaping up?
Well, right now, CBS has it leaning Ruben Gallego, the Democratic challenger, over Carrie Lake, who is a local television news anchor, well known here. She ran for governor
she losing?
unsuccessfully 2 years ago. But we also expect that margin to tighten up as more votes come in. But right now,
I mean,
CBS
it
News
ain't
has
that
that
much.
leaning as a Democratic hold.
Chris, any of your sources there saying when we might know result of some of these big races, including the presidential race in Arizona?
It really comes down to how close they are, Lindsay. If it's a very, very close race like it was in 2020, it could be several days. If we're talking about several percentage points difference, we could know that perhaps as soon as
We just
tomorrow.
need
But
it's need some of these to start popping.
All right. Chris Van Cleave in
We
Phoenix,
just
thank
need
you
this
so
one to
much.
pop,
Polls are scheduled to close
this
in
one to
4 more
pop,
Western states at
and
the top of the
one of
hour.
these to pop. Then we
California,
gonna know.
Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. You're watching America Decides.
Oh, the next minute they're gonna start
Morning. A
popping
visit
in.
with the Wayans at Papa's house, plus affairs of state with the diplomat, and in praise of pigeons. Listen for the trumpet.
Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do this. I can see clearly now. Superstar approaching.
3 hours.
Just get your popcorn and get ready. Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. Yeah, boy.
Dollar
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how
It might be a
Serena's-
red wave.
Really a question I've never, no one's asked.
It might be a red wave.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
Who y'all got? Kamala or Trump? Trump 2024 or Kamala 2024?
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Election night in America, Vice President Kamala Harris, former President Donald Trump, and the polls are now closed from coast to coast. America Decides.
All the polls is
now.
closed.
We've been waiting for 4 years for this. 4 years.
Vice President Harris.
4 years.
This is about a fight that is
4 years.
Former President Trump.
We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're
Kamala
going
Harris.
to make America great again.
Kamala Harris. So the California votes finna start coming in.
CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024. Now reporting, Nora O'Donnell.
He's
Welcome
starting
back to CBS
take,
News Election Night
take off.
headquarters here in New York. And we're coming on the air with some breaking news in Georgia. CBS News now rates the presidential race there as lean Trump. This is the first
He's
of the
gonna
7
take
battleground
Georgia
states that we are rating as lean one way or the other. And at this hour, we rate it as lean Republican. We'll be checking in on the battleground states throughout the night, but we also want to give you results from Western
It's looking
states where
ugly
polls
in Georgia
just closed
for Kamala.
in California, Vice President Harris's home state.
Thank you.
CBS News projects that she will win there.
Does she gonna win California?
In Idaho, CBS News projects Trump will win, and over 5 decades, Idaho has supported a Republican for the presidency. And here is where we stand right now in the race to 270, shows Donald Trump with 211 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 145, a number of states still to be called. I'm going to go now to Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto at the data desk. And so why is Georgia now lean Republican?
We will explain.
They said it looks like she's going to lose Georgia
in a moment. Anthony, walk us through how we got to this lean Trump designation for Georgia. It's 16 electoral votes in a state that former President Trump very much wanted to flip.
So you see, there's still some vote outstanding, right? It's 88% in. But what I'm going to do is show you our models here that incorporate what we expect out of that vote. And so when you do that, you see that Donald Trump's current lead holds up in that model. Now, the other way to show you this, though, and why it's a lean, but not a projection, is if I show you that in terms of the range of possibilities here. And what you see is that Trump's range around that estimate is in this red bar, and Harris's range around that estimate is in this blue bar. There is still some overlap here, so we can't be certain, but our best estimate right now is that Donald Trump does have that lead, and therefore we made it lean. And Major, maybe you can talk a little bit about where that outstanding vote is.
Right, because many of our viewers will see that there is outstanding vote. But what I want to do is take you inside those bubbles and show you the numbers. And the numbers tell a story about a declining amount of vote that's out. 126 in Gwinnett, 38,000 remaining in Cobb, 54,000 remaining in Fulton County, 29,000 remaining in Henry County. So these numbers suggest that there would have to be a tremendous push for the vice president in those places where vote is still outstanding and they are historically Democratic. And also, Anthony
this report
showed
is crazy
the
because she's
needs
losing.
and our projection on where the vice president is in terms of the need.
She needs 62%, we believe, right? And right now she's on track to get 58%. Now, there's some estimate, or there's a range around these estimates, right? So you say, well, that is trailing what she needs, hence the lean, but it's not trailing by so much that we can project the race just yet. But we do want to give you, like I said, the whole sense of the race, and that is lean Trump, Nora.
All right. Can we do the same thing in Wisconsin? Because all of us here, when I came back from the data desk with Major,
and that's what California does for you.
Surprised about what we saw in Wisconsin. That would dramatically change the path to victory. So can we go through that margin in Wisconsin?
Sure can. Far less relative vote in there, right? We're at 60. We're at 60%. So the needs yet doesn't quite come into play as much, but we are going to be looking at places like Milwaukee. And if I look at that and then I show you the history there, you see this tells very much the story. So far, Harris is trailing Joe Biden's numbers there in Milwaukee.
She's trailing.
That doesn't necessarily tell a strong story for her. Just a little bit behind
I
Joe
think she's
Biden's
gonna lose.
numbers in critical Dane County. This is a place where Democrats traditionally really run up a lot of votes. Now, again, this is not all in, but that tracking number plus just slightly lower turnout, perhaps, that's not enough of a margin.
And let's walk through the needs and our
How about
projections.
votes in California?
currently. You got it. Okay, so there's your needs.
They're showing the
right?
votes.
Needs 51% of the estimate. That's
I
not
just gave
that
it to
hard to do. Okay, so the trouble is, given what I just showed you in those key Democratic counties, right now she's tracking it getting 44% of the outstanding vote. So again, still a lot of vote to come, still some uncertainty here, but right now not immediately on track.
And because we only have 61% of the vote in statewide, that's why we have not made a designation in this race. It is still a toss-up based on our estimates, but these are the trend lines at this hour.
Leadership and what? All right, thank you so much. I want to go, we're going to dive into the exit poll numbers in
Losing
Wisconsin.
Georgia, boy.
Are you
Yeah,
ready?
I'll just
real quick.
Losing that one.
because we'll know what's going on in Wisconsin.
Tiny little dash into
losing
Wisconsin. Just two
Pennsylvania.
pieces. One, let's look at the union household vote in Wisconsin.
She losing the swing state.
Kamala
Oh,
Harris is
damn.
up 50 to 49.
Where?
It's basically 50-50 actually in what you're about to see on your screen.
Where?
So it's even flat among union households in Wisconsin. Biden won that group by 19 in 2020. So that's
This is the working class vote.
this is the working class vote. This is the connection
dumb.
long-standing.
I wish
to
they
Joe
all be on the
Biden's
same page.
Advocacy for the unions that helped him in 2020, but here in Wisconsin, if Wisconsin is not going well for the vice president, that could be one reason why. Now, one reason it could be going well, just to remind from something we talked about earlier, that she is winning with seniors by 17 points. Biden only won with seniors by 6 points. So as we watch where each coalition is built, Kamala Harris is not doing well with union voters in Wisconsin, but she's doing better with senior voters than Joe Biden did in 2020.
I think this is a good time to go over to the path to victory. And I know that Ed O'Keefe is there with Maurice Dubois. So let's play that scenario out, because if Georgia goes red and Wisconsin goes red, does Kamala Harris have a path to victory, and what does it include?
So
It does, and it narrows.
yeah,
It
so
narrows
Nora, I
dramatically.
want to show you something. This
Oh,
is the
shoot.
briefing book that we all got, right? And right in the beginning of it, there are 21 different ways that Democrats can get to 270 plus, okay? 21 different options for our political unit. If you go through now and cross out all the Georgia and Wisconsin options, she's down to very few. So
Yes,
this
she
is
is.
where we are right now, right?
Yes, we are. We
I
have.
just want to point out that Margaret Brennan has already done that over here.
Yeah. So we're gonna. Hey,
Let's
at
see.
least the guys are asking for directions and using the map, right? So let's use
Which
the
way
map.
is up?
All right.
But Donald Trump ahead at the moment, 211 to 145. So let's go to our hypothetical map and see these paths to victory, right?
So let's
So
make
if Georgia does
yeah.
go red,
and make Wisconsin red.
Wisconsin goes red as well.
So now here's how she could get to 270. She would get Pennsylvania.
Gotta hold on to Pennsylvania.
She'd have to get North Carolina
Gotta flip that.
and give her Arizona.
Gotta take Arizona as
Okay.
well.
That's one way she can do it.
Mm.
The other way, if I'm looking at this correctly, North Carolina, we're going to make that red. North Carolina,
That narrows things.
Michigan,
And the,
Arizona, and Nevada.
right.
There aren't many options at this point.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, she ain't got.
The other one would be Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona. We did Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona.
Those
would
two.
be the other
Right.
option.
That's 270 right
Okay.
there.
This could go red. And that gets us, it gets rid of
287.
It gets the map, it gets the entire country to 287, 251. So there's ways it could happen if Wisconsin and Georgia.
There's ways, but I don't think it's
You
gonna
made it
happen.
very clear. Let me bring in Robert Costa, who has some new reporting real quick. Thank you.
Real quick, it's really interesting to imagine all the different scenarios, but I've been talking with my top Democratic sources close to the Harris campaign. They say Jen O'Malley Dillon, who's running the Harris campaign, now believes the blue wall is the path to victory. She sent out a memo stating that, and that's going around the top Democrats in Congress. Some of the top Democrats in Congress privately within
Too bad I
recent
can't
minutes have
vote no
told
more.
CBS News that they believe the blue wall is the way she gets to the White House. She
Too
must
bad
win.
can't vote
They
no
believe
more.
those three states. I just spoke to a source close to Speaker Pelosi. When I sat down with President Biden in August, he only name-checked one
Damn, they called
Democrat,
that-
Speaker Pelosi,
like,
the
why
former
that-
speaker, for nudging him out of the race.
Like, why do they call it
A
at
source close to
10%
her says she's
reporting?
watching everything.
When this
she's,
was
quote,
at
still
88.
optimistic.
I don't
still
understand
optimistic,
this.
Perhaps
This
one of the
is
most powerful
dumb.
Democrats. That's her phrase, based on a source close to her watching the returns.
Bob, it's interesting. They say she must win, but do they think she can win? There's such a big difference there. You
They're
expect people to be optimistic at this point, but
okay,
at
come
some
down to the
point-
turnout, Gail. It's
Yeah.
cities and labor, and they got to eat into the Republican vote in the suburbs. They're still optimistic from Pelosi to others that she can do it, but they see a narrowing
No, they're
path,
not.
but a still viable
They're
path.
lying.
But there's a lot of Democrats, to be clear, on edge right now.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that we can see with the
Them
data
niggas
and
not
our
optimistic, that's why I
reporting,
like
but
fuck.
it's strategists with close contacts that know about the ground game, like CBS News political contributor Joel Payne and political contributor Leslie Sanchez, want to bring you into that conversation. Joel, what are you hearing within Democratic Party ranks at this hour?
I'm hearing similar to the reporting that was just shared. Look, that path to 270 is narrow. I thought it was narrow coming in to the evening. I've said that Harris was a low ceiling, high floor candidate coming into this race. I think that holds true. I think Jen O'Malley Dillon's memo is correct that it seems like the blue wall is the path. And I will say this, I think Democrats are kind of coming to grips with a stubborn reality that some of the bets that were made in this cycle may just not pay off. That doesn't mean Kamala Harris will lose, but it does mean that some of the bets maybe around abortion and some of the bets around Donald Trump maybe receding in public regard just did not come to fruition. There is still a path despite all that. And I remember in 2020, many Democrats
like
around this time of night
There's still
felt
a
maybe
path.
similar to looking at the map right now, the same way that they felt 4 years ago, the same
Don't
way they
really
feel
sound
now.
confident right now.
And that race was able to be pulled through.
Still a path.
But I think Ed's point
Also
is right.
path
I think
easily.
there are narrow paths to victory. And I think
Still
Democrats
type
are
two.
bearing down for what could be an extended process here when you get
88%.
past those blue wall states, looking at Nevada,
Good
seeing
border
what
path.
happens with those votes. The ballot curing, I think, will be a really key issue. And you even look at that Reid machine in Nevada that many Democrats rely upon to
still counting
deliver
New Orleans.
key votes in that culinary workers union. Those will be the places where Democrats will look if they plan on delivering an electoral college victory here.
Yeah, I mean, as I look at the map and the path to victory, if she cannot win Wisconsin, in other words, if there's a piercing of that blue wall, she would have to win Arizona.
Right.
And so that's really what it would come down to at this point. Nevada's still too small at 6 EVs. She'd need Arizona, and I have to go back to the magic wall or the data desk and figure out what's happening in Arizona because I don't have a good sense yet about what's happening in Arizona. Major and Anthony, we'll go to them in just a second, but let me touch base with CBS News political analyst Leslie Sanchez because she is with us. And Leslie, I know you've been with us for most of this conversation. We heard Cecilia's reporting and more about the Hispanic vote. What are you hearing?
I'm hearing that the Democrats are cratering their support among Latino voters, and it's across the board. It starts in Texas. You look at the Rio Grande Valley, you're seeing stronger support leaning toward Trump along those border counties than he did, performing better than he did in 2020. And I expect that to move into the Sun Belt, into Nevada, where you have the culinary unions, into Arizona, where you have a lot of working class, middle class Latino voters. I expect that to tip toward Trump as well because of this growing middle class. They are second, third generation Latino dominated. Ed O'Keefe talked about the growth of Latino men on the Republican side, and they are tilting over toward Trump. And because of the economy, because of high inflation, and some of them do talk about border security, but that economic inflation number and feeling that pinch is really what's driving that all the way across. You can even argue
Nigga, I
in
voted for
Florida,
nobody.
along that I-4
I wrote
corridor,
nobody
the
on my
Puerto Rican
ballot.
vote. You saw
I
them
voted
come
for
up
Sen-
eventually
Governor
aligned under
and
Trump.
shit
They were not
there.
affected by those,
Not governor,
kind of
'cause
those
governor
Madison
wasn't
Square
up.
Garden components. And I think expect that in the suburbs of Philadelphia. My reporting says
Yeah, I voted for
they are coming out for Trump
Senator
as
and
well.
other shit like that.
Leslie Sanchez, thank you. And we have a race alert at this hour. CBS News rates North Carolina as lean Republican. And so while the vote count is still coming in, our CBS News models indicate this
North
race
Carolina
leans Republican
leaning Trump.
for Donald Trump. Remember, this was the one of the 7 battlegrounds that he won 4 years ago and is performing well in the rural areas of North Carolina. You could argue
Never
North
got
Carolina was a
voted,
must-win
boy.
for Donald Trump tonight, and we rate it as lean Republican at this hour while it is still early in the night.
Republicans got
Let's go
their
down
ass
to
on
Major
it.
Garrett
Voted, boy.
to explain why.
So lean Trump for North Carolina. How did that happen? We should remind ourselves 5 visits by the former president to North Carolina in the closing week of this campaign, underscoring its importance as the Trump team looked at the electoral map of the country. So here we have 86% of the vote in. This is the actual vote as it has been tabulated. Here is our estimate of where this will land when all the votes are counted. 51.7 for Trump, 48.3 for the vice
Good.
president.
Not looking
Where's
good
the
for
outstanding
Kamala.
vote? We still see some outstanding vote there. But again, the numbers keep getting
Not looking
smaller
good for
and
Kamala.
smaller. Mecklenburg, yes, there's vote out there, but
Looking bad
it's
for
simply
Kamala.
not manifesting itself in the way that the vice president needs if she's going to prevail in North Carolina. Our estimates suggest she needs 59% of that outstanding vote. And we project, when it's all said and done, and Nora, you joined me over here. Great to have you back
Y'all
at the wall.
projecting
48%.
ass.
So that's a big gap. 59%
That's why y'all
she
need to stop
needs.
projecting and shut the
48% is
fuck
our
up.
current estimate based on outstanding
Just
vote,
let shit
historical
play out.
patterns, and
'Cause
exit
y'all
poll data.
projections is fucking
So you
horrendous.
heard Robert Costa's reporting that Jen O'Malley
Y'all
Dillon has now
off by
sent out a
11
memo. She's the
points.
campaign manager for the Vice President Harris and says they still believe
That's
that
crazy.
the blue
They
wall
projected she was
is the
gonna
ultimate
have
way to win. It's
40,
close in Pennsylvania. It may
59.
take a couple days to
They
get the vote
projected she
there.
was gonna get
Michigan,
59% of the
it
vote.
looked fairly good last
in
time we looked.
fucking,
Wisconsin did not
North
look that
Carolina.
Not
great.
look good, no. But we were talking,
And now
and
they
I heard
project
you
that
on
she
the
gonna
other
get
room,
only
'cause you guys are on the other side of the wall about
48% of
Arizona.
the
So
vote.
let's go
Yes,
to Arizona.
because this is
Y'all
my thing.
projections
Because
is ass.
Wisconsin is 11 electoral votes. If she loses that, she has to win Arizona. So what is happening in Arizona?
So here we have 51% of the vote in. That's where the
She
the
wanted to
total is
win.
currently.
She like,
This is
well,
our
please tell me.
estimate.
Please tell me that
Have
we
it
got
at
some good news in
50.3 to
Arizona.
49.7. How does that compare to 2020? We remember how close it was. That's overperformance of Joe Biden. Things presently look good in Arizona. And
For the Democrats.
for Kamala Harris. Here's where the outstanding vote is. Maricopa County. Let's be specific. How much vote is still outstanding? Maricopa County, more than 1 million votes. Maricopa County in 2020 accounted for 61% of the statewide turnout. Let's go down to Tucson's
Turning
Pima
up on
County.
these,
How much is outstanding? 273,000.
He started
So
turning up on
let's
these
go
blue
back to
wall
that basic
states.
question. What does Kamala Harris need in Arizona to prevail? 50%. What do we have a current estimate of her projected ability to retain or achieve from the outstanding
that
vote?
little race was close in
51%
Nebraska. What's
on
that,
the
the Green
razor's
Party?
edge.
So Margaret Brennan
Libertarian
and John
Party?
Dickerson, we should look at because Arizona is one of the two battleground states that has an abortion initiative or something to expand
Why y'all
reproductive
keep
rights.
bringing
So
that
I'm
up?
curious how that affected the vote. And of course, oh, well, excuse me. I'm asking the wrong person. Major Garrett has it right here. Oh,
I have an answer for
They
you.
keep bringing up
Nora.
the
So,
abortion thing.
we
That's
see
not
this,
affecting nowhere.
63%. We also see Trump well ahead of Kerry Lake running for the Senate. So there are, in Arizona, and this was a big question, would there be Trump, Ruben Gallego votes in Arizona? Actually, in fact, there were. But was there a transference on the question of abortion and linkage with Vice President Harris? This data indicates not nearly as much as the Democrats.
well, I'm wondering
Yeah,
if
exactly.
she's riding,
Stop
if
saying-
the
stop
vice president is
doing that.
riding the
Stop
coattails of
correlating,
Gallego and the abortion initiative.
Stop
very well might.
correlating.
She very
She's
well
gonna
might,
win,
but not nearly as
because
strong. There's
of
not that
abortion.
connection that many
That
people
don't mean
thought
she's
there
gonna
might
win.
All right, so let's go back
Motherfuckers
to the
can
path
still
to
vote,
victory
bring abortion
on that
back,
front
and be
now
like,
that
we
both
still don't fuck with
Georgia
her.
and North Carolina are in the lean Republican
Because
column.
he did say
Bruce
he was
Dubois
going
and
to leave it up to
O'Keefe
the states.
are
So
there, gentlemen.
as soon as he
Okay,
said
thank you
that,
so much. Once again,
now
this
it's like,
is the
oh, well, we can
current
still
map,
vote
right?
for him.
211 to
and say fuck her.
145, with many votes still to be counted. But let's take
Exactly
you
what
back
it
to the
sounds like.
likely expectation. Mostly red, Donald Trump; blue for Kamala Harris. And if those states we just mentioned go red, what does that do? That brings Donald Trump within
Just
9 votes.
9. So
9
all he
electoral
needs
votes.
is Arizona or Michigan or Pennsylvania eventually. It might take a few days in both of these. That same Jen O'Malley Dillon memo, by the way, says that we're not going to get final vote until about 3 to 5 a.m. local time in Wisconsin. So stick with us.
So then for Kamala Harris, what does that
Well,
look
then,
like?
okay, so she's at 226.
Got to take
Let's
Pennsylvania.
say she squeaks by there. Let's say she
Who
squeaks
is
by
this?
in Michigan. Now she needs 10 more.
Fucking
Now, let's put,
Instagram
now, make that
fucking
red
page
right
is
now.
goofy.
See,
Okay,
this is the
all right.
problem.
She is making a
for her.
comeback.
This is a
No,
major.
she not. No, she is
Okay.
not.
Nevada?
Give it, turn it blue.
She is not making a comeback.
She holds Nevada from last time.
But he wins.
He does win.
Okay. Now, I want to flip it.
It's Arizona.
Give her that one. She wins.
That shows you exactly.
This is
where
why
Arizona.
this is why we're going to be here a few days potentially because if we're going to get in all these tight
Fucking
margins,
Arizona gonna
we're
take
gonna have
a
to be
few
waiting for every
days.
single last
Oh
vote.
my gosh, that's
the way
the
it could
dumbest
conceivably
thing
If you haven't
ever.
bitten your nails yet,
Start biting.
they're going to be
It's
bitten.
dumb.
All right. That's
Oh,
where we stand.
230.
Those are the past, Nora.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm just walking back over
Yeah.
I think from Yeah, I know, Margaret, you heard me. I had a question for you about the abortion initiative. Yeah.
I did hear you very well on Arizona.
Donald Trump is
Abortion's already
40
legal
electoral
there, but
votes
this is
away from
amending
winning
their
it.
constitution. But I think that's so fascinating to see. Perhaps that's that split ticket, or as you said, it just didn't boost the vice president. I was just looking
Donald
at my
Trump
path
is
to victory.
40 electoral
There's some
votes
other
away from winning.
very narrow ones, some pretty obscure options here, but we are left with a total of 5 paths for her at this point.
If the vice president were to lose Wisconsin and that blue wall was pierced, which was going to be her easiest way to victory. On that note, let's check in with CBS Morning's co-host, Tony DeCopel.
That's what they
He
get
is
for
at Trump
thinking the blue
headquarters
wall
in
was
West
going to
Palm
punk
Beach.
ass.
Hi there, Tony.
Hey, good evening, Nora. While you all are characterizing the race there, I'll characterize the room in just 30 seconds. We've got 10:53. Time of dancing has begun here at Trump headquarters.
This the
YMCA
blue
came
wall.
over the
This must be the
loudspeaker,
blue
and
wall
Trump
right
seemed to be
here.
pulling ahead in
These
Pennsylvania.
dumbass states.
Loud cheers in the room. Our colleague
I
Olivia
can't
Rinaldi
call them
says
dumbass states,
they're now
but
looking at
this
the
is the
exit
blue wall
polls
right
in
here.
Trump world, quote, gleefully. That's the word from Trump world. And the young staffers, junior staffers, according to Jake Rosen, another one of our
Oh, he
colleagues,
won North Carolina?
they are now looking for apartments in Washington, D.C. and talking openly about what jobs they want in the new administration. So
Hey,
they are
don't.
measuring
Hey,
the drapes,
calm
so to
down,
speak.
Trump
I also
niggas.
talked to some of the Trump
Don't-
supporters in the room.
don't
How are
fucking,
you feeling in one word? I heard
count your eggs before they hatch.
fantastic, I heard relieved, and I heard vindicated, Nora.
All right, Tony DeCopel, thank you. Now let's check in with Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. She is at the Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And Nancy, we knew this would not be an early night, given how close the polls have been. And it looks like it is going to be a very late night, or may stretch for several days to get in that Pennsylvania vote and
Why
more.
are they
What are you
counting so
hearing?
slow
I
in
know that the Harris
Wisconsin?
campaign manager just put out a new memo.
What was the memo?
Right. She did put out a memo saying that she feels good about what she is seeing in the blue wall. But I can tell you that
How does
Democrats
she feel
outside
good?
the campaign don't feel
How does
particularly
she feel
good about
good
what they're
about this?
seeing in Wisconsin in particular. And they're surprised
How?
to be worrying this much about Wisconsin. This is not the state of the 3 in the blue wall that they were
does she
most
feel
concerned
good
about
about
going into
this?
the
Like,
night, partly because
holy
Democrats
shit.
just won a big statewide election in Wisconsin last year, a special
That don't
election
matter.
for the state Supreme Court. Janet
None of that matter.
Protasewicz, the new justice there, and it had a lot to do with abortion. So they thought they'd see a repeat this time
Yeah,
around.
that abortion
Instead,
shit
it's
don't
this nail biter.
correlate.
And Jen
Oh,
O'Malley
just
Dillon
because she's
sending out this
okay with
memo,
abortion,
basically
that he's not
telling
gonna still get the
the
vote. No,
entire
that's
Democratic
that one
stratosphere
issue.
that
Okay,
there's
abortion.
a lot
Boom.
of vote
We vote for
outstanding
it.
in
Get a
Milwaukee that it may
bring
not come
abortion
in
back.
until
Boom.
3
But we still
to
vote for that,
5
nigga.
in the morning. But the fact
Leave it up to the
remains
states.
that
That's what he
there
said.
is not a single state right now. Not
She
a
said,
single
leave it up to the
battleground state, and
states.
maybe they're just being
And
cautious. There is not a single state
leave it
that
up
they
to
are
the states.
expressing confidence right
What
now
America about.
that they are going to win. They just keep reassuring their supporters that they still have a chance. And this is not the position that many of their supporters thought they'd be in at this point in the night.
All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you very much.
There's
And
nothing
when we
wrong
come
with
back, a big update in the Senate. CBS News America Decides
check on the
election
Senate race.
2024 coverage returns in a minute.
Damn, my boy Colin ain't catching up. He down by 1 million votes. Okay. Okay. Needs no election. You already won. Okay, whatever that means. All right, boom. Let's check on the House. It's not looking good for the Democrats. It is a red. This is gonna be the most reddest. Jesus, they finna have everything. Oh my God. Holy shit.
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean? Did any of that make sense? What's your response?
It is finna be a red wave.
CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more
Okay,
than
you get that
500
president then.
adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of
CBS
That's
reports
close
how
as fuck.
inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that
It's within 100,000.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free.
Oh, but it's
CBS News
90% reported. It ain't that many more votes house to
This case.
It's like a screenplay,
Take
something
that
straight
bitch.
out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's
Oh,
48
187. What she
hours.
took? What she
Human
got?
remains
What did
found
she
this
do?
week.
4 families.
What little ass thing she got?
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt
California got
investigators for
54
years.
electoral votes. That
There's
shit
some
is
questions
crazy.
that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS
Little
News app.
update real quick. 187, 230.
Plus, clearly more news,
They're finna take the Senate because the Democrats keep losing seats. And the House looks like they're gonna take the House, and it looks like there's gonna be more GOP versus Democratic governors. It looks like it's gonna be a red wave, but hey, still not over yet. Kamala Harris still has a chance.
I'm Lindsay
According to
Reiser at
them.
the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. All eyes are on the battleground states as results roll in. Let's go to West Palm Beach, Florida. CBS's Caitlin Huey Burns is at Trump's election night headquarters. Caitlin, what are you hearing from supporters there?
Hey, Lindsay, great to be with you. Well, this is essentially Trump's home state now. He has declared residency in Florida. He voted in Florida earlier today. So the crowd here is a hometown crowd. We're in a convention center arena, essentially, and it is
That's
really
close.
filled. Red hats.
He caught up.
A sea of red hats everywhere.
He caught
Just
up
on
in
the
Georgia.
screen behind me, they projected that the former president won North Carolina. That's going off an AP projection. CBS News has not called that yet,
He
at
is-
least as far as I know.
he
But I
is,
want to talk a little bit about Trump's strategy over the past couple
he
of
is,
days, where he
taking
went,
over that
and what
shit.
that signals in terms of what we're seeing in the results. He
Ooh,
spent
he
as
is
much
getting a
time in North
big league in
Carolina over the
Michigan.
past few days as he did in Pennsylvania. This North Carolina, a key state for him, a must-win state for him. They recognize that and spent a lot of time in the closing days trying to shore up that state, especially because of all the states that Trump won in 2020, North Carolina had the slimmest margin. We're also hearing from Trump campaign officials sharing what they're seeing in the exit poll data, and they're very encouraged by Trump's showing,
These
at
votes
least in
come
the
in slow
exit
as
polls,
fuck.
among Black, Latino, and young men. And remember, we've been talking
Dang.
about this for a while. This has been a specific
He
pitch
said that.
from the Trump campaign to reach male voters facing a wide gender gap, really leaning into male voters and specifically trying to widen out their support in terms of demographics among men. So again, we'll wait for those results, but that's what the campaign is seeing, at least in those exit polls.
They had a smart
The
strategy.
ballroom filling up here. The big question is whether Trump will come out and speak. He's been watching the returns at his resort in Mar-a-Lago with family and friends like Elon Musk. So we're just waiting to see whether he does come out here and speak. Lindsay.
CBS's Caitlin Huey Burns in West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you so much. You're watching CBS News America Decides. Stay with us.
Let's see something else. Let's go to something else.
When it comes to getting to market in a more quick manner, Popular Pace helps us move quickly and efficiently. As we all know, social media moves really quickly, influencer marketing moves really quickly. It's not always easy to find the right influencers like that. Beginning of my career, you had to do it all.
Fucking country is red.
So when a client comes to us with an ask
Fucking
to launch an
country is
influencer
red,
marketing
boy.
campaign, the
Even
process
this
is
is red.
pretty streamlined. So what we'll do is we'll get into the Popular Pace
Oh, that's
platform,
good.
start to build out a brief. Haters and influencers metaphorically raise their hand and say, I'm interested in partnering
Surprise,
with your brand.
surprise.
All those requests is all centralized in one location, and it enables us to quickly review different applicants from creators from all over the country.
I wonder how close
it's
it's actually gonna be, though.
client's brand. Understanding that there are tools and platforms out there
That's
like
what they're
Popular
projecting
Pace
for.
that can help agencies and brands create.
I
and
know she's gonna
execute
win
influencer
California,
marketing
but
campaigns
I
is a
want to
huge
see
help for
how
us.
many he is actually gonna get out there. I want to see that. 10. That's still close. Ain't nobody taking the lead. Refresh. Let's refresh. Man, he is taking over. It's not looking good. The blue wall. Look like it's going to be a red sheep. It's gonna be a red. Hey, look, it's gonna be a red blanket party for the Democrats. Because they ain't winning nothing. They ain't winning the presidency. They ain't winning the Senate. They ain't winning the House.
Where Biden was all around the ring counties of Atlanta. That's good news and overperforming in Rockdale County. But if Democrats wanted to expand the map, we're not seeing that tonight. A place like Cherokee, we're going to see if they could make inroads there just north of Atlanta. It touches those ring counties. Trump was at 68% in 2020. Tonight he's at 69%. And they've almost got all the vote counted there.
Right there.
I want to move down, though, because there is something interesting happening in the Black Belt of Georgia. I was talking to you guys about the Black Belt of North Carolina earlier and how she was underperforming there. Remember, this was Biden's number. This is her number tonight.
Dang.
Watch as we go around here, okay? These are our counties where it's a majority African-American, 52%, 50% for Kamala Harris. This is a rural county. Trump is overperforming here. We go to another rural red county, overperforming here. We come down here to Doherty County. She's slightly overperforming Biden there. But again, if she wants to win the state of Georgia, she's got to be doing better than Biden. It seems like she could be doing that in Atlanta. The numbers are good for her right now in the metro region,
Atlanta, though.
But it's still really too close for us to call here in Georgia. So guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, Tom, thank you so much. I want to
Let
go
me
to Chuck
call
because Chuck, we were talking about Donald
This
Trump
nigga.
getting new voters, people
Yeah.
that didn't vote in 2020, and
This
those
nigga.
voters breaking for him. And you're seeing some pretty astounding numbers.
Well, you are. You know, it's interesting. Well, first of all, look, Georgia is going to shrink.
Oh.
You got about all of this
Oh.
vote is going to be Democratic vote. She's
Minnesota
got to win
just-
the remaining probably 2
I
to
ain't
1.
seen this all night.
That's like a reasonable thing. I mean,
Where did them
Georgia's
votes come
probably
from?
going to be decided by 4 or 5 digits.
And where
okay?
the vote is outstanding,
Exactly.
you think
So
there's a shot.
I think we will be. I think we might be sticking around Georgia for a little while. Just it does. If you're them, you
Where
can't
did that
totally
come from?
write it off. There's a path there. But
He had that for a hell of a long.
Our pollsters did some quick noted some comparisons to 2020. Just simply Trump margins. These are not in the battleground states, but it gives you a hint of the possibility Donald Trump could actually win the popular vote if he wins the Electoral College tonight. So, for instance, in Texas, he only won
definitely
Texas by a
winning
little
the
over 5
popular
points in 2020.
vote.
He's won it by 14 points tonight. In Iowa, it was 8 points. It's nearly 15 points tonight. In Florida, it was 3 points. It's nearly 13 points tonight for Trump. Not only gave you some blue states, Virginia, it was a 10-point Biden victory. It looks like it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 4 this time in Virginia. New Jersey, 15 points Biden. Right now, it's 5 for Harris. Illinois, another state, it is little under 10. It was at 17 points for Biden. So Trump has improved his standing in a lot of blue states. We'd seen that in our own polling, but it is why this time we are unlikely to have a split between the popular vote and electoral. Whoever wins the Electoral College is probably going to win the popular vote.
Those are pretty dramatic margins. I mean, we're not picking about a point or two here. You're talking with Texas
5
at
points,
5,
10
6,
points,
7,
yeah.
8. I mean, that's
Well, this is the Hispanic shift in the Southeast. It's clear. Florida and Texas, that's the massive Latino shift that we've seen tonight in those 2 states, but it may be spots of it everywhere.
So I'm getting reaction in from Democratic lawmakers, from Democratic operatives. Some are still saying, look, we could still win this thing. We can hold on to the blue wall. And that's absolutely accurate because we're still tracking the vote. But one Democratic lawmaker, sort of to the point that Chuck is making, saying, if this race does not go Kamala Harris's way, this is a moment of reckoning for the Democratic Party. This
Yeah.
person saying
To
there
get
needs to
y'all
be a
shit
hard look at
together.
what went wrong and potentially really a real passing of the baton when it comes to leadership. And of course, the attention will
y'all
turn
shit.
to President Biden. And when he stepped aside, 72% in our exit polls saying the country is headed in the wrong direction. That's the backdrop to all of this. President Biden and this immense dissatisfaction with the direction that the country's headed.
It could be the Democratic Party allowed itself to just organize itself being an anti-Trump party. And in some ways, so focused on creating an anti-Trump coalition, they stopped being a political party, right? To come up with a basic agenda and again, right now, I get what that lawmaker is telling you, because if you look at Biden wasn't a pick of the future. It was a whatever you can do for Trump.
Update.
We're going to pause for a moment to welcome back some of our stations on the East Coast. It is just past 11:30 here in the East. Welcome back to those viewers rejoining us on this exciting night. I'm Lester Holt.
And I'm Savannah Guthrie. Glad you're along with us. This is NBC's election night coverage, and we've started to fill in that map, but those all-important 7 battlegrounds still in gray. We have not called them yet. We've been getting minute-by-minute projections, all leading up to this road to 270, which is the magic number needed to win the White House. So let's go through some of the boards here. This is Pennsylvania at this hour. 79% of the vote in, too close to call. We've talked a lot about the different counties and whether there's enough for Kamala Harris to make up where she's lost in some of the rural areas. Let's go to Michigan, too close to call there as well, but a lot more vote to be counted. In Wisconsin, let's see how much we've got there. About 2/3 of the vote or so, too close to call. In Georgia, we're getting close to a close there, but they do count their votes fast there, and it's 91% in, but we will see what happens. Too close to call. North Carolina, too early to call. We will wait and see what happens there, but again, starting to see 88% of the vote coming in there. Let's go out west. Arizona, too early to call. Polls closed about 2.5 hours ago there. What looks like we have a projected winner. This just came in right now. Okay, North Carolina, Donald Trump is the projected winner. You see the mark.
You already got that. Oh shit.
You bring the idea.
Oh, slow as fuck over here.
We bring speed.
What's this one?
You bring the idea. We bring next-gen soundtracking.
And we certainly don't know what's happening in Arizona or Nevada just yet, and
Or
Michigan,
Michigan.
Wisconsin. So the early states, Georgia and North Carolina, because they were the first to close, we were able to rate them as lean Republican. And so, just as the hours go on and more votes come in, we'll have a better sense, I think, of what's happening there. But
But you know what I think is
5,000.
troubling, though, Nora, is that she
5
seems to be
million more.
underperforming in areas that they thought she would do well. Certainly among women, certainly among the
That's why they should have stopped thinking.
reproductive rights, certainly among some of the black voters. That's why I think people are so concerned at this particular point.
Gail, thank you. Want to bring in
And
Robert
they're thinking.
Costa on that note. Robert?
Just briefly to add to what Scott McFarland was talking about in terms of a possible expanded House majority for Republicans, Speaker Mike Johnson just made remarks in Louisiana to his supporters. He believes he will enter next year as the Speaker of the House should he win the gavel again with more Republicans in the House. He also stated publicly that he believes there will be a Republican Senate and a Republican in the White House in Donald Trump. So you're looking potentially, and to Gail's point, it's early in the night. A lot of votes still need to be counted, but Republicans are already tonight at this hour getting confident about what could be a very ambitious policy agenda next year.
And
Niggas
it's
finna
not
get
just
cocky.
Republican senators. These will be Republican senators, very different than the Republican senators who were there when
The
Donald Trump won
Republicans
in
finna
2016.
get
Jeff Flake, John
cocky.
McCain, Mitt Romney. Those three are all gone, and these are Republican senators who grow up out of and into the Trump politics. It'll be if Donald Trump wins, a different Washington, different Republican majority.
We are pleased to be joined now by South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn. And Congressman Clyburn, good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
So what you have seen so far tonight, do you believe there is still a path to victory for Vice President
Just say no.
Harris?
Well, there's still a path, but it's thorny, and we'll see how it comes out. The fact of the matter is that the blue wall is still there, though there seems to be some underperforming in some areas where we thought we were in good shape.
Why do y'all keep
But we'll just have to
agreeing
wait and see.
that
It's not over yet.
she is losing and then keep saying
And what about what
she
you
not
just
losing?
heard
I
from
don't
Speaker
get that.
Johnson, that he is predicting that he will retain control in the House of Representatives that would prevent a speakership
Keep
for the
saying that
Democrats
shit. Oh.
and Hakeem Jeffries?
Well, I hope he's not
she
right about
underperforming,
that. I have
but
not
we
looked at
still
all
got a
the
chance.
House,
Nigga,
seats,
y'all
quite
saying she
frankly.
losing.
California, I'm sure it's going to be a long time before we find out what happens in California. There are a couple of seats in
They already won.
New York.
Oh, they talking about
that
the
I've
Senate
looked
and
at.
shit like that.
Two that I expected to win. Looks like we have won them, but the other two, not so much. So I'm still not giving up on the fact that we'll get a 1 or 2 vote victory in the House.
As you know, we have called Georgia and North Carolina states near your home state as lean Republican at this hour. As you noted, there is still a blue wall path to victory for the vice president. I know, you know, just about everybody in the Democratic Party. What is their concern tonight? Where is she underperforming?
That we fucked up. That we idiots.
Underperforming is taking place in
her lies, her bullshit wasn't bullshitting good enough.
That there's some counties in Pennsylvania we seem not to be performing as well then.
Yeah, that's because her bullshit wasn't connecting. You know what I'm saying? Kamala Harris bullshit smelled like bullshit. Like Obama bullshit didn't smell like bullshit. You be like, oh, okay, this guy I can trust. Her bullshit be like
Michigan as well. So I hate to.
What the fuck is that?
Where all the votes are coming from.
Oh, that's her. That's what it sounds like. Oh, it's her.
Based upon the totals, unless I knew where they were coming from. When you got 75, 80% of the vote in, it could very well be a pocket that would be favorable to us.
It's not.
Wait to see.
Somebody
making a concession.
Somebody get Grandpa a nap.
Congressman Jim Clyburn, thank you so much for your
Grandpa
time.
need a nap.
And we have a CBS News projection for the battleground state of
Grandpa
North
needs a
Carolina
nap.
and its 16 electoral votes. We can project that Trump will win North Carolina.
Grandpa
that is a
needs
state
a
that he
nap,
won in
'cause Grandpa was
2020
just on
and
here
2016.
saying anything.
And the Tar Heel state, the last time it went to a Democrat was Barack Obama in 2008. It was a
Yeah,
very
ain't go to
narrow
the-
win
ain't
for
go to
him.
this
Of
nigga
course,
this
he had a
time.
blowout victory in 2008, and so he was able to
Is it
carry
getting
North Carolina. But that was
closer
a
in
surprise
Georgia?
to many people. So this was a must-win state, I think, for
Getting a little
President Trump,
closer,
and he has
good
delivered
old
today
Georgia.
in part by turning out strong supporters in rural areas, just as he did in Virginia and other states, as we are seeing tonight.
you
That
don't
is
get that.
where his base is. So that moves Donald Trump to 227 electoral votes. Let's go now to Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett. Good evening, guys.
So we're going to explain how we were able to make this call. And it's significant, I think, Anthony, to share with the audience. Trump
how y'all made that call?
Won this state, North Carolina, by just over 74,000 votes in 2020.
I want to see
We
how y'all
project
made the call for
he's
North
going to win
Carolina.
by a substantially larger number of votes than that.
So this gets very simple. I'm going to show you what the outstanding vote is and where it is. And you think, okay, here are Democratic areas, yes. But you see how these circles, if you've been watching us during the night, have gotten a little bit smaller and a little bit smaller. They are
That's
not
how she
large
lost.
enough, even if they all go Democratic, for Kamala Harris to catch up, okay? And then I'm going to show you this because
That's how she
the
lost.
needs, which we project for her in that outstanding vote, she needs 61% of it to catch
Where's she
up.
at?
I'm going to tap
Like
this and I'm going to
48
show you what our
40
models show. She's
damn.
still tracking to get only 47%.
She
This
vastly
comparison right here in a
underperformed in
nutshell,
that
that is
state.
why you can make
In North
the
Carolina.
projection. Didn't get the vote that she needs,
He,
didn't get the turnout she
damn.
needed. And I will add, Donald
205.
Trump did just fine tracking with his
It's
target
close.
numbers
Ooh,
in and around,
CK.
especially in the areas around Charlotte, doing just fine tracking with his 2020 patterns in county after county. And that's where he ran up the score.
And Anthony, to show our viewers what we call colloquially here, doesn't sound like a colloquial word, extrusion.
It's close.
The extrusion. Okay, I'm going to back this out for a
This
second.
shit is
So,
close.
to do that, you're going to see where the vote comes from. And here what you see is the higher bars are more people. And
They
yes,
within
those are
25
Democratic areas,
electoral
but
votes
you
of each
also
other.
see all these areas, including in the western part of the state, red counties. And that's where Donald Trump consistently performed as well as he needed to, compared to 2020, compared to his vote targets this time. So once I see at the decision desk those patterns emerging, then you can get closer and then make the projection, Nora.
All right, Anthony and Major, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Well, joining us now is Florida Senator Marco Rubio. Senator Rubio,
Christian.
I think you're over here. I don't know
25
if you can hear me
electoral
and see
votes
me.
of
I
each
can
other.
see you now. Good to talk to you again. You know, when we spoke on Sunday on Face the Nation, you told me that the Harris campaign had a problem with turning out men. Are you seeing that tonight? And what are you seeing in terms of who is a decisive factor here for the Trump campaign?
Well, let's be clear. We don't know yet anything. I mean, we're still counting votes, as you said. There's still states
We
out
don't
there,
know
so I'm not
anything.
going to claim anything. But I am going to say, and I'm sure your exit polls are showing this as well, you know, Donald Trump is winning a majority of the new voters. I think he's actually won over 5 or 6% of Biden voters. He's done exceptionally well among African-American men, doing incredibly well among Hispanic men, overperforming in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods in Reading, just outside of Philadelphia, as an example. I think this election, and again, we don't know what the outcome is going to be, but what we know right now is going to fundamentally remake not just the Republican Party, but what we know about American politics. I think it's time to begin to realize that the primary identity that voters bring to the ballot box is not the color of their skin, their ethnicity.
Exactly.
It's what they do for a living. It's how much money they make or don't make. It's how hard life is for them. And I think that's really what we're seeing come through
Damn,
tonight.
this one
And
close
you're going to
as
see more of
fuck.
that when Nevada begins to come through, and
49.8,
Arizona, more and more.
49.4. That's
We're certainly
close.
seeing that tonight in
That's
Pennsylvania,
really close.
Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, everywhere we've looked.
Senator, in your home state of Florida, there was an
Nevada, what the fuck are y'all
abortion-related
doing?
measure tonight that failed. It failed to hit that 60% supermajority
But he
threshold that
smoked
would
by almost 2
enshrine
million votes.
access to reproductive rights beyond the 6-week limit that is the current state law. What's your message to voters? Because it was still a significant turnout, just short of that 60%.
Yeah, they
threshold.
voted. This how the thing went about abortion. We're gonna vote for abortion, and we're gonna vote for Donald Trump.
And their elected
That's
legislators
exactly how it went.
to
Yeah, we
pass
vote for
laws, how
abortion,
restrictive, how
but we
non-restrictive
still
they
ain't
want
voting
to
for that
make it.
bitch.
You know, I have my own views on it, but voters will get to weigh in on it and vote for or against state legislators that they agree or disagree with them. It's basically federalize the issue, meaning it's returning to federalism, returning that issue back to
What it's
states.
like- it's
And,
like,
you know, there's
um,
been votes in other states like Ohio and Kansas where
Right.
the vote went in a different direction when it was done. So I imagine it's probably not the last time we'll
Like,
see
you got
that
a
issue on the
favorite
ballot in
parent,
Florida, and certainly not
but
the
you
last
don't want
time we'll
that
see that
favorite
issue
parent
debated
to-
nationally.
That's
Well,
exactly
with
what's going on. here.
57% of the voters saying they would like to have a
Yeah,
broader
mommy brings
access
ice
that would
cream,
be interesting to
daddy
revisit.
make sure we
But
got a
let's
house
talk about
to eat
control
ice cream.
of the Senate and Congress right now. It looks like that is going to be perhaps a tremendous
That's
either
exactly
asset
what's
to the
going
next
on.
commander in chief or the brakes on the agenda for perhaps a future Trump administration. What are you thinking
Right
there
here.
in terms of what those day one issues would be if Donald Trump is victorious tonight?
Well, I think he's been pretty clear what those are. The first is the securing our border. I think you're seeing across the board. I'm especially, you know,
She
I
is
especially
losing the
point
shit
to
out.
how
She started to lose
concerned
the
they
shit out of
are
this
in
one.
Hispanic
But
communities
it's only still 40
about what
reported. Oh, she
illegal
got the little boost
migrants
right
who
there.
are criminals that are coming to this country already with criminal records. They're coming to Hispanic communities. And that's something that's been forgotten here. You're seeing that play out tonight. You're seeing, so I think that's going to be top of the agenda. And then our economy, the cost of living. You look at Philadelphia, I think the Philadelphia and its suburbs have the highest increase in food costs of anywhere in the
Damn.
country. That's a factor here tonight. That's a factor in this election, and it's going to have to be a factor Congress deals with. And I think there's concern about the state of the world. And Donald Trump did something that no Republican's been able to do in a long time, and that is position himself as the candidate of peace and stability, not getting into wars, but preventing them through strength.
He did. That is one thing Donald Trump did. He did not get us into no wars.
Finally, but in Ohio, a Colombian American, Bernie Moreno, is on the verge of victory in Pennsylvania and Montana. So, you know, there would be a real responsibility of governing that comes with a majority that gets to 53 or maybe even 54.
Indeed. Senator Rubio joining us there from the Trump campaign headquarters. Nora?
Thank you. And it is a good night for Republicans. You just heard Senator Rubio mention that, and CBS News can now project that Republican Bernie Moreno will win the Senate seat in Ohio, and that flips the seat
let me check
from
on my
Democrat
shit. That
Sherrod Brown, who had been a popular Democrat in that state and
Let's
had
look up
represented the state
Texas.
for some time and had a leadership position in the United States.
Ah,
But
look at
Bernie
this shit.
Moreno winning handily in that state at this hour, and CBS News projects he will be the next United States senator from Ohio and joining J.D. Vance, unless J.D. Vance becomes vice president of the United States.
I do remember on the floor of the convention, the day that Vance was picked, Moreno turned to me and said, well, I may end up being the senior senator of Ohio by January. And everyone kind of went, hey, don't get ahead of yourself. But it very well could happen if J.D. Vance is
Yeah, it look like that's
I
gonna
just
happen.
want to underscore what Senator Rubio brought up there. in terms of, we spent so much time talking about the Latino vote and talking about the economy. Those are the two things he said we're thinking of in the wrong way.
Yep.
Don't look at people based on identity. He
But on their
said,
job.
look on their jobs, on their pay, on inflation, and hitting that again and again.
And that's been the Rubio thesis since he ran for
the
president.
Democrats
Well,
kept
it's also been the Trump thesis for the 2 years
They
he's been
just
running
kept
this
going
campaign.
on,
Those
oh,
have been the
race,
two
race,
issues.
race,
The Harris
race.
campaign had a much shorter
Race,
runway,
race.
a much
Yeah, that's
shorter
gonna fucking
time
make you
on
lose.
this campaign, as you pointed out at the get-go, less than 100 days. And we're not seeing that reproductive health care vote play out as some had expected.
You know, I asked the Vice President Kamala Harris when I interviewed her in Kalamazoo, Michigan, just over a week ago, and I said, have you had enough time?
Yeah.
And she said, I'm going to make the most of the time I have. But there certainly will be some soul searching within the Democratic Party, whether President Biden stuck around too long. He didn't give the vice president enough time to present her case
It's not
to the
that.
American
It
people.
wasn't that.
One
It
tiny
wasn't
point on
that.
the Bernie Moreno.
It was
means
not
you
that.
now have another Republican senator
We all
from
got
a
the internet.
Republican-leaning state.
We all could do
The
research.
split
It
ticket
wasn't that.
voting that creates the conditions for a bipartisanship is going away. So Sherrod Brown was a Democrat in a red state. When Nixon and Reagan were elected, there were half of the states they won had Democratic senators. Now that's almost down to zero. And it may be down to zero by the end of tonight.
Which means the Senate will
Damn.
become even more partisan, less a deliberative body, as it is known, the most deliberative body on earth. Go ahead and then
But
we
it
have
is,
exit
but it
polls.
is becoming a more diverse body. We should point out. Bernie Moreno is
She
Colombian.
just
Ruben
won.
Gallego
She won
looks
New
like he's
Mexico.
on path to join the Senate as well in
The blue,
Arizona.
red,
We have two
blue,
black
green.
women from Delaware and Maryland elected tonight.
We don't
So
know that.
while there may not
They
be
look like
political
that.
bipartisanship, there's a little more diversity.
All right, John Dickerson with some exit polls for us.
Let's take a look at why the groups that were supporting Donald Trump in North Carolina, which has been called for him, men 57 to 42, Trump won them in North Carolina. That is ahead of his national numbers with men. He's only ahead by 10 points with men nationally. He won by 15 in North Carolina. White voters with no college degree, he won them 72 to 27. That's larger than his already very large national margin on that. So essentially, he's outperforming himself in North Carolina. He's outperforming his national
Uppity
numbers.
motherfuckers.
New voters, you heard Senator Rubio there talking about new voters. Nationally, Trump is winning with new voters by 7 points. Here, you see him win with new voters by 21 points in North Carolina.
Jesus.
So those are some of the
smoked
exit poll
her in
numbers
North
that give us an
Carolina.
insight into why he won North Carolina.
Fucking
No,
smoked her
I'm
boots.
listening to you, John, and I'm thinking about some of the things that we have heard over the course of this campaign, and you'll have to forgive me on some of these, but from the former president, the vulgarity that we've heard talking about Arnold Palmer. We all remember that comments and the locker
Nobody
room,
gives
doing all
a
the Joe
fuck.
Rogan podcasts and the Hulk Hogan ripping his shirt off at MSG and all of this. I think
gesticulating with the microphone.
The gesticulation at the microphone. That so much of America went, I'm sorry, what is happening? How is that possibly going to appeal to people? And what we're seeing tonight is that it actually is not a turnoff to many people, to many of the male supporters, particularly who sat in MSG and cheered it on. And that was particularly a very bro-y feel, a
That's
very dark
because
rally that we all talked about in the wake of it. And
He
the question
talking
was,
normal.
is
He just
this
having
going to
normal
help Trump
conversations.
expand
Y'all,
his base? And what
y'all
you just
making
said
this
right now,
woke shit.
it
This fucking
actually
not
very
woke
well
shit,
may
but
be.
y'all making this
Right.
He
political
won
correctness
bros
shit
in North
too
Carolina by
much.
21
That
points.
people are tired of that shit.
I just want to point
But
out we
people
may
just
be
wanna
able
be
to
able to
show
have
this in the
conversations,
popular vote right now.
fucking
Trump
not
has
be
over
feel
59
like they
million
fucking
and
the
Harris
worst person
has
ever. That's how
over
y'all make people
55
feel.
million. So he is
And
currently
people is
winning
like, nah,
the
fuck that
popular
shit. That
vote.
dumb
When
ass
we
shit
come
out of
back,
here.
polls close in Hawaii, and we will continue to follow the latest
Them niggas
results. You're
still
watching
going-
CBS
them
News,
niggas out there, though.
America Decides, election 2024
Niggas out there,
coverage.
Okay. Georgia. Ooh, it's getting tighter. It's getting tighter in Georgia.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake?
Georgia.
You know why? You want me to just keep going? Is
that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you
Tighter
saying
in
they
Georgia.
lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis? You're not answering my question.
This really is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make
What
sense?
have you What's your response?
What happened? Why?
It's not getting tighter right
It's
here.
time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes,
Getting
Sunday
farther
on
and farther.
CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
But
There is
still
no more
time.
room in our city.
New York City
Still
is receiving
time.
record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have
Been there for 4 hours.
adults and children come
I
through
done
that
seen a
door.
lot change.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of
CBS Reports goes inside
If
the
California
crisis
had
cities and
54
families are facing as they fight
votes,
to survive.
she'd have been getting smoked.
still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming.
If they had
on
as
free
much as
CBS.
Texas, she'd be.
Do you have a business idea, but you're
right
not
now.
sure what to do next? Are you worried about where you're going to find the money to get started? You're not alone. With LivePlan, you can create a compelling business.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence. The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked.
All right, I got majority in the Senate.
Like a John Grisham novel.
Ooh, they close to majority in the House
True
too.
crime original. 48 hours. Now
I
streaming
don't know how
on
them
the
niggas
free
think they can
CBS
catch up.
News app.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, Gail.
Republicans taking this shit.
I want to make sure that
They
my
are
voice is
taking
but also lift up
everything
other
right now.
voices. Give me some love, baby.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
What you got?
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Former President Trump is leading in the electoral counts as ballots are still being counted in the battleground states and across the country.
Why did it go
CBS's
backwards?
Nancy Cordes is at Vice President Kamala Harris's election night headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Nancy,
Tell us how she
is the
feeling.
Harris campaign reacting to the numbers they're seeing across the country?
Not good.
Well, Lindsay, the Harris campaign is well aware of how worried Democrats across the country are right now. And so the Harris campaign chair, Jenna Dillon, has put out a memo trying to reassure nervous Democrats. She said that this is a razor-thin race, but that they still believe that the blue wall, this trio of states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania,
She
and
losing.
Michigan, are all within.
Where the niggas that's breaking this shit
Says
down?
She's feeling good about what she's seeing.
She should not.
Steve, thank you. I'm Kira Phillips. Stay with ABC News. We've got a lot more coverage straight ahead on election night 2020.
She should not be feeling great about what she's seeing. I promise you.
The best you can do to reassure people right now. A short time ago, Jim Clyburn, one of the leading Democrats in the House, a true veteran, expressed his own concerns. He said there is still a path, but it is narrowing. And here at Kamala Harris campaign headquarters at her alma mater of Howard University.
They definitely are paying this at the Trump
crowd
campaign.
has been extremely muted. They are watching the results come in. They are talking to each other. There's no jubilation whatsoever. They want to learn more.
Nancy, is the campaign giving any further details about when they can stop stressing, essentially
Kiss
when
her,
they think
kiss
this
her.
will be a done deal and called?
No, they've said all along that it could be a day, it could be several days. They have always insisted that it was highly unlikely that we would know the outcome on election night. So that's something that
I
they have
voted
been preparing their
so
supporters
on my
for
presidential
such
ballot,
time.
I
What they
put
hadn't prepared their
on my
supporters for
presidential
is the
tab, I put
possibility
nobody, and I
they
voted
might be
for like
lagging
governor,
in so many
not the
of
governor,
these battleground
senators and
states. They have been
judges and
arguing
shit like that.
They had a chance of sweeping them just 12 to 24 hours ago.
Nancy Cordes, thank you so much. You're watching CBS News America Decides.
What the fuck? Turn the fan on. Shit getting hot.
You need your sports in us now.
We're bringing you that breaking news right here on
Yeah,
HQ.
that's
Find
cute.
it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now.
Let's
Getting 8 ads every 20 minutes is actually diabolical. Meet Pi, the ad blocker that actually works on Twitch, aka every
Now let me
user's
do a little
dream. I can watch my
Instagram
favorite
update.
streamers without being bombarded with ads every few minutes. It's seriously been a game changer. Plus, you can use Pi to block ads on Amazon, Google, and YouTube. Like, look at this. It works so
Republicans
seamlessly.
take
And the
the
best
bait.
part, Pi will actually pay you to see ads. It's your choice. Either block ads forever or get paid to see them. Trust me, everyone is going to be using Pi. Don't miss out.
And the GOP takes this.
Did you know there's an easy way to get more views on your old YouTube videos? And the best part is it's free to try.
And the GOP takes this one.
Just connect your YouTube channel, click optimize, and vidIQ pulls from over 20 million YouTube channels to tell you exactly what you should change with your title and thumbnail. See these green check marks? Those are what you're doing well. And these little red X's are where you're missing the mark. It even gives you a score so you can track your improvements. Not to mention, it'll give you tags, generate alternative thumbnails, and write your video description. Don't fall behind the wave of new
See what they
content.
got on here.
Start your free trial now.
That shit is still off. I don't know why the fuck it's still off. I guess because it'd be close. They don't want to just call it. Oh, y'all call it too early. Blah, blah, blah. Shut up. Fucking bunch calling it early. All right, let's see. 100, ooh, just under 100,000. Ooh, it's not looking good right there. They're running out of time. Oh, he is starting to kick in the over gear in Pennsylvania. She lost one. How did she lose one? Oh, I'm tripping. Wait, let me look at my last picture. Am I tripping? Oh, she got to 209. Oh, she got Hawaii. She got Hawaii. How about I said the fuck? All right, little Instagram update. Kamala Harris takes Hawaii. That puts her at 209. She still look like she gonna lose, but still got a long night. All right, let's do some refreshes real quick.
Okay, let's take a look at Pennsylvania, where you had Jacob there a few minutes ago setting up what
he's
probably
to
any
take over
minute now we're going to see out of Philadelphia, and that is, he says, about 50,000 vote by mails. The results going to be released in Philadelphia. Of course, that is the most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic vote. So when that gets reported, we want to see what it does. This margin for Harris right now in Philadelphia sits at 305,000. Remember, ultimately, Democrats are hoping tonight to get that in the neighborhood of 500,000 votes. Got a long way to go with a little bit more than 2/3 of the vote in. And again, the context for this is where things stand in Philadelphia right now is that Trump is running so far 4 points above where he finished in 2020.
Hear that?
Again, let's see. This mail update is going to be huge because how much do these numbers change? Democrats want to be above and need to be above this Biden level and be getting that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else we're seeing right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. And let me just show you what that is. A couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority, almost 70% Hispanic city. We now have a vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14. Theme, but it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight.
That's a hell of a name.
We're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania.
Lackawanna
South Central
County.
Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in
Lackawanna
2020,
County.
Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more Trump, more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. We showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It's the most diverse, most blue collar of these three, of Delaware, of Chester, of Montgomery. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points. Getting close to all the vote in here right now, and it sits at about 24.5. Not Harris, not at the Biden level. And keep in mind, again, this is very clear in Pennsylvania right now. Generally, in these counties, the vote by mail is all reported out early, and what remains is this same day vote that's Republican leaning. So in all these counties, you just see Trump incrementally improving with each update, and Harris is now almost 2 points under where Joe Biden got in this core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door in Chester County, now this is more significant drop off for Harris from Biden, but Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's see when the vote by mail comes in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58. But there is also same day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county. And again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day. And already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this county in 2020. Go up to Bucks. Bucks here, it's a little bit different. It's more blue collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again, now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like Bucks County and these more blue collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground, you're seeing it. This was such a close race in 2016. Democrats made a significant jump here in 2020, and Trump is sort of rolling back the clock to 2016. So far, you're seeing that in Bucks County as well. We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, in those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area, we're coming close to all the vote in 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. And your Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats won her over 60% here. Given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote by mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe 1,000, something like that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains. And frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you. Reset it, 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania, about 170,000 vote difference. Seeing, I just
he's going back up.
It did.
When I looked at it,
that vote by mail update, it looks like came in Philadelphia as we were going through this. And you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped, basically up to 350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another batch of mail expected to come that did knock Trump's number down, that did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before, but again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail update. But this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we can just take a trip down quickly to Georgia because we've got some more counties that have basically filled in Georgia now. 93% of the vote, and you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under 120,000 votes. His lead statewide. Not a lot of votes left here, but one place we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County. This is a giant one. More than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show you. It was 18 points for Joe Biden in 2020. Right now, about 16.5 for Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton won this thing by only about 6. Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted it to take that next step forward in 2024. Again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small. But I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together, that's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite, Harris, hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020. Massive win for here, but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more, desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, you know, this is this is as poor Democratic county as you get. And
They say money can't buy happiness. Look at that.
You made a great video, but what if no one watches it?
Seen if anything changed, 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania, 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
Damn, he just broke that down. He just broke that down. Let's get some more updates ourselves. Oh, she got one. I'm not gonna fucking report that dumbass one fucking vote. Okay, so he's still winning. He's starting to inch farther and farther away in Arizona. On the inch farther and farther away in Arizona. And he's starting to get his lead back in Georgia, too. This is probably the biggest margin right here. The states across the farthest states from each other is like, okay, we got 2 million. Like that's funny. But it makes sense though. Y'all way over there, we way over here. We different. What's my thoughts? It definitely looked like. So if you listen to what he's saying their plan was to knock Trump down in some of them areas where Biden won, and it's not working in their favor. He is actually gaining them areas where Biden won, where she was supposed to do better. So I thought she was gonna lose regardless. I already thought that. But now that they breaking it down, I'm really seeing why she gonna lose. From just people online saying Trump 2024 more than I have ever seen people say they want Trump to win. From him saying this to fucking it's not. She was not. And just my opinion on her. Every politician bullshits, right? Let's be honest. Every politician bullshits, right? But the problem with her bullshit, you can tell it's bullshit. That was the problem with her. She's not good at talking at all. Like they'll ask her a question. Like, hey, what are you gonna do about making it better for Americans with their paychecks and they feel like they're under the boot and everything's expensive? Her response is, well, I used to work at McDonald's. Me and my family were a little. Bitch, answer the question. Bitch, answer the goddamn question. And that was her problem. Like, we know politicians full of shit. We know they full of shit. But at least be good at bullshitting to where we can't tell your bullshit is bullshit. And that was her problem. You could tell her bullshit was bullshit. And that's just it. You know what I'm saying? And that's why she lost. Because you could tell her bullshit was bullshit. And y'all gonna say, well, Trump bullshit. Yeah, okay. At this point, it don't matter. Fucking more people went for him this time. So obviously, y'all saying Trump bullshit was bullshit don't even matter because they tried to knock him down, put out all these articles, say this and this. Then we started doing research. Like, man, he ain't really said like that. So and what's making it worse, Kamala Harris. Another problem with her is another problem with her. Trump talked to everybody the exact same, He talks shit to you, whether he nice to you, talk shit to you. You can tell that's him. With her, she'll do shit like start talking like a preacher. Well, bitch, you ain't no pastor. Bitch, you probably don't even go to church. And it's like, bro, we can see you fake. We can see you are fake. Like it started off in Atlanta when she did the BET Awards. When she threw her own BET Awards and had making us black people like, bro, what are you doing? Like, come on now, stop doing this dumb shit. Give us serious shit. Like, be serious with us. We tired of being taken like jokes, and she made us feel like we've been taken like jokes. And hey, that's why she losing, because she wasn't a good candidate. And you know how we know she wasn't a good candidate? Because when she ran for president the first time, the bitch couldn't even win California. So how the fuck y'all put the bitch that couldn't even win her state before you run for president? Y'all put her up for president? Yeah, because y'all had Joe Biden out there, and he was fucking. It was over with for him, but y'all didn't. That was y'all last resort. So y'all last resort is the reason why y'all lost, because y'all put an unlikable bitch out there. Y'all put somebody that bullshit. You can smell was bullshit, and she just fake. You can tell she just fake. That's it. People tired of fake shit. Straight up.
So how much did it cost to fill your
That's
tank?
my opinion.
$100. How much is the car payment? $140.
Served as the director of the National Economic Council, and it was chief economic advisor to President Trump from 2017 to 2018. Gary, welcome.
Thank you, Nora. Thanks for having me.
So you've seen the same results. You're along this journey with us. What do you think?
He's starting to pull away in Arizona.
Well, I think the night is shaping up as you've described it. I think the Trump campaign is done fairly well. I think they've performed better in certain areas, as you pointed out. But the night's not over.
Yeah, the comeback in PA.
You know, I don't think anyone should be celebrating yet in Trump headquarters, but I think they got to be very, very pleased with where they are now and where they stand.
There has been an impression on the campaign trail, and certainly among voters, that Donald Trump would fix the economy. I mean, that's what he's been saying. I'll fix it. That's his slogan. He has also said that he would impose a 25% tariff on goods now from Mexico. He's added Mexico to the list. The estimate of his tax proposals, in addition to the tariffs, the estimate is it would add some $7 trillion to the deficit over the next decade. That is double.
And
what Kamala Harris would do. Is that good for the economy?
So we've been on this deficit problem now for the last 6 or 8 years, and it really got exasperated with COVID. You know, if you look at
the spending that was enacted under Donald Trump.
It started, I said, 7 or 8 years we've been under this problem. It's not a new problem. But if you look at what's been going on in this country, tax revenues have stayed about equal. If you look at revenues to GDP, and that's the right way to measure it, how much of the economy are we collecting? What's really changed dramatically in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years is how much of
they're trying so hard, bro.
Expenditures as a percentage of GDP have changed quite dramatically.
But bro broke it down.
Quite dramatically in the last 4 years.
Down on why she losing.
We have to realize
because in those areas
the spending to GDP has to be brought under control, and that's before we get to the issue of the Social Security Trust Fund, which is ultimately going to run out of money in the next 7 years.
So when they looking at it, they're like, "Yeah, it's still a chance."
I don't believe we will ever get to that point. I think we will fulfill our obligation.
If she's losing, where y'all think she was supposed to be winning?
And I know we don't have time or the graphics tonight, but for everybody who knows the pie chart of the federal government, about 2/3 of it is entitlements.
Yes.
So if you ever really want to take a whack to federal spending, you have to take a whack to entitlements. And for entitlements, it's Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. So are you suggesting that under Donald Trump, he would do that?
No, I'm not. I'm not suggesting that at all.
But you're saying that someone should?
I'm suggesting there are many other places where we're going to have to take a hard look.
You see how she just said, so that's what you're saying.
There aren't any other major
didn't fucking say that's what he was going to do.
There are other places.
You're
right.
Give an example.
There's discretionary spending. There's military spending. How
what you said
we
was
spend our military money.
That's what Donald Trump said he was
going to do. On things that we need today. We're
that.
spending our military money on things that we bought 10 years ago that made sense 10 years ago. And they're creating jobs in certain economies. Now, that's important. The jobs are really important. But I think we have to take a fresh look at everything we buy in the country, why we buy it, and why we spend that money.
Was there anything about Donald Trump's presidency where he exercised fiscal constraint?
Yes, there were places where he exercised
fiscal
constraint. I think he took advice from some of his advisors on places where he would have spent additional money had he not listened
I
to
have
some of
no
his
idea.
advisors. And if you look at the
I
spending
have
during
no
that period
idea.
of time, we were
Fucking dumb.
2 to 3%
They're talking about
lower
Arizona still
in
might take
spending
a
to
week or
GDP
two.
than we are today.
Gary, you were the architect of the Trump tax policy that was put in place in 2017. He's campaigning saying he's not going to tax Social
Bro, what's
Security
funny
income. He's not going to tax
is
overtime. He's
they
not
are
going to tax
trying
tips,
to
something Vice President Harris also says.
persuade
There are a
people
number of things.
when the
So
vote
did
is
not having
already
income
in.
tax.
So it don't even
The
matter.
Republicans look like they may get control of the Senate.
And
Do
the
you think a
Republicans finna get
Republican-controlled
control of
Senate would
everything.
do
'Cause
any of those
look,
things?
watch this.
Well, you
Watch
also
this.
need the House, potentially. So remember, we've
They
got
finna get the, they got the Senate. They
legislation
needed
starts in the
50
House,
votes.
works its way to the
They got
Senate, and
51.
then gets to the president's office.
They are close to getting the House.
We
They
don't know
are
what the
really
House is going to
close.
look like at this point. I think that what
And
candidates promise
they got
on
more
the
governors, like-
campaign trail
And they look
and
like
what
they
they
finna
do
get the
in reality
presidency.
are
They,
two
them
different
niggas
outcomes.
is in there like
So it's
smoke.
very interesting
And
to go
look,
promise.
they
As you
just
said,
went up
both
to
candidates
50%.
went out of their way to promise the electorate certain things that cannot be delivered. We,
Oh,
at
they
the
both-
end of the day,
he said both them niggas was full of
we are
shit.
going to have to tax some things
Which we knew
because
that.
we do spend money. As you point out, we
Which
have
we knew that.
enormous entitlement programs in this country. We have interest on the debt. We have to service our
Well,
debt.
stop giving other
we have
fucking
a
countries money.
military.
If we just
have
stop
to
giving other
invest in. In
countries
fact,
money
we
and
have
just
to
give it
continue
to
to
us,
invest more.
it'll fucking matter. I don't
can't
give a
do
fuck
that
where you're gonna get
without
the money
raising
from.
money.
It's
So if
fucking
you're
our
gonna
money. We pay
change the way
taxes and
we
all type of
tax
shit.
and not tax certain buckets of income,
I'm giving
and
fucking
you're
money
going to
to
bring back
Ukraine,
salt deductions
fucking
because both
Iran,
candidates want to bring back salt
Palestine,
deductions
state
as
and
all
well.
these other
tax
countries
State and
y'all
local
keep giving
tax
money to.
deductions.
Give us
Yes.
fucking our money.
The amount of taxable income that we're going to have in this country is going to be very small, and it just won't work. So I think we're going to have to deal with the reality of trying to look at our fiscal position and be somewhat responsible and get our debt to GDP back into
Yeah,
a
stop
normal
giving other
place.
countries
But
money.
the Trump-Vance campaign promises to solve all of that through tariffs, which are blunt instruments. Gary, I know you don't like them. So, I mean, can you bottom
We gotta
line
do what we
that
gotta
for
do.
us, though? Because if we are being told that there are going to be tariffs
do what
put
we gotta
on
do.
goods, they will raise costs for the poorest people in this country. What
Oh,
they
shit.
buy is going to become more expensive for them.
So again, I won't categorically say I don't like tariffs. Tariffs have an important role to play when a country is
It
dumping
helps us out
products or
because we don't
selling
got- we
products
don't
in this
export
country
nothing.
that we manufacture substantially below the cost that we manufacture them at because they're run by state-owned enterprises, so they don't pay for capital, they don't pay living wages because they don't have to, and they don't care about the environment. If you have those three competitive advantages, you can produce a product substantially cheaper than we can in the United States. If you're doing that and
Exactly.
selling your product here in the United States,
You
we
can
should
make them
impose
way
a
more
tariff
money.
on you as a country and the product. If we don't manufacture the product in the United States and we're putting a tariff on it, I agree with you. We're putting a consumption tax on our consumers, and therefore they will be able to consume less products, and therefore we will stop economic growth. We'll slow down economic growth. That's not what we want to do.
Gary,
If he takes the White House again, and he asks
But I
you to
mean,
come
there's
back, would
really
you
no
go back
right
to
answer.
Washington?
I mean,
You know, right
gotta
now
do
I've
the
got
best
the
you can.
greatest new job in the world. I just became a grandfather, and it's a lot of fun.
Oh, congratulations, my boy.
That's
You're a
impressive.
grandpappy.
Gary, thank you so much. Thank you for the policy discussion after midnight here. I know it will continue on many of our programs later. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
Pleasure.
And David, I just want to go quickly to you because as we look at some of
Bring your dumb ass
the
back.
battleground states and what we see,
Fucking
is there a
taking jobs.
possibility
Bring
of
your
a red
dumb ass back, John
mirage, as it
Deere.
has been called?
So we talked about that red mirage blue wave effect a lot in 2020, and
that's
that's
what
when
they
the
call it, red
Republican
mirage.
votes come in earlier, the
calling
in-person
it a red
election day
blanket
votes
party.
that skewed heavily Republican,
Red
and
blanket
the
party.
later votes of the mail ballots that skewed heavily
a red
Democratic in
blanket party.
2020. I think what we're seeing is that
the
has
blue
been
party.
compressed quite a
Nah.
bit. We're not seeing
It's a
quite
red
the red
blanket
mirage
party.
blue wave effect. I think we're seeing a little more
Red blanket
geographic
party.
difference in when things are being reported. We're waiting
Talking
on
about the
Philadelphia.
blue
We're
wave.
waiting on Milwaukee.
Nah.
Whether that's
It's a
enough
red
to make
blanket
up the
party.
deficit,
Nigga,
Anthony
you're
and Major
talking about the
demonstrated
blue
that really
wall.
well. I think we're not going to
Nigga,
see quite
it's
the
the
same
red
red
blanket
mirage blue
party
wave
on that
effect we
blue
saw.
wall. Fuck that blue
All right,
wall.
David,
It's the
thank
red
you.
blanket party.
CBS News,
Nigga,
America decides
red
election
blanket party.
2024. We'll be
Nigga.
right back. We will go back to our data desk and dive into the numbers to find out what's happening in Wisconsin, in Arizona, and those battleground
We know what's
states
happening.
we have yet to
She
call
losing.
or characterize. We'll be right back.
She losing. That's what is happening. She is losing. Nigga, let's see. Damn, he went up 52%? What?
Okay, so let's just start
He
at the
was
beginning.
whooping his ass in that earlier.
What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep
The
going?
blue wall finna fall because it's a red blanket party. Nigga,
What's wrong with that?
the red blanket party.
Have you told the
Nigga,
government that?
they keep
Why
talking
would you
about
say
the
the word
blue
crisis?
wall.
You're not answering my
Nigga,
question.
it's the red blanket party.
Does that make sense?
Nigga,
What does that mean?
he was winning this. I don't know what happened here.
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on
that far
CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Yeah, but he ain't.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Right,
Today, we're going to have more than 500.
Let's go to my boy
I was
breaking
able
it
to sell
down.
over 100 books.
My one nigga broke that shit
on
down.
Whatnot. If you are not aware, Whatnot is an amazing.
He broke that shit down good as fuck. I was like, damn, bro, I never even thought of that shit. Yeah. You gonna break it down some more? Break it down, bro. Let's see what my nigga Jimmy Dore got to say about
that.
this.
You don't selectively enforce that law, which is what you did with Donald Trump and the people surrounding him. Steve, again, I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't tell people to vote for Trump. But as I explained to Cornel West, who needed explained to him, that if they can do this to Donald Trump, they could do it to you or Bernie Sanders or anybody who becomes a threat to the establishment, even in a minor way. And that's what all the lawfare was against Donald Trump.
Yeah, Lucas
that's why
talking about real quick.
Did Iowa get called yet? Wait, say that again. What were you about to say?
Iowa?
Yeah, Iowa got called.
But what was you about to say? She what?
Yeah, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, it's game over.
I was thinking she lost Pennsylvania and still won Georgia. So
It is a
my
red blanket
so
party.
I ask a similar
for the
question that Joe.
Democrats.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New
All right,
York
what
with
you finna do?
coverage
What
of
you finna
CBS
tell us,
News
Lindsay?
America Decides. North Carolina is the first battleground state to be called for Donald Trump. Georgia leans that way. CBS's Nicole Killian is in Atlanta. Nicole,
Georgia
what are
definitely
you
leaning that way.
hearing where you are?
They
Even
nervous.
though we are rating this race a lean Republican, I can tell you here people are already celebrating as if they have won the state. And we are hearing
Don't celebrate
from
too early,
Republican
niggas in Georgia.
operatives, including the state party chair, who
The
in essence
Democrats
has
will pull 'em
already
up.
declared victory here. We did hear from the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger.
It's almost
a
over with
short
in
time.
PA.
So at this point, there's about
Oh, them niggas cheering. You hear them niggas?
precincts reporting throughout the state. But he said about the former president's posture that he believes that former President Donald
It's still
Trump
close,
has
bro.
an insurmountable
It's
lead
still close. You know,
in this
the
state. And so that's
Democrats
why
got a
many
little
people
trick.
here
They're
are
gonna
very
pull out
confident
a
in
million
the
dead
outcome.
people vote.
And if the former president does pull it out here in
They're
Georgia,
gonna-
it marks a
They're gonna pull out a
dramatic
million
turnaround
dead people.
because,
Where
as
the
you know,
votes
back
came
in
from?
2020, he lost
Oh,
the
the dead
state
homies.
by 12.
These the dead homie votes.
Called the Secretary of State.
Nigga, but like the
asked him
dead
to find
homie
the
votes,
votes,
yeah, the
which
dead homie votes.
ultimately led him to being charged.
Ain't no
here in
fun if the
state
homies can't have
last
none.
year for racketeering, a number of other
Ain't no
charges
fun if the
stemming
homies
from
can't have
alleged
none. Yeah,
election
ain't no fun if the
interference.
homies
So
can't
to
have a
be able
vote.
to win this state would
Niggas
again
gonna pull
kind
out
of be
them dead
more
homie
than a
votes.
180, I would say at this point. What has changed? A
Wherever
couple
they
of
losing
things,
at,
in terms of
niggas gonna
talking
go to sleep,
Republican
and niggas
operatives,
gonna
they
wake up,
believe
and the
that their
dead
ground
homie votes
game
gonna
was
pop up.
stronger than they got credit for. They really worked to mobilize voters, particularly in more rural areas, really trying to target low propensity
Look at
voters.
Georgia.
They believe that they cut into Democratic
Yeah,
margins, particularly when we're talking about some African American voters.
I mean,
particularly
so
Black
the
men.
way it
In terms of
usually work is
independents, you know,
the
some of
big
our exit
cities is
polling
Democrat
shows
cities.
that,
This
the
was
former
blue
president
earlier.
performed much better
This
with
was blue earlier.
independents, that they kind of
I
broke
think that's
from
a
him
big city,
over
but
Vice
that was
President
blue earlier.
Kamala
It's
Harris.
not blue no more.
Trump campaign
So he
operative
lost
telling
that.
me,
This ain't even
that
came
they
in yet.
believe his message,
Yeah, but
particularly around the
he
economy,
gaining votes
is
in these areas
one big reason
where he
why.
should not be
Lindsay.
gaining votes.
Nicole
That's why they
Killian in
losing.
Atlanta. Thank you.
I need bro right here to break it down. Hopefully, bro, break it down again. 'Cause he broke that shit down so good. Come on, bro, break it down again. I'm gonna rewind it so y'all can see, so you can see what I was talking about. Oh, it's live. Ain't gonna let me. Wait. Yeah, ain't gonna let me do it. I want bro to break it down because he broke that shit down. I was like, damn, that makes sense.
Screwed. And all of those other people are the ones screwing you.
And that's an easier message.
I just to bring you up to date with what Donald Trump is doing, and he's on his way
you seen
to Palm Beach, the Florida Convention Center, to talk to his.
They need to have that nigga on every news thing right now, breaking that down so people can see exactly why she
You
losing.
may also have been told about the news from Erie County in Pennsylvania, the
Look at Omarosa.
northernmost county in Pennsylvania.
You're
It's
fired.
considered very, very
Ain't that what he
important,
did to
a
the
key
bitch?
indicator of
You
either
fired.
candidate's success. 95% of the votes counted in Erie, and Donald Trump is leading by just under 2,000
Yeah, she was supposed
votes.
to,
It's one of
but
those
that's 'cause the bitch
very, very
arrogant.
important must-win counties.
That's because the
in a
Democrats
must-win,
think they be
state, a
having shit in the
manufacturing
bag and
hub.
they don't.
As you were saying,
They
Hillary,
think-
you know, it's about the blue-collar
They
workers.
think
plenty
all
of
that
them
shit,
there,
Donald Trump
who
saying
are-
this, people don't give a fuck
it
about
seems
that. Because a
by
lot of the shit
2,000
he
votes
be
at the
saying,
moment, 95%
niggas be
counted,
saying.
uh,
We'll have to
choosing
see
Trump.
how that
Motherfuckers just don't say it out loud. Some motherfuckers like, man, I agree.
Counties.
I
where
agree.
you know, they voted
But they be
for
making it seem
Obama,
like, oh,
and then
nah,
back to
you
Trump,
a bad
then back
person
to
for having
Biden,
that
and
type
then
of.
we'll see whether they
Oh, they're
swing
like,
back
nah,
to
nigga, that's my
Donald
thought.
Trump in this
That is
election.
my thought.
Jerry, do you think it's done and dusted? I mean,
Like they losing,
I know
like
you never say
so
it's
their
over
their
until,
plan,
it's over,
the
but I mean,
Democrats'
I do think,
plan
more
was
significant than
abortion.
Erie County is one of those
Abortion
swing
is our big
counties.
thing.
I do think,
Hey,
as I
we
said earlier,
thought
more
they
important in
thought they
terms
was
of
gonna win
Pennsylvania
because they
vote
saw
is,
all the people
you know,
saying, "Hey,
Trump does
we
seem
want
to have done
abortion back."
significantly
They thought
better in
abortion meant
those
abortion
very
means they're gonna
strong
vote for
urban
Kamala Harris, and
Democratic
that's not
areas,
what happened.
Allegheny
That
County
is
and
not what happened
Philadelphia
because
County, and
abortion
it does seem
does
to
not
be
correlate
probably
to
we'll have
Kamala
to,
Harris
you
because
know,
those two things
examine the
are not
entrails, but
together.
it does look
Abortion
like
is here,
that was
Kamala
due
Harris
to
here, and
both
Trump is
him
here.
getting
Now,
a significant
what
number of black
happened was
voters,
they thought,
and
oh,
also a lot of
abortion
those
is
black
up here.
voters
This
just
is
not coming out to
Kamala
vote
Harris is
for
up here. No,
Kamala
abortion
Harris. And
is
I
up
think
here.
that, you know, again,
Kamala
when you
Harris
talk
is
about
up here,
this
and Donald Trump is right here.
coalition that he's
That
building,
is what it
sort
was.
of
They're like,
multi-ethnic
what?
working
Because
middle class coalition.
they keep saying,
perhaps
he said, the
Hispanic
nigga
voters,
said,
more black
let's leave
voters
it
than
up to the
perhaps any
states. When he
Republican
said
presidential
that,
candidates
I
got since
guarantee that
Richard
opened the
Nixon.
door
That
for
is
more
a
people to
political
be like, okay,
realignment,
we're
and I
gonna vote
completely
for
agree
him.
with what Hillary
Because
said.
at least he like, well,
Which is
let's,
that the
he don't
working
fuck with it,
class,
but at least
you
he
know,
leaving it up to the
Democratic
states.
Party is no
That's
longer
like
the party of the working class. The white working
that's
class
like
left it.
your
They
grandparents
left
got a
it.
rule, but it's
I
like
would argue the Democratic Party left the
all
white
they
working
all
class
they
some time
kids
ago,
got
and now,
their
you know,
own individual rules. Hey,
ethnic
these my rules,
minority,
but those your rules at your
middle and
house.
working
And
classes
that's
are
how he
starting to
did it.
gravitate
And
towards the
now people like,
Republican
oh
Party too,
shit,
and that's,
well,
you know,
you're not
what
totally
the
against
Democratic Party's
abortion.
got a lot.
He said leave it
everyone's
up
got
to
to
the states.
draw lessons
So
from this, but the Democratic Party
they miscalculated when he said that, oh, leave it up to the states. Well, now they're like, well, we don't. It's not a real reason to vote for her because she don't even got that on the side because he like the states got it.
Trump probably is going to win the popular vote, and if he does, he could
And
actually
he won't win the
possibly
popular vote.
outpoll George W. Bush in 2004, which would make this the best performance by a Republican presidential candidate since George H.W. Bush in
He gonna win the
1988.
popular vote.
No, that's a pretty big.
that
You know,
extraordinary,
you can't
given
just sort of, you know, the last two elections in a weird way, you could kind of dismiss as a freak. He lost the popular vote and got this sort of freakish inside straight into 2016 to win. He lost the popular vote comfortably to
Let's
Joe
see,
Biden in 2020 and lost the.
What this one talking about?
You bring the idea. We bring a worry-free license.
This I think does require some quite significant examination.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's bring in our next guest.
Night. The Harris campaign has made it pretty clear that they're putting all their eggs in the blue wall basket, and they're
Putting all their
holding out
eggs in the
hope
blue wall
for
basket.
some kind of turnaround
It
in
ain't
those
gonna work.
states. They're hoping
It
that
ain't
they
gonna
get a big rush of votes from urban areas, but they also acknowledge that a lot of those votes are unlikely to come tonight. They're expecting votes from Milwaukee somewhere between 3 and 5 in the morning. They know that
What's poppin',
Pennsylvania
bro?
takes days to count, so it appears that they have made a determination that there's nothing that Harris could say tonight that would make sense, and so she's going to hold off.
All right, Nancy.
Hey,
Cordes,
tonight
thank
about
you.
what?
I want to bring in Chief Election Campaign
better-
Correspondent.
That's them
Robert
dead
Costin.
homie
Robert,
votes.
You just heard Nancy saying we likely will not hear from the vice
Them
president
dead
tonight.
homie
Will we hear
votes.
from Donald Trump?
That's how she
Donald
gonna
Trump,
cheat.
the
They're gonna
former
pull out the
president,
dead homie
is
votes.
likely to
I'm
speak
telling you, they
tonight
got
at
a bag
some level.
of 5 million
Whether he
votes.
declares
That's all
victory
dead
or not,
people.
we don't have any reporting on what
And
exactly
all
he's
illegal
going to say.
immigrants.
But it is likely
is
that
dead-
he heads
the
to
dead
a victory
illegal immigrant
party or to
vote.
some kind of celebration of his reporters to give an update on the count, at the very least, to give an update on his perspective. Many Republicans across the
He's
country are
starting to
telling
pull away
CBS
in
News that this
Arizona. coming.
hour that they remain increasingly confident that Republicans will win the White House, the House, and the Senate, but the count remains to be counted in so many of these states. So many top Democrats. I'm talking about people I really trust as
pulling away
sources
more in,
on the Democratic
Pennsylvania,
side are growing alarmed, frankly, as they look at these
Yeah,
numbers.
he's talking about she
And what
she
is
ain't
in
got nothing to
particular
say.
in the numbers that's
What else
alarming?
was the bitch gonna
They're
say?
not
Of
seeing
course she don't
the
got nothing
kind
to
of
say. She losing.
support they need to from working people
Donald
in the
Trump.
Midwest.
Shut up, bitch.
Labor union members.
Why'd
I
you come
talked to
out-
Sean
Donald
Fain,
Trump.
the head of
Shut
the
up,
UAW,
bitch.
and other labor
You know you
organizers.
finna
They
say
were
some
confident
bullshit.
all night. But
I
former
want you-
President Trump, with his message on the
As soon
economy
as
and
he said Donald
immigration,
Trump.
in the view
Donald
of
Trump,
biased
shut up,
Democratic
bitch.
sources, has been able to make gains with working people who are affiliated with unions
But Donald
or
Trump,
in a
shut
union
up,
by
bitch.
talking about the border again and again.
I think it's important
We
now
tired
to
of
go
your
back
bullshit.
to Anthony Salvanto and
We tired
Major
of you,
Garrett to look at where the
not knowing how to
outstanding vote
bullshit
is
good.
in
If
these
she
blue
was
wall
if
states
she
and the
was really
additional
from the city,
battleground
her
states.
bullshit would be
Major?
immaculate. If she
So,
is
Nora,
really,
I told you in the audience a
if
few
she is
moments
really
ago
from the
that there were
back,
trends
her bullshit would
beneath
be
the
on point.
toss-up
She'd be on
designation.
stage.
Those trends have continued to play out in
sounding
Wisconsin. That's why we have
what a
changed the
$2
rating
suit don't sound
to
like
lean
$1 million
Trump.
bucks. Bitch
First thing I
can't
want to
bullshit
show
for
you
shit. That's her
is the
problem.
vote margin. Why do I want to bring our
She a
audience's
politician, but
attention to
sound
that?
like a
Just remind
politician.
ourselves.
A lot of politicians be
2016,
politicians, but
Donald
they don't
Trump won
sound like
Wisconsin by just
politicians.
over
She
20,000 votes.
sound like a
2020,
politician.
President Biden won it by just
She
over
should have
20,000
came
votes.
when she
Look
was
at
in
the
when she
margin
was
right now.
in
It is
San
in the
Francisco locking
range
niggas
of
up.
100,000.
She should have came to
And
hang out
there's
a
a
Fillmore.
reason for that.
Nigga would have gave her. Nigga would have
Look at
gave her some
Milwaukee
game.
County.
Nigga would have
They
gave
are
her some
talking
rhythm.
about
Nigga
that
would
at
have
the
gave her
Harris
some
campaign headquarters.
dribble.
60%
Nigga would have showed
in.
the bitch how to talk.
How does that
But
compare
the bitch can't
with
talk.
2020?
That's the bitch fault.
The vice
Bitch
president is
don't
running
got to
well
give a damn.
behind what President Biden
The
achieved in
bitch got to
Milwaukee
give
County.
no
That's
gobble
one of her
gobble.
problems.
Oh, he breaking it
In
down, huh?
Dane County, that's
Let him break it
Madison.
down real quick.
About
Let me shut the
equal,
fuck
but
up.
still a little bit behind. And I can tell you, Nora, this red area of Wisconsin, redder than it was in 2020, which means former President Trump did precisely what his campaign said it would attempt to do: run up the score in
Nigga said run
internal
up the
parts
score.
of Wisconsin, rural parts of
Run up that
Wisconsin,
score.
and try, if they could, to eat into any percentage gains in
Didn't work.
urban areas. And that's precisely what's going
Didn't
on.
work.
Let me
Look
show
at
you.
that. 40. Joe Biden won by 49.4%. She is down 47.4%. Trump back then, oh, he down too though. But his down, I mean, I don't know. They both down. But I mean, it's still not over with.
Racine County.
Oh, she down like fuck
Harris
right
running
here.
behind the president.
Damn.
Kenosha also running behind. These are systemic problems for the vice president.
Damn.
And we're going to go to that crucial definition of where things stand.
That's what they were
58% of
predicting
the
her at.
outstanding vote. What do we believe?
That's
Our
what they believe she's
projections
gonna lose
of that
by,
underlying
11
vote
points.
is achievable. 47%. That is becoming
Ain't
a
no
gap
problem, nigga.
that presents us with the
nigga
designation
would've talked to
moving
went
from
to the White House.
toss-up to lean Trump.
I know
You
real
do
bear
that
nigga.
because
Bear
let's
nigga would've
say,
did his,
as you said,
bear
Wisconsin is
nigga would've
now
did his Dougie
lean
and been in the White House.
Republican.
Nigga would've
So
smoked his
if
whole
she
shit.
loses
Nigga
Wisconsin,
would've
10 electoral votes.
Nigga would've
right,
put on.
she might need the 11
Nigga would've put a 10
electoral
on the
votes
2
that
and
is in
cruised into the
Arizona.
White House.
Oh, she would desperately need the 11 electoral
Right,
votes.
that's the only path to victory.
That's it.
So where does the vote look like now in Arizona?
So Arizona, when you were at the board with me a little bit ago, we were at 51%, Nor. We're at 52% now.
Nigga,
It has
flip
not
that.
really moved that much. The needs for Harris, 50. Our projections, 51%. That same designation
Yeah,
we
it
had
did
a
not.
little bit ago because they just haven't counted that much vote in Arizona.
Okay.
We have a CBS News projection
Keep,
for the battleground
keep,
state of Georgia and its 16 electoral votes. We can project that
moving, nigga.
Georgia is that Donald Trump is the projected winner.
Who we finna
in
take?
the
Georgia?
state.
Georgia? Oh, I didn't mean to push that. My dumb ass. I'm at the push refresh over here. Georgia? Georgia? They're not reporting no more?
Biden was the one who won independence.
I'm tripping.
Voters of age 65 and older. We told the story about him in the Midwest.
Build on the success.
Go back. The fuck was that in the? They put that on my
with
screen.
voters over age 65 in Georgia. And then
Georgia.
finally, white non-college
He lost
degree.
Georgia.
Remember, that was always going to be a good group for Donald Trump. But
Kamala
huge
Harris
margin,
lost
gargantuan,
Georgia.
81 to 18.
And she finna
If Harris
lose
was going to have to do
Pennsylvania,
well
too.
anywhere, it was she was going to have to live in the mid 30s in that number. That's a deep Trump stronghold, but you've got to at least be competitive with your opponent's stronghold, or at least lean into it. She was not.
Now, one thing about Georgia, though, it does not have the size of an electorate of non-college degree that Michigan and Wisconsin do. Almost 50% of the electorate in those two states is white non-college degree.
But the reason she's having problems there is because it's a larger share of the electorate, and she's not doing well enough in that larger share. It was always a share that Donald Trump was going to get. That was never a question. But she has to do well enough in that group and then do well in her groups, and she's just not doing well enough with white non-college, whether it's in Georgia or in the Midwest.
And perhaps our CBS data going back to September should have forewarned us on this. If you look at the way economic concerns resonated, 8 in 10 voters at that time told CBS their income wasn't keeping up with inflation. At that time, 7 in 10 said housing in their area of Georgia was unaffordable. We saw repeatedly concerns about accessibility, affordability, and people often, when they're asked about the state of the economy, that's what they think of is, what am I paying at the grocery store? They're not necessarily thinking of the data points that we are delivering on the national news that say, hey, the jobless rate is pretty good. Inflation is coming down.
Eggs and milk.
It's the lived experience of what you encounter. And that's something we saw in Georgia.
And I have to say, too, I think probably the media overemphasized the price of groceries, which are a main thing, but also mortgage rates, right? Being able to buy a house, we talked about housing in the vice presidential debate, buy a car. I mean, the ability to borrow money, and your credit card bills going up as well, borrowing money when you buy things. And so for everybody, they felt the pinch at home big time.
And the Harris campaign certainly tried to catch him on this issue, right? If you look at polling in the last few days, she had essentially drawn even with him. The problem is she didn't get ahead of him. There wasn't enough time for her to unveil these plans, and they'll have them marinate.
Get back, George.
Tonight,
stop playing.
You know they're in trouble when they start blaming each other, and it's coming in already. One congressman saying there'll be plenty of time to do this blame, but if there's one thing we're not doing right, the Democratic Party is a working class voter problem. We must improve our numbers here to win. They understand
working class voter problem. Nigga,
and as
y'all should have knew that.
Happened in Wisconsin.
Trump won Georgia.
That if they can't win over those voters,
he won Georgia.
Failed to capture them on the economy.
She
they
needed
have some
that.
Real restructuring to do.
They ain't reported right here,
especially if
but
this is going to cut
she
across
lost
age groups,
Georgia.
education, and ethnicity.
He did very well, Donald Trump, with
She
educated
lost-
white men and white women, but it didn't
She
seem
lost
to
all the
matter.
flaws.
Non-college educated.
Non-college educated, yes. But it didn't seem to matter how often you heard the economy's doing well, the job report is doing well. None of that seemed to matter. People would
Yeah,
still
because
say,
y'all
"I'm still
saying that,
paying
but
too
people
much
ain't
for
feeling
milk.
that.
I'm still
Yeah, the
paying too
economy
much for
doing
rent."
well.
Well,
blah
I
blah
can't
blah.
feel it at home,
They're
it
just
doesn't
doing
matter
well, but
what you
niggas
say.
still
you look
paying.
at this, since Biden took office, rents in
Niggas
the
is
battleground
still-
states are up
nigga,
20%.
a gallon of water
That's
was
not because Joe Biden was
almost
elected.
$4. Nigga,
The
that's
cost of
crazy.
your rent is
For a
affected
gallon
by
of
a
water,
number of different
$4?
factors, but people blame the boss. I mean, the grocery inflation,
Fuck outta
22%.
here.
We were on the back end of a pandemic.
It's looking
that
ugly for Kamala.
completely upended
And what the political
the
science-
supply chains and global economy.
What the political scientists will tell you is that also voters don't give you credit for the good things that are happening. The unemployment
looking
rate
ugly
was
for
lower
Kamala.
in 6 of the 7 battleground states under Joe Biden than under Donald Trump, leaving aside COVID. Pre-COVID Trump unemployment was higher in
None of that
every
shit you
battleground
said
state but
matter, bro.
Nevada, but voters are
None of that shit he said matters, because he gonna say the political scientist said the shit you do good, people won't give you credit for. None of that shit matters, because whoever the president is this is their America. So whatever goes wrong, like when they were saying this is Trump's America, this was Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's America. So whatever went wrong was y'all fault, because that's the game y'all played. Oh, this is Trump's America. Okay, this is y'all America. Everything is fucking expensive in y'all America. Gas is fucking expensive in y'all America. Groceries is fucking expensive in y'all America. Like, everything is fucking expensive. People are feeling the brunt of that shit. And then y'all are not raising minimum wage. Why the fuck ain't nobody talked about raising minimum wage? Why don't y'all say shit like that instead of fucking saying, oh, we're gonna fix the economy? How about y'all fucking raise minimum wage? How the fuck do y'all make fucking companies pay people more? How about y'all fucking lower taxes? We fucking get taxed on every fucking thing. You get taxed on your paycheck, you get taxed on your gas, you get taxed on everything you buy with your paycheck, you get taxed on fucking your mortgage. Everything is fucking taxed. Like, yes, this is y'all fault.
they don't give you credit for things that happen. They are
Credit for
concerned
these
about
nuts,
the
nigga.
plenty of
How
things
about
that they
that?
legitimately feel about their own economic
Take me
position.
credit for
Much
these
to
nuts,
great
nigga.
frustration inside the Biden White House. Almost from day one, they would complain to you behind the scenes that they felt like they were never getting credit for the advancements in the economy that
We're
were
never
happening
getting
even
credit. Shut
underneath
the
him. They
fuck
would
up.
scream from the rooftops, and he would do press conferences, or he would go to battleground states and talk about housing, and they felt like he never got the credit
That's because
for it. There
people
was
didn't feel
nothing
it.
they could do to vocally challenge the microphone that Trump had on that point.
Or they just
Let's
messaged
listen.
it.
Part of why they wanted to
Let's
boot.
listen now to the Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond. He's about to address the crowd at
What
Howard
this
University.
nigga gotta say? You see it? You see they send her
I want to say
non-talking
good
ass
evening to
out.
all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here.
It sound like
Thank you for
it
being
sound like they're throwing in the white
believing
flag.
in the promise of America.
Are they throwing in the white flag?
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted,
Okay, nigga.
that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the
Hello?
HU family, not
Hello?
only to address her supporters,
I'm
but to
sorry,
address
Joe.
the nation. So thank you. We believe in
You
you.
lost, Joe.
May God bless you. May God keep
I didn't do
you.
it, Joe. I'm sorry,
and go
Joe.
HU and go Harris.
We did it. We did it
Thank you
last
all.
time. We didn't do it this time, Joe. I'm sorry, Joe.
And there you have the
That's what she gonna
co-chair
come out and
of
say?
the Harris campaign
Fuck
saying
else she gonna come
it's
out and
okay,
say?
everybody can go home. We're not going to have a decision tonight, and the vice president is not coming out to address, but we'll speak to the crowd tomorrow.
That is not.
She should have came on and talked.
Going to land in a comforting way with Harris supporters, I think. And Nancy said it. We've all been talking about it, how extremely reminiscent this feels to 2016. And the campaign manager, John Podesta, coming out to those microphones. I was in that
Exactly.
room
Come out and talk to
addressing
your
the crowd,
people.
saying you will
Like,
hear
why
from
the
her,
fuck
but you're
would
not
you
going to hear
come
from
out?
her tonight.
Like, that was
and then we
dumb.
ended up hearing from her the next day.
And
Like,
also
come
saying
on and
too,
talk.
Cecilia,
Like,
everybody
damn.
we still
Like, you
have
know you
hope.
lose, but
There's
at
still
least
a
come
path.
out and be like,
It's
you
a
know
big
what?
sense of
We
a
got
big
this.
case of deja
He didn't
vu.
say we still have a path. He said
She
their
is a
votes are being
bullshitter.
counted.
Yeah, he said the
But he
votes
didn't
are
say
still
we
good
still have a
salesperson,
path.
But he
like,
said the votes are
you
still
gotta-
being
you
counted,
gotta
and that leads
sell-
you to
you gotta
believe
sell
that there is
people,
some
man. You
that
gotta
there still
sell
is
people,
hope.
man.
He didn't say,
Coming
look,
out
there's no
and
chance. He
selling
said the
people
votes are
like,
still
oh,
being
shit.
counted. So
Yeah,
you know,
bitch,
there's a
fraud.
big case of
Come on
deja
and
vu, I
sell
think, for
people
many
on
people
fucking
tonight.
the
What a
dream.
shot this is, though, to
We got
see
this.
these supporters
Fuck, you
in
send
her
that
own
nigga off.
letter
Who the
in
fuck was you?
Howard University and many
I know
DC
that nigga
residents
was.
there
Don't know who the
in
brother
that neighborhood
was. I ain't
walking
never
off
seen
of
that
that
nigga
campus
ever.
right now, wondering when they
None
will
of
know
them
the
people
result
probably
of
ever
this
seen that
election.
nigga. Like, who the fuck is
I
you?
know that as we watch the crowd disperse and wait for word from the Harris campaign about what is next, we
We
enter
know.
this late
That's what's
morning
next.
period where votes are just still being counted. In Pennsylvania, it could take a couple of days. Michigan, it could take a
Couple
day.
of
I want to bring
days.
in David Becker on
Damn.
that because
I'm
David,
telling them,
you
dead
spent
homie
so much
votes gonna
time
kick in
speaking with
overnight.
state election officials about the vote count. What can you tell us about timing?
So right now, I think Philadelphia in particular and some the Pennsylvania counties are still looking to probably finish up a lot of those mail ballots. They had to start processing today, probably looking into tomorrow or Thursday. But depending upon the margin, we might get to the point where there's enough for us to call it. Michigan, I think they're mainly focusing on Wayne County right now in the city of Detroit. I think there's some that are still to be reported. I have an update on Arizona in particular. I just talked to a Maricopa County election official, and there's about 650,000 ballots that they have not reported out yet. They haven't tabulated yet, plus the mail ballots that were delivered today, and they're not sure of that number yet. So there's a significant number of Arizona ballots out, and I think that's going to go well into tomorrow, perhaps even Thursday until we get those. And that's always what happens in Arizona because they allow so many, and there's a culture of delivering those mail ballots on the day of the election, which doesn't allow them to pre-process. They have to do that right away and get it in the next couple days.
So that means we're
16 that'll put
looking
them in
at maybe
46.
Thursday if it comes down to Arizona.
I'd say about Thursday. I mean, if the path for Harris right now,
46.
as slim as it might be, is Pennsylvania,
That'll
Michigan,
be
and then
56.
possibly Arizona or the long shot of Wisconsin.
a shot if he-
Arizona's going to take probably a day or two Pennsylvania might take about that long too. And remember, that's still significantly earlier, especially given the margins than what we saw in 2020.
I remember it took all the way till Saturday.
Right.
Much more to
Yeah, 'cause they
discuss.
was
You're watching CBS
putting in
News
them cheat
America
votes.
Decides election 2024.
Like, we can't do that cheating shit again. They know them niggas was gonna tear shit up. They do that cheating shit again.
Take your financial journey further with a Wellbe
Jeans was
Financial
broke.
free checking account.
Nigga.
Enjoy perks like no monthly.
Covering up windows. My boy, where you at, my boy? You supposed to be breaking shit down.
Just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours.
What are those
on Apple
questions, sir?
Podcasts.
Everybody,
Poverty.
everybody on commercial?
Natural
They
disasters.
all sad right now. Kamala won't lose.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged.
246.
We still believe in Haiti.
That's what Georgia.
Look ahead with hope.
Damn, they all over their side. Look at that shit. We on you niggas side. We on you niggas block.
Are coming together and saying things must.
They on the Democrat block right
Fighting for
now.
Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, Gail.
Oh no.
Superstar approaching. Superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices.
Hey, give me some love, baby.
Man, they called that shit. Why?
See you. 7 o'clock
The
sharp.
Associated Press, call that shit, bro. Stop playing. Call that shit. Damn, why these Michigan niggas can't count? These motherfuckers in Michigan count slow as shit.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night. You're seeing video
Nigga,
of
yeah.
Trump supporters
Why they count so
reacting
low?
to a projection that the
Nigga, they
former
50,
president
they almost
will
57%.
win the
They got-
state
Crazy.
of Georgia.
What's
I
up
wanna
with
bring
Nevada?
in Anthony Salvanto, and as we see that Donald Trump has won Georgia and North Carolina, the path narrows for the vice president as you have rated Wisconsin as lean Republican. So many people are asking what's going on in the blue wall. What's
Break it
happening
down
in
real
Michigan
quick.
right now?
Okay, I'll start here. So here's what you got in. You get 59%.
Break it down
in.
real quick.
But for starters, Wayne County, which is the
You just
big
tuned
county
in.
here, it's
Stay
Detroit.
here. Don't go nowhere.
Democrats are
Keep
going
finna break it
need a
down.
substantial lead there to carry
Why
them
she
through the
losing?
state. Well, what you see here is only a quarter of that is in. On top of that, we're not exactly sure how many votes are going to come in from there. So that's going to be a holdup, and that may be a while, right?
So I see Harris's top officials are
Yeah.
tweeting about this. Well, the vote isn't in yet from Wayne County.
Right.
But I can remember 2016 with you and when we had not called Michigan yet, and you kept saying, well, there's got to be more vote coming in from Wayne County and
It wasn't.
Detroit for Hillary Clinton, and it never came in.
No, and it didn't.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we are seeing tonight,
Oh, they
especially
trying to use
in
that same
cities
thing?
like
Wow.
Detroit metro areas,
They
we
goofy.
just saw it in Metro Atlanta,
The
which is why we
Democrats
were
is
able to
goofy.
call Georgia, is that not only is turnout a little bit down, but Harris's margins are a little bit down from Joe Biden's in 2020. And some of that is a slight shift among minority voters, if you look precinct by precinct, and some of that is just part of the overall shift that's going on here tonight. So to your point, yes, turnout may end up down there, and that would be a bad
And
sign.
any information on Dearborn, which is the largest population of Arab Americans, about what's going on there?
So that we don't have that
She
information
trying to
yet.
see
That
every
is in
little
Wayne
thing. So
County.
why-
We're going to want
why
to
she losing
understand
here?
that
She
might
losing-
be
is she
50
winning
to
it?
100,000 votes.
Is she winning it?
If we see
Oh, she
in those
losing now? Okay, what about
precincts that there isn't strong turnout, that would just add to the potential trouble for Harris.
But we can't go inside that narrowly.
We
for those
can't go.
precincts.
We can't go inside that. I mean, I will show you that in Georgia, just as an example, we did that in Fulton. And if the same idea plays out, right? Here's inside of Atlanta. This
why
is
my
where the
thing
shift,
can't do
you even
that?
see some red areas. This is not what you saw in
Why my
2020.
thing?
So even that 2 to 3 point shift.
Why
and
my
we've
thing
seen
can't
that.
do that? I wanna
I
get
showed
that
you
close.
earlier in Pennsylvania. We had seen that kind
They
of
ain't
shift.
giving
too.
niggas
All
no
the stuff that in the pre-election
technology
poll
on
we were
the
talking about
internet. I
the
don't wanna
potential
go in that
for a few
close.
points more on among
I want to be able
minority
to break it
voters
down for y'all like
shifting,
that.
and we're seeing that, and it may play out.
I
in
want to be able to
Detroit as
show
well.
y'all, hey,
All right,
Joe
Anthony
Biden had
Salvanto, as we
this
go
many
into these
votes.
numbers. And when we
Kamala
come
Harris
back, we'll
got
spend
this
some
much
more
vote.
time trying to figure
I'm
out
ready to
what
break
is
it down. I ain't
happening
give a nigga
in these
shit.
remaining battleground states where the votes are still coming in and a sense of where they may be headed. That's coming up.
All right, so listen up. State Farm was trying to charge me $197 for car insurance. No, thank you. I
Man,
got a
that's
friend who
going up.
told me about this website.
It's
Now
going
I'm
up
spending
more and more.
$58 a month. Full coverage. That's saving $139. It's
I remember
amazing.
earlier,
All you
she
do, you
was-
just go to the
she
site,
was
you
winning
put in some
all of
basic
these.
information, and you get all
She
these
was winning
options that
every
show up.
single
People start
one of these.
saving right away. All you got to do is just go
She
check
was
it out.
winning this,
It's
but
that
she
simple.
was winning
The link's
every
below.
single one of these. She ain't winning them no more. I need brother to break it down for y'all.
Votes have not been counted, and that's important to state. But the trends are favoring Trump in the key swing states.
See,
where we
why
have
mine
information,
updated?
so
Why that
Nevada
say
aside.
216?
And if we
to
look closer to
248.
home, some of our key races here
That's
in Minnesota,
cold.
we're talking about congressional
That
races.
making me look like I
No
ain't
big
prepared, like
surprises
I ain't
there.
got the good
Everybody
technology.
seems to be in position to go back to Congress.
Yep.
But there is some movement in the Minnesota House, which is another race we are watching very closely. Republicans needed to flip 4 seats. Right now, I think the latest numbers were that they had flipped two so far tonight, right?
That's as of the latest reporting.
Yeah,
Yes.
and there were some very tight races though, so that one's still very much up in the air.
That's all
This
they
is
flipped was
Minnesota
two?
House District 1. Brad Finstad with
Oh, they
62%
flipped.
of
They
the
did
vote.
flip
Angie
2
Craig
seats.
also projected winner there over
They
Joe
gained a
Biden.
seat here.
With the
How many
larger
governors
margin,
they didn't?
perhaps,
Man,
than
they didn't gain
expected.
that.
Yeah.
Third congressional district, Kelly Morrison, that race called for her at 59% of the vote in the third congressional district.
District 4, this is a mystery to us tonight. Don't really know, although we do know that Ramsey County has alerted us to tell us that they are going to make a big vote total.
What's
down
up with
here
Nevada?
soon. That was about 15 minutes ago.
Nevada ain't
It's a
did
little
shit.
bit unusual, but
Let's
when
look at
that
this.
happens, that will change a lot of these numbers in Minnesota in a very quick manner.
And in the 5th congressional district, the projected winner, Ilhan Omar, the incumbent. This has been a reliable
she was gonna win.
district.
And in the
She
6th
wasn't finna
congressional
lose that.
district, Tom Emmer headed back to Congress with 66% of the vote. beating
189,
Jim Harris.
246.
See you 7 o'clock sharp.
All you Trump scary niggas. You better do something. We back.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast
We're
Center
back,
in New
Lin-
York with coverage of CBS News American
I'm back. You
Sides.
back, Lindsay?
Wisconsin, part of that critical blue wall for Vice President Harris
saying that
is lean
dumbass shit.
Republican. CBS's Janet Shamlian is in Milwaukee. Janet, what are you seeing? Walk us through it.
Lindsay, good evening to you. More than 80% of the vote is in here in Wisconsin. Trump is leading. However, the Harris campaign believes it still has significant number of votes coming in for them.
You
They
don't.
placed a lot of stock in Wisconsin.
You
They spent
don't.
a lot of time and money here. They went after those
Who gives
so-called
a
wild
fuck?
counties, Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington. So those are the red counties just outside of Milwaukee. Meanwhile, the Republicans had gone after Dane County. That's home to Madison. It is the fastest growing county in the state. So a lot of new people in Dane County, and that's where the Republicans have made some inroads here in Wisconsin. Now, the delaying of or the recounting of more than 30,000 ballots in this room because of an error with some of the machines.
Oh, recount.
Or, what was perceived as, for transparency, they should start the count over, has delayed the counting. But, Lindsay, it's not going to go now as late or as early tomorrow morning as originally thought.
That bitch talking.
And
She
Janet,
ain't
U.S.
counting
Senate
shit.
race between Democratic
Bitch,
incumbent
count the
Tammy
votes.
Baldwin and
See,
Republican businessman
this
Eric
why we
Hodge
can't
is
get our
also
votes
being
counted.
closely watched. What can you
Because the
tell
bitch
us
is
there?
talking. Bitch, count the votes.
Yeah, this is a really crucial race,
Count
Lindsay.
the fucking
Republicans
votes. Shut the
desperately
fuck
want
up and
this
count the
seat. The
votes.
incumbent, Tammy
What
Baldwin,
you
has
doing?
had a 7 or 8 point lead for the last couple
Bitch
of
looking
weeks.
at the
It's
camera.
narrowed
No,
to
bitch,
one
look
or
at
two
the
points
ballots.
in the last couple of days.
Don't
And
look
right
at us.
now,
Look at the ballots, bitch.
challenger,
Don't
Eric
look at the
Hubsey,
camera.
has the lead with
Fucking
about 80% of the vote in. Republicans really want
Nigga.
this seat. Both sides have accused each other of being coastal elites. It's
Bitch
gotten
gonna
very
look at the
personal in the
camera.
last couple of weeks.
Janet, when are you hearing from officials that will have
Cameraman
answers
should
on the
sit.
results in Wisconsin?
Yeah, so originally we were thinking like 4 or 5 in the morning. I think they've rolled that back a
cheeseburgers
little.
or
They
something?
won't
No,
give
let me
us
stop.
anything specific, Lindsay, but at least in this room, they thought that maybe they had
Let me
about
stop.
another hour, an hour and a half of
Stop talking
ballots
shit
yet
about
to
her.
go.
She might
All
be a
right,
nice
CBS's
lady.
Janet Shamlian in Milwaukee.
She
Thank
might
you
be
so
a
much.
very nice
You're
lady.
watching CBS News.
And I'm
America
just roasting
Decides.
her ass. And she's supposed to be counting votes while she's looking at the fucking camera. She just said you have to recount about 30,000 votes. Bitch, you looking at the camera, bitch.
But what if no
They
one
say you had to
watches
count
it?
30,000 cheeseburgers. One.
He had
one
51.
cheeseburger, two
Biden did in
cheeseburgers,
2020. Trump tonight with
three
50%.
cheeseburgers,
Still some vote to be counted there.
4
But
cheeseburgers.
those aren't promising numbers in the collar counties right now. And the bellwethers, one in the east, one in the west, showing signs that Pennsylvania could turn red. Still a lot of vote out, guys. But this may be one of the reasons, and we don't know why Vice President Harris decided not to speak tonight, but this may be one of the reasons why the trend lines in Pennsylvania, from what we're seeing, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, there's no longer a path
What
for
was
her.
she going to say?
Oh,
Nevada
you're seeing some of
coming
these
in.
same patterns in
Uh-oh.
other states as well.
Wisconsin
hot.
and Michigan
God
as
dang.
well. We're starting to look at the counties there. We walked you through Michigan
Nevada
and
coming in
Wisconsin.
hot.
Still a lot of vote out in those two battleground states. But again, those trend lines that we're following, we're searching these maps to see if there's any positive signs for the Democrats. And I got to be honest with you, the more I go through these counties,
not
through all
positive.
the battleground states, more and more what you see in the rural counties,
not
Trump is
positive.
overperforming. Harris is underperforming the counties she needs to win, guys.
Remember, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, the other states don't matter. If he wins Pennsylvania, he goes to the White House.
Right.
Exactly.
Whether it's a call or not, it functionally is. I don't know. It is the minute
He look like
if
he's
we
gonna
call
win now.
Pennsylvania tonight, does he get to 270? I think so. Yeah.
That's right.
Call
That's
Georgia.
right. That's right. It's ball game. I mean, that's
yes,
it. So.
and they're counting fast in Pennsylvania tonight as well. We're coming up on the
At
top
least
of the
they
hour. I
count
think we're going to have
fast
some
on this,
some
looking
predictions,
at
some
the camera instead of
projections
the
to
camera.
make. Yes. Then don't forget,
We are going to hear
there's
from
one more
the
state to go
recount
here.
this way.
Alaska right now.
Yes.
And
Look at the
NBC
fucking
News projecting that it's, well, not projecting at all. We're saying it is too early to call on Alaska. And here's where the road to 270 stands right now. Harris with 194. Trump gaining ground now at 246 as he looks forward to scoring 270 electoral votes.
Okay, let's see the battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, we just discussed it. Too
killing on the
close
popular.
to
He
call
about
right
four-
now
he
with
about
92%
four
of
of
the
them,
vote
almost
in.
five of
Same
them
story
things
in
on the
Michigan,
popular
but we've
vote.
been discussing how some of the trend lines are not positive for the vice
I'm like, we
president
know y'all like
tonight.
this.
Michigan too close to call. Minnesota
I'm like,
still
I
too
know,
close to call
I
at this
know.
hour. Of course, that's the
I
home state of
know.
Governor Tim
Nobody
Walz,
really likes that
but
bitch.
too close to call
I
right
know.
now with the
I don't know why they
what we
act
have
like
in here.
the bitch was
Arizona
never
too
gonna-
early to
the bitch
call,
was never
and in
gonna-
Wisconsin too close
The bitch
to call.
was
So
never
I think, Tom, you've got Wisconsin. We'll give you a chance to do the bow and the wow counties again.
I know. I'm a little
Bow, wow, wow,
liar.
yippee, yo, yippee, yay. Okay,
He looks like a
Madison, this is Dane County. For
looks
Democrats right now,
like a liar.
she's doing just
I'm a
fine
great
here.
guy.
75% is where Biden
Yeah,
was in
that's why
2020.
all of
With
the people
95% of the
voted
vote, and she's at 75%.
I'm a great-
That's fine for her.
I am a great
Milwaukee,
guy.
we're going to be waiting on the
Everybody
biggest city
knows-
and the biggest
you know,
county
I know.
in Wisconsin for
My wife
a
knows
few
it.
more hours, I would say, maybe more than
She
that.
knows
She's
it.
at 66%.
How
But
many
again,
even know?
40% of the vote in Milwaukee is
She
not in.
admitted it.
This
She-
is a
she
big
texted me.
Democratic county, so
She
maybe she
texted
can
me
run her
and
numbers
said
up
I
there.
was
But then when we
fucking
look at the
I'm a
wow counties
fucking
here,
look at the selection.
Ozaki, this is the O in the wow, 81%. Trump was at 55.2. He's almost matching where he was 4 years ago. Let's go over to Washington County, 68, overperforming there. Let's go down to Waukesha. Slightly underperforming, still some of the votes out there. But these
That's
two
all
counties just
nice.
south of Milwaukee, they're still part of the Milwaukee media market. Racine, 51%. He's overperforming there, but still half the vote is out there. And then Kenosha, 95% in,
She coming
overperforming
back
there
on
as well.
the-
These are counties that were blue
Arizona.
under Obama. Trump was able to flip them over and then hold them as well. We can go to the bow counties now. This is around Green Bay. 56% Trump overperforming there. We'll come down. Sorry, let me go over here to Winnebago. 50
You
again,
might be getting this back right
overperforming.
here.
And we go to Atagamey, again, slightly
might be
overperforming
getting
guys. So
Minnesota
as we
back.
study this map, let me go to some of the Democratic strongholds, see how
Right,
she's
you gotta
doing.
get Minnesota
Lacrosse,
back.
95%. So look, it's a slight drop, but again, when we're talking about a margin of 20,000 votes, that's what it was in 2016 and
lot.
2020. You want to be on top. You want to be overperforming everywhere you look.
She is
She's
not-
about at the same mark, slightly
well,
higher,
okay,
but not by
finally.
much. In
Finally,
Eau
she's
Claire.
performing somewhere.
And then another one we're watching, Sauk. This is one of those bellwethers. 50%. Matching Biden 4 years ago, 95% of the
shit.
vote is in. And we'll look at Dorr. That's the one we're watching. She's on top, but only by about 466 votes. It's unclear if he'll catch her. She may take Door County. It's still unclear in Wisconsin what's going to happen, guys.
All right, well, back with our panel now, including our guest, Jim Messina, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff under President Obama. Mark Lauder remains with us. He was part of the 2020 campaign for Donald Trump. Great to have you both here. Jim.
Oh, he worked for Obama
when you
and
see
Trump?
those trends that Tom has been walking through,
Never thought I
there's
heard
a
no shit like
consistence
that.
of underperformance.
Motherfucker
What
worked
does
for
that tell
Obama and
you
Trump.
about
Yeah, tell us about the
Harris
bitch
campaign?
underperforming.
Well, the county that Tom just walked through that really scared me the most, I ran President Obama's campaign, and I was obsessed with Bucks County in Pennsylvania. Where Bucks County goes, we go. And we spent more time and resources there, and the Harris campaign did too. They had huge operations on the ground. The fact that they're not going to win Bucks County is really difficult and starts to say to folks, hey, you know, we have a problem here. The other thing is there
Yes.
just may not be enough turnout
Y'all
in
do
Philly
have a
to
problem.
get there. And I've spent my entire adult life waiting for
The whole
Philly
party
to come
has
in.
a problem.
I just have anger. I hate
Now, the
I hate
Republicans
Eagles.
only winning because it's Trump. Yeah, the mother niggas, I don't know if the mother niggas will be doing as good as him.
You know, every 4 years we're
Where
having
the
this
fuck is
discussion.
this one
Usually it's
electoral
enough.
vote coming
6 out of the last 7
It's
elections,
246,
Democrats
not
won Pennsylvania.
247.
Tonight,
Where
we're
did
not
the
sure
one
there's
vote
enough
come
out there.
from?
But we were
There's
having
no
the discussion several
state that
times
has
this
one
evening
electoral
about,
vote.
you know,
Get the fuck out of here.
has there been a failure to recognize that the electorate is changing, that everything you think you may have known doesn't represent what we see today?
Well, what those numbers show me tonight is Democrats have a rural problem. We are absolutely bleeding votes in historic numbers.
But
Barack
no,
Obama
no,
did
you
very
can't just
well
say
in
y'all have a
rural
rural
America.
problem because
Hillary,
y'all
it
losing
started with
votes
Hillary.
in the
Biden did
cities
a little
too.
bit better. But when you look at the numbers, what's happening tonight, the gender gap is there. Women are performing in the suburbs. That's not the problem. The problem is we're just doing 2 to 4 points worse in rural, and we're not getting the big turnout in the cities because we're bleeding some of the young voters you guys have been talking about.
But also, Donald Trump keeps finding more voters
That's
in these
exactly
rural
right.
areas. I mean, I think there's, you know, you often
Nigga
hear
pulling-
in these political shows that you all host,
Nigga pulling
you know,
niggas out
you
the
hear about
barn
the
to
ceiling
vote.
that Donald Trump has. Oh,
Yeah.
he can't get over
I'll
48.
vote for
He can't get
Trump.
over 49%. He's found more
I'm
voters,
gonna
and we're
vote for
seeing
Trump.
it tonight when he's
That's all
overperforming
I
in some
see
of
on
these
TV.
ruby red rural districts.
I'm
Which,
definitely
by the way,
gonna
for the
vote
third
for Trump.
time you run for president, that just never happens.
Nigga pulling
And I
niggas
really
out
do
the
think
cut.
that his campaign has figured out a way to do this and really target some of these demographics.
he
Obviously, the
acts
young
like
white
himself.
male was the right
He doesn't
thing to
act like
do.
he's a preacher.
Getting in the minority communities was the right thing to do. You know, Democrats need an entire autopsy if it goes the way it looks like to say, what do we need to do here?
But does Trump transcend politics as we know it? I mean, that he was been
Yeah,
able
I mean,
to be
I
as
tried to
successful
tell
as
you
he
what's going
had
on.
by sticking his
I
finger
could
in
tell
the
these
eye
niggas what's
of
going
the
on.
political establishment,
Somebody tell these
going
niggas
where
call
no
me.
other candidate could or had gone before.
Somebody tell these
What
niggas
is
to
true
call
is
me.
Donald Trump has always been underestimated by Democrats and has always figured out a way to juice turnout in ways that we thought were both abhorrent and didn't make sense to Democrats, but clearly has worked tonight. And this is that was a
That's
story of
our problem.
2016 and it is a story of tonight.
You know what's interesting to me? I'm thinking back to the Republican National Convention when we were all sitting there and Hulk Hogan came and ripped off his shirt in sort of that moment of sort of super masculinity. And one of the conversations that we had at the time was about this, and it just, as its name, so-called bro vote, right? The young male voter. And the Trump strategy all along had been supercharge the base, boost that turnout, crank it up big time, get those so-called low propensity voters. People, listen, young guys typically don't show up to vote all the time, and they typically don't show up to vote consistently. I will tell you that the Trump campaign has, for a bit now, been feeling good about being able to get those low propensity, those people who don't typically vote, out to the polls, specifically with young
It's so
people.
interesting because we heard anecdotally, again, from some of our correspondents about frat houses, fraternity brothers getting really into voting for Donald Trump. So I don't know if this is, we could call it the bro wall, you know, that somehow Donald Trump has gotten these low propensity young male voters to come out and vote for him.
It is the hardest demographic in American politics. Males under 30 to turn out. They're the lowest turning out segment. I've spent hours on your show, you and I, talking about running up the numbers with
'cause y'all
women.
don't
And
make this
the Harris
feel like
campaign
it's working
did
for
some of
them.
that tonight. The Trump campaign decided, let's just give her that and let's go grow our electorate differently.
And it looks like tonight that worked.
We've got another result on one of the abortion referenda. Well, let's go to Laura Jarrett in the news. Laura, what do you have?
Yeah, Lester, this was another ballot measure, this one in Arizona, where overwhelmingly by a vote of 62%, that ballot amendment has now passed. Again, this would be a constitutional amendment that would enshrine a right to an abortion up to the point of viability, which is roughly 24 weeks of pregnancy. Obviously, a big difference in this battleground state, where currently it's a 15-week restriction on the right to abortion. So a big difference there. Again, we haven't yet made a projection on the ultimate race for president in that state. But again, the ballot amendment, we can't project has passed.
All right, Laura, thanks very much.
And you know what's interesting on that front? There's also another ballot initiative in Arizona that has to do with immigration. And the thinking was that maybe that would turn out, if people were going to turn out based on this abortion ballot initiative, maybe they would also turn out based on the immigration ballot initiative, that those would maybe lean Trump. But the Trump campaign has thought that there would be quote unquote ticket splitters or ballot initiative splitters, people who would back former President Trump in Arizona, but also back this ballot initiative that, as Laura reports, has just passed.
One of the things that I think is so interesting is we're talking about expanding the amount of voters who came out to vote for Donald Trump is this decision that he made not to campaign with Nikki Haley. And a lot of people thought, oh, that's going to be a big misstep. To your point, Jim, it was his way of calculating, I'm going to focus on driving out the mail vote, because a lot of people thought, boy, that's a risky strategy. Why wouldn't you have Nikki Haley?
But he also never made any overtures to
Because
Nikki Haley
y'all
voters.
be
When Nikki Haley
thinking-
dropped out of the race, there
We
was
don't
never
need
a
him.
sense of here's an olive
Y'all
branch
got
coming
this
to my
whole
tent.
female
There were a
power
million
thing.
people that
Forgot
voted
about
for
the
Nikki
millions.
Haley in battleground states, and I mean
Forgot
that's a
about
real
all the
gutsy
millions.
move to say, you know what, I'm not interested.
But the true answer is you could have done both. Like he could have done both, like a good presidential campaign usually would. In a race where 70-some% of Americans say we're on the wrong track, this race was really close because Donald Trump couldn't ever grow his vote past these young voters we're talking about. Had he been able to do both those things, to your point, 1 million people voted. They were just sitting out there. I remember Nikki on one of your shows this week saying, no one's called me, no one's asked. Because they decided, to your point, they were going to go jack up low propensity white males, and it may have worked.
Let's go check in on
See,
Battleground
that's
Michigan.
not
NBC's
true.
Jesse
You can't
Kirsch
get
is in
straight with
Detroit.
details.
Are they still
And I
counting into
think
the night there, Jesse?
These people don't know what the fuck these people
Yeah, Lester, we're
don't
trying to
know
get some
what the
clarity. As
fuck
I
they're
mentioned
talking
earlier, we were
about. 'Cause it's
hoping
not just
we would
white
have
men.
the tabulation from the city of Detroit around midnight. We have not gotten
Yeah,
any
you lose.
confirmation at this point if that has been completed, but I do want to emphasize something that we're seeing coming out of the surrounding areas. Dearborn, Michigan, that is a community that has a large population of Arab Americans. And what we've been watching for is the potential impact of the war in Gaza, the situation in the Middle East that has been going on for months, and how that might impact the vote here. And we're starting to get some early indicators. At this point, this is not the complete data. Of course, we're still waiting for more votes to come in, including the absentee for Dearborn. But when we look at what we know so far, the breakdown we're seeing is former President Trump has 47% of the vote in Dearborn. Vice President Harris has 27.5% of the vote so far.
Damn.
And third party candidate, Green Party candidate, Jill Stein has 22%.
Look
The
at
warning
Jill
signs
Stein.
around this issue go back to the Democratic primary. President Joe Biden, when he was still at the top of the ticket for the Democrats, he had over 100,000
Jill
people vote
Stein.
uncommitted in protest of his administration's stance on the war in Gaza back in the primary. We've seen both campaigns make a concerted effort to make outreach to this community on this issue. Vice President Harris over the weekend at a rally in East Lansing, Michigan at Michigan State University on the campus singled out the war in Gaza at the top of her remarks. We saw President Trump in his final campaign rally of this cycle, potentially his last ever as a presidential candidate in Grand Rapids, Michigan on Monday night, really into early Tuesday morning. At that event, he had a Muslim mayor, a Muslim American mayor from a community in Michigan speaking there. Both campaigns have been making a push there, but we also know Jill Stein has made a very concerted effort to reach out to that community. In fact, she had planned to be in Dearborn tonight, and we have confirmation from
I
a
think
group known
Kamala
as
Harris
Abandon
really
Harris
thought she was
that
had this in the bag.
she did in fact spend the night, the election night celebration with that organization, and they are, we're told, happy about what they're seeing from the results. And I just want to read part of some comments that someone gave to me when I interviewed them after they voted, or around voting, I should say, in Dearborn over the weekend. And he said that as it comes to both major party candidates, he hopes that they will, quote, recognize that we don't have these people in our pockets. My vote is up for grabs. It's a wake-up call. And it certainly seems at this point that the positions of both major party candidates or the lack thereof of a reach out in the way that some people wanted may be influencing the vote here. And again, in a state that was so razor thin back in 2016, only around 10,000 vote margin in favor of former President Trump. We'll see if this could be the difference maker in the state with 15 electoral votes up for grabs.
Election alert.
All right, Jesse, thank you. And we've got an alert here. This is Nevada, moving from too early to call to too close to call. And they're counting fast. They're 70% of the vote in, too close to call in the western battleground of Nevada. And Tom, let's zero in on what you're seeing there.
Yeah, some interesting things happening in the Silver State. If the trend is your friend in Las Vegas, the trend is your friend if you're a Republican tonight. Here's why. Look, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County. There's still about 23% of the vote that's out in Clark County.
All the big
this
cities,
margin right
Vegas.
here at this point in the night is way too close. This is how Clark County, Vegas ended up 4 years ago. You can see it was almost a 10-point split here. It was a 10-point split there. And now we're talking about 2 percentage points tonight in Clark County. Again, a lot of the vote is out. That vote could come in and those numbers could change. Reno, Washoe County, more reflective of the entire state vote. This is the battleground county. Biden won this in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. Still, a lot of the vote is out. He's only on top by about 200 votes. So not much to say there. But what we can point out, in the Trump counties, like Elko County here, 64% in. Trump is overperforming tonight. He was at 76. He's almost at 80% right now. And Democrats aren't going to find votes here. I mean, these numbers aren't going to swing a lot in the Democrats' way. This is Trump country here in the middle of Nevada. Douglas County is another, I should say right down here, Douglas County. This is another Trump barometer that we watch. Again, overperforming. 66% of the vote is in. He was at 63 in 2020. He's now at 66. But the big story for me right now, and a lot of the vote is out. Clark County, I mean, this is 3/4 of Nevada right here. If Democrats hit certain margins where they're 50,000 or 60,000 votes ahead of Republicans, Republicans will never catch up in Nevada. Again, there's a lot of vote that's still out. We can find out exactly how much is out. 223,000 votes. So still a lot out there. Democrats won't get all of those, but they'll get a large chunk. Again, this is still a little too close this early in the night, guys.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. I want to go out to Steve Patterson. He is in Reno, Nevada, where they had long lines into the night. How are things going there now?
You know, Lester, really an experience, a process that is sort of winding down in most counties across the country is only just spooling up here. As you mentioned, voting really ended just a few minutes ago with some of these counties.
These niggas in Michigan can't count.
People were still in line.
Oh, that's because they had to recount, and the individuals
so
looking at the camera.
Really start until that happened, which is why Tom Yamas
we got to
reporting,
recount.
obviously, it's still too close to call, too early to call at this point. Several counties still need returns to come back. It is still very early on in the process, but we saw almost immediately Republicans sort of jumping out to this early ballot lead when it came to turnout. That was sort of the reading on the wall that I think a lot of folks had, and specifically in those counties in which, Tom Yamas was pointing out that are red, they're going to stay red. This sort of the math doesn't change in those areas. There's really only 2 population centers in this state, which is Washoe and which is Clark, Vegas and Reno. If she doesn't build up a big enough firewall that we see these returns happen over the next few hours, then it's going to be very tough for Democrats to make up that ground. I spoke to both campaigns. They both feel like they still have a good shot. Obviously, Democrats and Republicans both aiming for another subgroup here, nonpartisan voters. It is a huge, huge segment of the electorate here in Nevada. It is larger than Republicans, larger than Democrats. Of course, they all have their opinions about which way they break, different leanings. And I think both campaigns feel like they're seizing on that. They feel like they know their voters in that group. But that's what makes it so notoriously hard to read in this state. Which way are these nonpartisan voters going? And I think that's sort of what we're going to be focused on within the next few hours. It may not be until 2 o'clock.
That is going to be a game plan.
Niggas is racist. Legitimate, solid returns that'll tell us one way or another how the state is going to go.
All right.
Niggas do not like women.
That's mountain time too, by the way. So even later here on the East Coast, let's go to Garrett Haake. He is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Any word on whether we will hear from the former president?
We will, Savannah, and soon, I'm told by campaign official, Donald Trump is on his way across from Mar-a-Lago to here in West Palm Beach. And he is expected to speak soon. Now, what soon means is a little bit of a open to interpretation. But, Trump himself made it very clear earlier today. He does not have a lot of patience with this vote counting process. He wants this to be over tonight. He thought earlier today it would be over tonight. And it was his desire to speak tonight. Now you see that picture breaking up a little bit as he makes his way across the bridge to West Palm Beach. This ballroom is full. Secret Service starting to kind of close the doors, urge people to get in. They're cranking up the music, Savannah. I do not think it will be long until we hear from former President Trump.
And that will be an interesting situation
I
because
would
if,
never.
if assuming the status
one of
quo
them
exists, he will not have been
never
called
catch
as the
me
next
as
president.
Well, we will recall that he declared victory in 2020 when, in fact, he lost. So we'll see what his verbiage is here.
Who you
what
is?
he would
Nigga,
say.
I'm not waiting. So you come talk. I see that
this
shit in the morning.
divide about how he should approach this night, and some of them are saying you should be very aggressive. You should get out there and claim victory if, in fact, you think that's where this is headed. Others
Don't
are
claim
saying,
victory
look,
yet.
let's just walk a very fine line.
Don't
I'll be
do it,
really
'cause the
curious
game
to
guys
see
will
what he
catch
says
your ass.
because this election,
Democrats
unlike
will pull out
2020,
100
the numbers
deputies,
are on his
100
side.
million
And
dead
again,
votes and be
we
like,
still
nigga,
have a lot of votes
what
that
did you
need to be counted, so we don't know
What
what
did
the
you
ultimate conclusion is going to
Nigga,
be.
we got
But it's notable he's
200
coming
million
out
dead
in
people.
Harris.
Yeah, to be clear, in 2020, he declared victory.
We
The
ain't
race
counting yet.
hadn't been
Correct.
called
We just
one
waiting
way
for
or
you.
the other. He hadn't
Yes.
lost
Jumping
yet.
in.
He lost
Garrett,
5
Oh,
days
nigga,
later.
you
You've got some new
bet.
information,
Boom.
Garrett?
Was gonna let you win. Then you came out talking shit. Now we
Well,
got to
Lester,
put
I just
our
want to add
dead
that Trump was
homie
asked about
vote
this
out there.
earlier today, and I think we have two things from him and from his campaign. First of all, his campaign has made it very clear that he would speak when they felt he was well on his way to 270 electoral votes. They were very clear that they didn't feel compelled to wait until the race had been called, but when they felt confident in his path, he would speak. And so I think that's what we're going to see now.
50%
Secondly,
of
Trump
all
was
of
asked today what his message is going to be to the millions, tens of millions of people who will have voted for Kamala Harris if he speaks after a victory. Would he give a unifying message?
Fuck it
Trump
in.
said that he would, but described this as a broken country and said it would be important to try to fix it. A unifying message has not been Trump's strength, candidly, across his political career. But he and his campaign are keenly aware of the expectations of this moment, especially if he speaks
voted
before
for
the race
Kamala?
is called.
Fuck you.
Lester.
All right, Garrett, thanks.
And
Remember
stay with
my
us.
nigga
Our
said,
NBC News election coverage
He
returns
just said
right
Merry
after we take a
Christmas
quick
to
break.
all the haters, or Happy New Year to all my haters. Now that shit was funny. That shit was hilarious. We shot him like a dog.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want.
Well, what you doing, bro? Break it down, bro.
Demographics, Jewish voters and East Asian voters, Chinese, Korean, Japanese.
About union strike. It's not Kamala Harris for sure. You know whose problem it is? I wonder if Joy-Ann Reid can find a way to make it a racist statement. Let's see. I bet she can. Let's see.
It's a state that I think Democrats definitely were reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and a thought that, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe
She's talking about North Carolina.
Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why.
Why?
Black voters came through for Kamala Harris.
Black voters are good. No problem. Who's the bad people?
White women voters did not.
White women.
That is what it appears happened in that state.
That's funny.
Let's make it about race.
That's funny.
White women. Stupid white women. How about the black woman who's committing a genocide? Does she have any responsibility in this? How about you, who didn't pressure her to change her policy?
That's funny.
How about that? How about her who crushed a railroad union strike?
That's
Or didn't bring
funny.
clean water to the people in Flint, or helping the people in East Palestine, America.
That's funny.
Is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get
Reproductive
women
rights,
to focus
only
on
abortion.
not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for
effing
They
white
be like,
women.
we close our legs.
I think I just
We
for the
need
first
abortion.
time realized
We just
the
don't
irony
fuck
of them
'em.
calling it women's reproductive rights. It's actually women's unreproductive rights.
Exactly.
You're not fighting for them to be able to reproduce. You're fighting for them to be able to not reproduce.
Thank you. Oh my
Is
gosh.
that wrong?
Somebody finally
Or what
said
I'm
it.
saying,
Thank you.
that's, isn't that kind of that just smacked me right in the face when she said that? Oh, the women's reproductive rights. No, they're not reproductive. They have the right to reproduce. Let's just let's be precise with our language.
I like unreproductive
And by the way, they have the
rights.
right to unproduce up until 12 weeks in North Carolina. So that's 3 months.
Damn.
So they still have the unproductive rights up until 3 months. Anyway, she has more to say about white women. Goddamn white women.
Vice President Harris, a fellow woman, and this will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, you know, God bless Shannon Watts, who's tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more,
Just stop.
you know, party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
Maybe you should tell her to go out and campaign with the Cheneys more.
Just
you
stop.
don't think that helped? Liz Cheney, who lost in a historic landslide, then went
Really?
out and campaigned with Kamala Harris. That didn't work. But it's those goddamn white women. She got it. Anyway, I'm not supposed
That's
I'm not supposed to
funny.
comment on her. I like oh, you're not supposed to comment.
No, zip it.
I'm not commenting.
You know, you can't.
I'm not. I
As
didn't
a
comment.
white man.
As a white man, I'm not commenting. But she could certainly. Can you imagine going and say, it's the blacks. They're not coming through. Whites are doing great. Just imagine if you said something like that. And they all just sit there and don't say a word. It's amazing.
Yeah, you know, you can say you can flip
Instead
it
of
in
being
any kind of
like-
culture, and you could say those Mexicans.
Instead
those
of
Mexicans,
her
those
saying,
again.
But it's not the case.
instead of her saying Kamala Harris didn't do a good job, oh, it's the people's fault. No, bitch, it's your fault. It is her fault. Her job was to convince people to vote for her. Now they didn't vote for her. Well, it's your fault. No, bitch, that's not how politics work. That is not how this works.
Also had a private deal to privatize Social Security, and they deregulated Wall Street, which led to the crash of the economy within 10 years, and black and brown people were hurt the most. They never mentioned that about Hillary Clinton. And in here, they don't mention anything. It's nothing about the candidate.
Exactly.
It is not about. It's
Always about the people.
Stupid white voters. According to her, Joe Scarborough just says voters. It's always the voters.
And again,
when have you ever blamed the voters? That's a new thing. Well, since 2016. Since 2016, they blamed the voters. They never blamed the voters before that. As far as I can remember, it was always what did the campaign do wrong? What did the party do wrong? What did the candidate do wrong? What should they have done more of? Now it's always like all the nominee has to do is show up. She's black and she's a woman. She's a black woman with a vagina. That's all she needs. You're just supposed to go do that. This is the Democrats and the establishment thinking they own votes. They don't own votes. You still have to go get them, which is what I've been saying since 2016. Come get my vote. Guess what? They won't do it. They won't do it for people like me. They won't do it for Muslims. They won't do it for Hispanics. I'm pretty sure they lost Hispanic. 25% of black males voted for Donald Trump. They won't do it for. They won't come get anyone's votes.
Yeah, I think they just
The
own the
Democrats
vote.
won't do anything to get your vote.
Can I see the clip again?
Yeah, let's watch.
You know, it's a state that I think Democrats definitely were
North
reaching for.
Carolina.
There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and the thought that, you know, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, you know, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state.
That sounds
is that
crazy.
if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week.
That is crazy. That sounds crazy.
We
bro.
all have one.
That shit.
The junk drawer.
That shit sounds crazy.
Holder of all.
They ain't even got her over 200 yet over there.
In the wee hours over here at the Manhattan Hilton. And so it'll be interesting to see if he's going to hit on his campaign theme.
I mean, let's remember we have seen him on the national stage for 8 years. I mean, I covered him in the White House. We covered him in the White House together. We covered him in the campaign. We know who this person is. He's been president before. He's been a presidential candidate before. And we know what his message tends to be. He's done it over and over in this campaign. And that is a message that is darker, that casts America as a dangerous place, a place that only he can fix. Somebody who, as we talk about rhetoric, just called Nancy Pelosi as crazy as a bedbug just recently, right? So let's just remember that is, I think, some of the tone. Now, we may see tonight him look to make I'm not even going to say the word pivot, but perhaps extend an olive branch. Maybe. I mean, listen, we're not, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do think there's a pattern of history.
To that point, I mean, remember after the horrific assassination attempt against him, the Republican National Convention, and all of the reporting, in fact, everything that he was saying was,
He himself said it.
He said it. Yes, he said, I am going to deliver a unifying speech. And it was for part of the speech, but then it quickly became a very familiar, almost speech that you would hear on the campaign trail.
Well, that's what he ran for, and is perhaps going to prevail on that very way of being. I don't know that he would have any incentive to change unless, you know, he had felt in the moment some magnanimity towards.
I will make one bold prediction, though, Savannah.
Yeah.
I predict that he won't say that anybody cheated.
Well, remember, though, even after he won election in 2016, he still made unfounded claims of voter fraud. So win or lose, it is something that he has a pattern of doing.
I remember in days after the 2016 election, he and his staff summoned network anchors, executives for an off-the-record meeting at Trump Tower, and it was off the record, so I won't go deeply into it. But to say we were under the impression it was going to be a reset meeting, it was not.
Well, and that, I think.
So you got chewed out?
You got chewed out.
Sounds like it. I'm like, let me leave. I wasn't there.
I between the lines on that one.
Yeah, so we were kind of told what time it was.
Yeah.
Well, this just to speak to that. I mean, again, we don't have to rehash all.
Right. They did the same thing. You're home, bitch. Let me hear bitch talk. All that shit. We're getting closer and closer. Fuck hell. Yeah, yeah. He taking it.